Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here, and thank you to Hazal and to everyone who's made this event happen. Thank you for inviting me to assemble with others to participate in this global reading for freedom of expression and solidarity with Palestine, and solidarity with all people suffering from any of the myriad forms of oppression rampant in our current world. I'd also like to thank the others reading with me during this half hour. In the order of their appearance, they will be Norma Cole, Susan Gevirtz, C.S. Giscombe, Laura Mullen, and then I'll finish up. We're reading from the Ohlone and Coast Miwok territories, currently known as the San Francisco Bay Area, and we are all deeply honored to be with you all and to be all over the world with you. And now we'll turn it over to Norma. Thank you.
Just a heads up, Norma is not quite here yet, so we're going to go straight to Susan, but we'll get Norma on as soon as she arrives.
She's on her way. Hi. Thanks to Ghazal, Paminar, Cole, and all the organizers and readers for being here. I'm going to start reading from a new translation of Marina Svetseva's work called Poetry, actually called At the Edge, Political Poems. Lethe's underwater light, reef of the red heart, the lancet froze from fear, having opened the singing throat, not the red heat of volcanic vents, not the inflammation of filth, but an undissolved pearl in the bitterness of singing throats. Oh, we are faceting, we turn into liquid and die in vain, for the pearls are insoluble, voiced through a ray of light, with iron turned into a wheeze by 1,000 saws and drills. There is still an untreated thorn in the bitterness of singing throats. August 11th, 1922. Now I'm reading from the guides, a little pamphlet of my work just recently out from Antiphony Press. Eat dirt, night harvest, tangled in hypothesis, guide, glean from sleep fields, follow stubble, accuse of alienation from land and make them eat dirt. Serve, portion, unweaned, fallow, eat dust, day plate. Cows with dirt inside them, parasites, degenerative. Who should know, slap better, the difference, the dead and withheld, disclosures of beekeepers, extinct ventriloquists, implore, talk back, reap, thresh, turn row, shut field. Registrar, detour wanderer, wait, fight for, or choose to be stateless, non-assimilant. I am not you, but still we meet on the path of paved mirrors. Keep your job, sanctioned, sealed, eloquent, shut. Reception, the reconciling, ask nothing, carve containers in air. Walk into, ledger, meticulous, registrar, paid to track, the fearsome by shine of timid cursive. Trace, who without birthplace, born without state, taxed without border, contained, mourn for stranger members, swimmers in their lanes, speak unto Ezra, the scribe, to bring the book to the orchard in the wilderness on the day of the first fruits. Spread a cloth, do no ordinary work. The expense of the journey is itself a tribute. Come forward, feast without roof. Offer the burnt, cauterized lines between stars, but the still points move while the hand races to follow. I'm going to finish with a few poems from As Is, Tyrone Williams's book. Alhambra, to be seen and not, heard, herded, and yet heralded, ambidoxic, harem, primary colors, studded, headdress, cross-stitched, veil over, hollowed out. Passing goods. Primitive accumulations begin as annexations, sentimentalized as abandonment in latter days, land as land for water toward land, a staged decree, nay, climate change, territorialized exodus, a theatrical, complex, alchemical denominations, history, psychology as dialogue, aside, property per props, death throes as method acting, etc., woven into plots. In each act, as in each case, utter is a limit of failed, accomplished genitives, gerunds calcify, spectacles loaded into magazines, magazines loaded into machine guns, and guns abandoned by machines unload themselves. Relief felt, if not heard, around a world failing description, in whom I am well pleased. A blow up over England during the Battle of Britain, Joseph K. mourns his losses as he folds his many-vested coat into a future castle beyond the tower at Sandy Cove, and dreaming of the sloppy wet kisses between national whiskey and international waters, surveys the Celtic and Atlantic seas. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cecil Giscombe, C.S. Giscombe, and thank you, Susan, and thanks also, of course, to Ghazal and to Cole for gathering us into this event. I'm honored and pleased to be here. I'll say a few words and read a couple of poems, perhaps. When I hear people refer to Palestinians as animals, it touches a familiar place in me as a Black American. I grew up in Southern Ohio among white immigrant families from the hills of Kentucky, and Black families, like my own family, from further south, both populations, migrants. It is interesting to me now that I heard the first casual racism and classism from the white fellows at the privileged all-boys Catholic high school downtown, where I was sent after the neighborhood K through 12 public grade school, Jane Addams, to get a better shot at a career than I would have had at the neighborhood high school on the poor side of town, the West Side. In the late 80s, when I was working as a literary editor, I found the Detroit poet Lawrence Joseph, a grandchild of Lebanese and Syrian Catholics, people who were among the first Arab immigrants to Detroit, and his poetry book, Curriculum Vitae. And in that book, I found his poem, Sand Nigger, which you will not find on the website of the Academy of American Poets. The poem concludes thus: outside the house, my practice is not to respond to remarks. The name fits. I am a light-skinned nigger with black eyes and the look difficult to figure, a look of indifference, a look to kill. A Levantine nigger in the city on the strait between the Great Lakes Erie and St. Clair, which has a reputation for violence. An enthusiastically bad-tempered sand nigger who waves his hands, nice enough to pass, Lebanese enough to be against his brother, with his brother against his cousin, with cousin and brother against the stranger. Sand nigger, the term. 10 years ago, Hamid Dabashi, writing on the Al Jazeera website, recalled this: in the North American lexicography of racism, when new waves of immigrants entered the scene, and did not quite match the binary of white and black, the white supremacist racism designated the term sand nigger to assimilate the newcomers backward into what it knew. I first heard the nasty slur sand nigger in the 1970s as a graduate student at the University of Pennsylvania, where the nascent waves of new immigrants visible in the student body had occasioned the term among the racist fraternities. I'm interested that his experience in a classy milieu, an Ivy League university, mirrors my own among the well-groomed lads in our sports jackets and ties in a parochial high school in the North. In terms of the N-word, Randall Kennedy, speaking at the University of Illinois in 2001, said, "It is the epithet that generates epithets. It is why Arabs are called sand niggers, and Indians timber niggers, why Irish have been called the niggers of Europe, and Palestinians the niggers of the Middle East." A few years later, the difference was perhaps not as fine as it was at the beginning of the new century. In 2007, at Guilford College, a Quaker school in North Carolina where I had once interviewed for a job, 3 Palestinian students were beaten up by members of the football team and called sand diggers. It was long before October 7th that I noted casual pejorative comments about Palestinians as animals, comments passing without a lot of notice here in the West. I think I'm attuned to such, and a couple of years ago in Missouri, the police chief resigned when people called him on his Facebook post. He posted, "That monkey needs to be put down like the wild animal he is." This in reference to a video of what appears to be a traffic stop involving a black man. What was he representing? When I see this stuff, the popular talk around Palestinians, it feels like I'm looking into a mirror. Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to read 3 poems. I'm ecstatic to have been invited to be here. It's amazing to enter a space where one can speak, where one is invited to speak. I'm going to start by reading a poem from Alice Notley's Grave of Light. It's called In the Dark Eye. In the dark eye, pretend that I hold you. This sort of obsession is a political correction too. For the lover will find him, and the people are you. The next poem is from ETC. It's called Non-Disclosure Agreement. Are there things I can't say here? Things we've agreed there's no way to say? Are those tears in your eyes as you shush me to catch the chorus, land of the, home of the, insisting again on your version as you force me to stand with one hand held over as if to hide or shield my heart in the fog of feelings that don't matter unless they are the right ones, yours, as you usher in the suits, the uniforms, believe they can both die for and live to become someday as the arrests start because your objections are patriotism. And my objections are chaos. And you want me to listen to you first, but mostly you want me to hear the silence without me. Is it better? It must be better. Everyone will be so free and brave if I just and loving. The gun will lower, the hard gaze below the brim of the helmet behind the riot shield will soften and glow to resemble the face of the goddess Elsie and all of her incarnations, laughing, urging us all to indulge ourselves, healthy and happy until there is nothing but the sound of joyful cows singing, everyone almost crying with happiness, sniffling into the wadded paper napkins around the juicy burgers, slurping vanilla milkshakes, and weeping with gratitude for the cows and the country where everything is so wonderful. Everything is so wonderful. All the time, except there's a lot of, but it's treatable, absolutely, depression, not to mention pain. And if I would just shut the fuck up, stop voting, or say something nice for once, can't you say something nice? If you can't say anything nice, you should just be quiet and it will all be great again, just like it was before, immediately. And the third poem is about my abrupt retirement, occasioned by a pro-Palestinian post, and it's called Ghazal Gaza. What if the words of a poem could enter flesh like shrapnel, shatter bone, turn organs to mush. I'd hold my breath. I couldn't bear to smash a living being. Each life is hope made flesh. Some people want to claim honesty's dangerous. Hush. Words alone won't destroy a house or dismember flesh. The college I worked for brought George W. Bush to talk about leadership and character. News flash. He has nothing to say about either. Blabs some trash about art. He's doing oils, daubs of flesh-colored flesh for the veterans we betrayed for revenge and cash. Some people like to pretend to like art and flesh. When, in October, I said I understood the vengeance, harsh, of the oppressed, the provost said I was no longer flesh of their flesh. I resigned, fled the state, getting bashed in the mosh pit of history by haters desperate to flesh out my punishment, rape her, impoverish, wishes for my death, vows to mutilate my terrorist flesh. I saved the posts and messages, recorded the furious, hushed voices hissing, "I will kill you, cunt." One meaning of flesh, verb, is to give, to hound or hawk, dead game, to nosh, to incite it. I was that gobbet of bloody, rotting flesh. A figure of speech. Still, gigs and invitations vanish. So what? Here I am, alive, safe, allowed to put flesh of image on bone of fact. Gaza is being extinguished. Laura Mullen, my form is yours. My flesh, your flesh. Thank you.
I'm going to read from Alibi Lullaby first. Island for Silence. Scent of fennel in summer, midsummer nights, massacres continue. That crinkling shovel sound is muse or not. The sign's shape sign, flat as a verse. And nothing like lost knowledge, a shovel, the secret hello, the soldiers, news from the heart of the meter, blurry reconstruction, still standing on the corner, gutty lossy, the big star formation, the chance to understand something like hallucinations or power dynamics tip over, words not meant where massacres continue on summer nights. Night watch. Rearrange the disturbance itself in the field. The night, the baby. Whom should I send? The question don't fit. The drop stitch, it needed to go. Forgotten lament. The baby itself. No compass, but cement itself, the chosen agent. Gentle summons, illusion, urgency, agency. Outside the lines, can you hear me? Things themselves unfinished as children. Encounter in the ledger. Can you erase hunger? Dust shot on the ridge, fell for it in alignment. Light hitting the plant, bomb or leaf. Fusion jumps to conclusion. Fall under the apprehension of seeing and looking away. a scattering open across conditions of survival. Harmonic device, inner life, the instrument. And this is the image of articulation protected. Show it, the exact location overlooking a tree, any distant planet, exact conditions, alibi equals elsewhere. Your mirages claim a piece of evidence. Images remember the cadence. Think of others. And while I'm thinking of others, I'm thinking of Mahmoud Darwish. His poem, Think of Others, which is online, translated by Mohammed Shaheen for Interlink Books. Think of others. As you prepare your breakfast, think of others. Do not forget the pigeon's food. As you conduct your wars, think of others. Do not forget those who seek peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others, those who are nursed by clouds. As you return home to your home, think of others. Do not forget the people of the camps. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you liberate yourself in metaphor, think of others, those who have lost the right to speak. As you think of others far away, think of yourself. Say, if only I were a candle in the dark. Thank you.
Cole, I'm sorry, but you're muted right now.
Sorry about that. I'm going to start with a poem by May Ziadeh, a Lebanese Palestinian writer, translated by Rose Demaris, and it will be coming out in the next issue of Fence in the translation section, which will be coming out in the spring. It's titled Telepathy. Memory is a dead leaf at dusk. I feel it brushing up against you. Faustine, you're usually so warm, but tonight your plump lip twists into a tight bitten bud. Cool and distant, you stare as if careless into this fountain. You fooled the others, but I know why your eyes go velvet with shadow, then glossy with dream. They follow one imagined figure and fall, spent and brittle, on to that crystal plain. The sea is smooth, but tranquil waters don't please a heart so drunk on swallowed tears. You pine for summer's wilder waves. You dab on your old perfume to reawaken what has passed. Faustine, Faustine, you are sweet, naive. To your childlike soul, I know his melody clings like lullaby. And I'm now going to read a few pieces from a book titled Veer that will be coming out in the spring. Crows. Huge flocks of crows today, haunting their way out of autumn, calling, and austerity comes into being. A crow sent an arrow, and carefully, gently, it had all the soft falling of fall, and it was aiming, for who knows what the heart is or where it's going. And what about the sharp edges? Yes, maybe that's it. that the heart gets more and more pointed, and once fletched with the feathers of a crow, it becomes its own compass and scrambles the cardinal directions. Crows cawing the air, all of it, and climbing, bearing it raw into their evening and well beyond, cloaked in ghosts, and then off into their dark arcades, to occupy all of sound, a haunt of heart, and the whole outside world in a separate beat. And then they're off again, around the side of the hill, where they will live differently and forever. Hawk, as charged, a lamp in flight, as lit inside, as happens to the living when on edge. We all live on edges, of course, but the hawk can actually sculpt them, her wing being a blade, and its slice, its cut, opens things up, and some of them let in light. And yet shadow persists. Hawk, dark hawk against tree bark, hark darkening, its evening deepening, so that the distinction between hawk and tree becomes increasingly specious. A hawk came to me one night, or a hawk came to me in the night. I'm trying to think out this difference, but it's difficult, given the insistence of this hawk flying straight toward me. Or is it a falcon, or maybe an eagle? And as I'm toying with this problem of identity, yet another large raptor flies right on through me. A crow in a storm. Through a screen of rain, a single crow seen, a stain on the green of the tree that she's sheltering in, which darkens as the downpour increases, as does the sheet of rain, which is now almost as black as the crow, who feels more and more at home. Owl. A talon outward is darkness now pointed, articulated, double-jointed, flipping the night inside out, revealing its lining of tarnished silver, the backside of a mirror in which everything is again reversed. The owl, too, now inverted and shocked by the sight of the daylight inside her. Crow again. Why does the crow always win? Why is a crow always older than man? Older, in fact, than anything else in sight? What makes a crow always right? One had perched on a streetlight just coming on and became night. And I'm going to end with a couple of pieces from the wonderful anthology, Another Room to Live In, which was edited by Omar Barada and Sarah Riggs and published by Litmus Press. And it's a collection of 15 contemporary Arabic poets. And I'm going to start with one by the Kurdish poet Holan Haji, and these two poems are translated by Marilyn Hacker. To my youngest sister. Sister, I am you. Your shoes are little arcs for frightened animals. They are me looking at you. No dog barked when the two small strangers came to the blind orchard, where their grandfather's curse flapped overhead like the clatter of his shrine's door. You play the role of the prey. You are dying in a place I know like the palm of my hand, and I cry, tormented in a locked room. The ceiling fan questions your neck, your long, inscrutable silence. My own silence that unlooses the din of your heart, because everything is frightening now. The intruders are behind you. Stretch out like an invalid under the covers, you lose yourself in the clouds with the tears I begged you to hold back. Now my body is the sole site of my suffering. The kiss that waited so long to arrive on your cheek found it cold as a stone in the rain. And the next one, to Akad Nizam al-Din. And again, this is Holan Haji, translated by Marilyn Hacker. They speak to you of roofs, but what about the depths? The light of your eyes will be enough for you to leave by the tunnel drawn on the wall. Enter it without looking back. That metallic noise in the dusk is only the rust on the locks and the door hinges. You will cut into the cypress fruit to smell it, and you'll hum a tune as beautiful as you are. Your heart is your rowboat, and your dream will bring you back from beneath the earth. On the other side, there is a song I never listened to with you, and the school books you blasted apart with a rifle at the gun club because you venerate nothing. And I'm going to end with a last one by Sukaina Habiballa and translated by Yasmin Seal. And it's also in this anthology. Bedtime story. For years, says the granddaughter, I got it wrong. I see you taking out your teeth to plunge them every night in water. I alone drowned, tried to cry out, but the bubbles streaming from my mouth were powerless to help. Who are you in this story, grandmother or wolf? The trail of claw prints in my mind leads me straight into your hands. Who are you in this story, grandmother or wolf? No, it was not winter. Only your words combined with spray from your blank mouth like a blizzard chilling my bones. I looked for an escape, but the only one I found led straight to nightmares. I went in heedless. I went in shivering and came out soaked. I will never understand why it brought you such distress, because it warmed my nights. You wanted cold as tombs. Who are you in this story? Who are you in this story? And like the wet patch on my bed, for years I spread my fear in the sun to dry. The fear evaporated, but its smell remained, sharp, burning the eyes, every eye. I tried and could not. I tried and could not. I could not hide it. Everyone who set foot in my life detected it and ran away. And kept running, Milella, and kept running, Milella, leaving me here to blame you, your false teeth, your petrifying stories, the stones where your eyes should be. Now tell me, honestly, why was it so hard for you to love me like the grandmothers in all those bedtime stories you never told me? Thank you very much.
Hey Priscilla, you're on, but it looks like your video is maybe off.
Let's see. Okay, great. All right. Hi, everyone. Grateful to be a part of this. I'm going to begin with a poem published by Social Text called The Clockmen, which was a part of a collaboration in response to Nick Mertzoff's book, Seeing in the Dark. The Clockmen. All day the talk is lint. Committees meet and look at their calendars. The carpet hardly moves. The lobby doesn't even smell of corpses. It's Monday here. There's a salad bar here. In Rafah, a wall is blown off by somebody's son. He's gotten his life back on track now. His father doesn't cry outside his door anymore. A tiny nozzle missed the lettuce. The clock on each laptop jogs on its treadmill. At 12:31, the meeting resumes. No one looks at the sky anymore. Looking has gotten risky. Once I looked at a birthday cake and saw a president's face. It was burning there next to a piece of my cousin's bedroom. There were no balloons, but when I looked up, I saw a cloud inflating, round and swollen, dark around the edges, bleeding through with light, pulling more and more filament into her breasts, bright powdery hearts and fleshy grays folding into her, and still more dense, fast-moving bars and flat brown sheets that smothered the sun, curling into her mass until she was heaving. Large now, straddling the earth, bearing down. That day, we sang an old song and ate cake with our hands until we had to leave the world we knew behind. But there were some who stayed, gripping their keyboards, even as gales lifted the roof off their box, typing, "Fill out this meeting poll today. You must choose between 205 and 208. This next poem I'm going to read is called For Karima Aboud. It's a poem about a historical figure, the first Palestinian national photographer. With thanks to Julie Rivera and Project Envoy for their invitation to this project, and also with Steve, who's going to be reading soon, and my friend Adri Rose for helping me work it out. For Karima Aboud. Yours was a world all in its place. Your baby brother tucked into his mother's bed, like Galilee was tucked into her Palestine, with that faraway look in her eyes, asking all those questions of the mustache and the dove-necklaced dusk, the organ cooing night. There you are in that unshaken globe, rising so light can find your arms, moving furiously toward the secret chamber of your camera. At 17, you looked where I looked and saw Bethlehem painted slick with pink and soapy whites. No reenactors were hired that morning. The birds woke and found a sesame candy bar teeming with larvae. A shopkeeper's sleeves danced with pine-pricked light as he wiped the dust off a cup. Nothing held still but your finger choosing where to freeze the hour. 1919 Palestine, a silver life. Yes, we were acrobats, standing on a bottle-propped chair. Shy young mothers of peach-cheeked babes with fine thread along our hips. Yes, we were peasants memorizing the beetles of the fields, old men breathless among Sebastia's columns. We were crowned Miss Palestine of Akka with pearls down to our waist. And we were barefooted teens pulling water from a Nazareth's well with a half smile and a palm to shade our eyes. Yes, we were that perfumed city kid, briefly immaculate for you, Our Lady, our national photographer. But time rushed in. And when you took another picture, your baby brother had fallen from the bell tower, and there were soldiers grabbing a shopkeeper by his sleeves. And when you looked again, Zionists were photographing the planes, plucking postcards from apartments. Oh, photographer of the sun, after your death, we knocked on the water tank and suffocated among smugglers. Still, your camera returns us, tall and tan, to our towns and our farms. Oh, we are the land's lavish fruits. I'm going to turn it over now to Eleni.
Hello, I'm Eleni Stakopoulos. I'm going to begin with two poems by the Palestinian poet and novelist Hiba Abu Nada, translated from the Arabic by Huda Fakhreddin. Abu Nada was killed by an occupation airstrike in her home in Gaza at the age of 32. She should be here with us, reading her poetry, just as all the Palestinian poets, writers, scholars, and many journalists who have been murdered should be here and free to speak. We will continue speaking in their memory and in solidarity with all Palestinians. Seven skies for the homeland. In our lungs is a homeland, and on our breath, an exile. The homeland that rushes in our veins as our footsteps edge toward it. It grows in the groves of sorrow, a vine of strangers, glances like tears hanging. It gifted us its tune and gave up all the singing. Can we deny it? Can it deny us when it is our blood and we have mastered the bleeding? In our books, hunger and bread are synonyms, light and darkness, all broken shards. I have learned to find hope in the extremes of love and rain clouds in the desert of rhymes. It's a homeland that returns to us naked, but knows how to wrap us around it like robes. In our blood, it hides seas and launches ships with our heartthrobs. It tucks its sidewalks in our pillows and its cities in our dreams. Will it slumber in us for eternity and continue to invent time again and again? Like these olive trees that stand as strangers, their color and taste alien, there is no room for us in this universe. Like a narrow corridor, it closes in. It's as if we were scandals, our longing a crime, and the love of our country a sin. Not just passing. Yesterday, a star said to the little light in my heart, we are not just transients passing. Do not die. Beneath this glow, some wanderers go on walking. You were first created out of love, so carry nothing but love to those who are trembling. One day, all gardens sprouted from our names, from what remained of hearts yearning. And since it came of age, this ancient language has taught us how to heal others with our longing, how to be a heavenly scent, to relax their tightening lungs, a welcome sigh, a gasp of oxygen. Softly, we pass over wounds. like purposeful gauze, a hint of relief, an aspirin. Oh, little light in me, don't die. Even if all the galaxies of the world close in. Oh, little light in me, say, enter my heart in peace. All of you, come in. Finally, I want to honor the words of the poet and novelist Nasser Rabah, translated by Alex Tan. Rabah lives in Gaza, and he is taking part in this global reading today. The dream is the cane I lean on, so that my path might continue to unfurl. And the dream becomes reality if I believe in it. It is a verbal blueprint for the architecture of future days. I dream of a free Palestine, of a state and a flag. I dream that my poem will be sung by generations to come.
I'm Camille Roy, really happy to be here. And my thanks to all participants and the support staff. I'm going to read a few poems, mostly by Palestinians, and then one by myself. This is Lina Abu Taleb. It's called Languaging Memory. You, we, I. Do you remember? He was your age now. Tall, the rifle, 4, then 7, then 10. Qalandia, Ramallah, September, Yarmouk, Kuwait. Can you say the name? Everyone wants futility. Let them languish and despair, disguising pride and cowardice. I am born in fugitive, the cover of eternity clothing me. If not this life, the next. If not us, the next. They will forget. I list massacres in my head by the decade. What has been stolen cannot be said. What do I know of theft? What do I know of loss? My lungs permanently damaged from the tear gas. I'm scared for my womb. April, the fear of motherhood. What was I supposed to tell him? Miriam called. Did they think one begets emptiness? Father of what? The strikes left on me like an infant suckling. My daughter will hold them as I have, like her mother. She will grow into her mother, the banner of fire setting her aflame. The prison, the sound bombs, the stampedes. I grew up with hands tracing the walls in search of radios, training paranoia. My mother's daughter, her eyes and her will. I know the shape war leaves. I too played between the abandoned homes, stuck my fingers through the bullet holes like a portal, a looking glass into the other side, imagining the width of despair as if I am not made of my mother's fractured hips and begotten memory. I still know the shape of the bunker. We spent 20 years not eating lentils afterwards. Would you give birth in Palestine? I can no longer wait. I remember forever now, embraced in the still death, how memory becomes tangible, genetics permanently altered. I speak like my father. How beautiful you are, Habibi, to Bernie. I'll see you on the other side, our children naming the fruits. This is Nima Hassan. In Gaza, a mother never sleeps. She listens to the dark, searches its edges, sorts out sounds, sound by sound, to select a suitable story to read her kids to sleep. When they sleep, She stands up to shield them from death. A mother in Gaza does not cry. She folds up fear, rage, and prayers in her lungs and waits for the hum of warplanes to fade, then exhales. A mother in Gaza is not like other mothers. She bakes bread with her own eyes' salt. She feeds her children to the homeland. Omer Sakar. Sometime in the genocide, it was a Thursday when thousands of the murdered passed through me, ungentle as any love parting. I ate my dinner on the floor, cold as God, hairy as any animal. I tried to hold them. I think I reached out at least, shuddering. They did not slow their passage, and with them went every feeling. This is untitled. Once was hawk in a dream. High up I rose as the scroll of the land revealed itself. I found my people at the place after fire, a place sufficient for small creatures, but not for us. As we were told, a storyteller came through, but he convulsed in his tears, refused to leave. A man named Salmon dug up food that had been buried under a cairn. All that we could eat existed. Much walking in silence. Someone found a gate and held it open. The old perfection of forms called us. We have the vigor of equivalence. We'll build a city from scraps of cloth. So I'm going to now turn it over to Lindsay Bolt.
This is Lindsay Bolt. I am the editorial director of Nightboat Books, and I am speaking to you from Lisan Ohlone land, Oakland, California. And I'll be reading some poems by Edward Salem, the author of Monk Fruit, which came out this fall. So here we go. Ode to blank blank. Take off your pants as you read this. Push them down to your ankles. Keep your underwear on. Don't be gross. Open Instagram, close Instagram. Open Instagram, close Instagram for 2 minutes straight, which may feel absurd. What are the odds you've seen slain Palestinians with your pants down if you kept Instagram open? Don't resent me for this line of questioning. This bearable conflation, like magenta carnations at the mass grave. The actions I'm asking you to take in this poem is, you decide. Just do something. Assassinate Biden's corpse. Give what you can. Hi, it's Bisan. I'm still alive. I'm sorry for the disturbing video. There are no more universities, no business as usual, no words. Lavender, coke, white phosphorus. Come to daddy, finish the job, give what you can. All proceeds go to the most moral army in the world, wiping out entire families from the public registry, mowing the lawn, poppies, child amputees, Motaz, Plestia, help us evacuate, armed settlers, Jewish Voice for Peace, Sean King, Rami, pinkwashing, Aaron Bushnell, red triangle, red line, Tatrees, parachutes, losing your degree, from the river to the sea, helicopter lost in the mountains, no excuse, to look away, deny, or defend the genocide. The second Nakba, the ongoing Nakba, Nakba 2.0. If I must die, GoFundMe, The Pier, Uncommitted, Art Build, Hind Rajab, Tunnels, Signal Threads, Bird Dogging, Kibbutz Blinken, Rifat Al-Arir's Kite, Targeting Journalists, Strawberries, Hollow Consulting and Tourism, Pepper Spray, Aid Trucks, Sinwar Stick, Drone Strikes, Board of Regents, U.S.-made bombs, Marriage Among Tents, Rashida Tlaib, Shadow Band, Forced Starvation, Bella Hadid, Doxed, Beheaded Babies, Never Biden, Student Encampments, Fuck Bernie, Fuck CNN, Diasporic Judaism, Internet Outage, At Meta, Barricades, Jerusalem, Liberated Zone, Genocide, Crossing into Egypt, ceasefire, $5,000 per adult, watermelon, atrocity fatigue, Hamas, eSIMs, Hamas, Elbit Systems, ICJ, PAC-B, SIOS, Teach-In, Pariah State, Instagram, settler colonialism, demolished hospitals, Hind Hall, court support needed, Salam, Kola, Freedom Flotilla, resignations, Wawag, hostage exchange, car rally, BDS, return, Ismail Haniya, IOF, repost, Israel, Naksa, Palestinian prison literature, velour blankets, movement lawyers, general strike, Satan Yahoo, anti-Zionist, General Assembly, disrupting a weapons manufacturer, right to resist, mutual aid, ground operation, infants freeze to death, normalization, apartheid, Western media, manufactured famine, Macklemore, disappearing students, Starbucks, skunk water, deported by ICE, globalize the Intifada, let Gaza live. The Palestinian chair. God said, and already you can tell I'm making this up, if you lift a rock, I am there. If you lift a finger, I am there. If Blackwater rips out your fingernails, I am there, God said. If you're strapped into the contraption the Israelis told the CIA they call the Palestinian chair, hands tied to your ankles, forcing you to lean forward in a crouch, forcing all of your weight onto your thighs as if you've been trapped in the act of kneeling to pray, knees suspended above the floor, arms pinned below your legs, blindfolded, your head collapsed into your chest, wheezing and gasping for air, a pool of urine at your feet, too tired to cry, but in too much pain to remain silent, locked into a permanent squat from which you can't recover. I am there. God said, when 20 million Yemenis become silhouettes under pallid veils of skin, dying of starvation in 2016, 2020, 2024, 2028, 2032, while you scarf down Lam Agda at Yemen Cafe in Hamtramck, I am there. After life is over, you realize that you were there for all of it. It was all you. Dabbles. The African Bead Museum is falling apart. A GoFundMe has been started. There are already so many GoFundMes going around. Lately, life is like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, but instead of Kevin Bacon, it's Gazans fleeing genocide. But Detroit has needs too, I'm reminded. Or do I mean poor Black Americans who once placed their hopes in Obama? We're learning how to ride the internet like an unbroken horse. We're giving money to each other, $100, $25. Sometimes a famous poet will give $500 and leave their name up. The Dead Sea Scrolls of the future could be screenshots of a poet's donations, or Gazan faces, or bejeweled mirrored mosaics falling from rotten cladding. Thanks, everyone. That was Edward Salem. Free Palestine.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Dickinson, and really grateful to be here with all of you, and a special thanks to Ghazal, Vince, and all the crew, everybody doing the organizing and all these sessions today. I'm going to read one poem. It is called Syllabary. I'll read about the first half of the poem. It's a longish poem. And yes, Syllabary. See your tear, big as a coffee spill. Maybe it's mine. Words get delivered by dreams, so belief's not required. If I hadn't gone back to sleep, it would have landed at the neighbors or in one of those red velvet seats in the audience. Miriam Boulos, her photograph found. It reads, I love you to death in Arabic. Characters, red marker, that's how it is. Theater Versailles, Beirut, winter, November 2013. Theater named after France's Sun King is defunct. Part of what's beautiful in the photo is that. Last night, the afternoon dose of Yemeni coffee, rose petal milk cake in honor of the Yemenis, induced a kind of artificial somnolence, sleep where you feel you recognize yourself to be sleeping through a madcap string of rooms. The School of Circus Arts had to draw pictures. What was done was too terrible for the eye of any camera to hold inside. The donkey in the waste of its blood, eyes wide as day, night-lighted earth, where is no theater, none is meant. Rideau or curtain or drapeau or banner or sheath, pinwheel of orange sparks, child's moving arm, their small voice is not meant to sound under collapse of all that is. Unearthed still says adhered to the earth, doesn't it? Words won't agree to approximate, nor touch, nor salve, olive child, her moving hand, breath envelope holding. Amjad refuses to take my money for his work. Holding in the sound a syllable that's not a word, mouth that won't bring itself to shape and sound any word, syllabary been emptied in advance of its words. Clouds aren't meant to rise blood red from the bed of the street. The road, the wreck, who's seen before that dark, swollen red as a cloud, as twin clouds erupted counter the sky. What has always been night until it couldn't be that. The dream that's trying to get in wants you asleep first. Giant crow, aren't you the raven clicking its click song? How would turning pictures into words do anything? Adding words to pictures, pouring music over this, or into its veins, or onto what's spilling from them. Dream that's dying to get in needs sleep become present. Gently lifted while asleep and carried from the car, it's winter in that mental picture, cold air alive, carried from car to bed as if by dream while sleeping, being lifted and carried while alive, breathing air. Many buildings and numbers fit into great long blocks. You're not carrying with you anything they can use. I fled down some metal stairs to where, as it gets told, this mental traveler moving, unpowered, unwilled, as if, say you're the mom, you're walking, you would stumble, you can stumble upon it, your hand is drawn to touch. They're metal, made to look like food or candy or trash. Somebody designed this, sketched it out, a proposal for approval by the client of the army of. It's harder to hear when I can't see your eyes moving. The neighborhood where they throw out more food than they eat. I'm not brave, the guy said. If you yell at me, I cry. Everything pretty much one carries is contraband. You who'd lost everything, who I hadn't spoken with, appeared in the dream in the open chair beside me. What can be seen doesn't need to be comprehended. What can't be comprehended over again. Even made of exhaustion collapsing on itself. Who petition for relief from hell wins containment. The sentences being pronounced keep making noises as faint to mask, shield, absolve, excuse, dissociate. We'll have eaten and ate, planted outside city gate, the thousand on thousand on thousand on thousandfold. Dove ruckus, oriole, quail, red finch, cardinal femme, hummingbird siphoning up how many times its weight, wild burros trained by tourists to stand in the street. Las Vegas in the parking lot outside the Gold Spike. I sat in the car and listened to the radio. It was this story of his sister, her brother, who, having given permission to be pre-recorded, every sound that's sounding takes shape closely between them, the voices and our radio interlocutor. Nothing disturbing, a drift of tone, a lay of phrase, as if there's no outside, no entity that issues evacuation orders. What evacuates what? For this dream, someone translates what another one speaks on the fly. What's said is transcribed as lines in a poem. Light blue dust in place of what should be the sky, the air. While you slept, you've entered the valley of light blue dust. Drag the baby from the crevice next to the boy who's 5. Any tool meant on behalf of people forbidden, since destroyed, seen. All they know how to do is destroy. We were tired and wanted to talk, so we lay down. It felt good touching you, even with my hand in dream. Resting in the streets, not prescribed since raw industry reignites with one truck, wordless driver at the wheel. Framing one picture by laying it over top one other picture, somewhat larger, contrasting in tone, upright spines of books imitating piano keys. How photo pages with no text will be felt to be opaque in terms of transparency, yet legible by other terms of vision, say, opacity holds. The intrusion entered through the mirror to the room, foregrounded yellow-pink rose, not the Damascene rose. Someone's mother in focus, a rose-colored hoodie, green swing set, still itself, amid brown smoke drift of bomb. Who's not looking into the mirror you're seeing out? Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Hasib Hirani. Welcome to the Australian and Aotearoa New Zealand section of the third global reading for freedom of expression and solidarity with Palestine. I'm dialing in from Gadigal country and we have over 30 performances today, and they'll be dialing in from numerous sovereign nations across the continent. It's been 3 years now of censorship and targeting of authors across the continent because of their stance against genocide. So it feels really important to be able to share our work and our voices despite the desperate attempts at unwriting them. Rather than reading my own work today, I'm going to share an excerpt from Ali Smith's Glyph, which articulates so well what I've been returning to on days where our resistance feels particularly difficult. I hope it galvanizes you the way it does me. A tyrant runs a country. He does this via a lot of other people doing this tyrant's work for him. They do it partly because they think he'll kill them or their families if they don't, and partly because it makes them feel powerful too. One of the things you're not allowed to say in this country is that the tyrant is a tyrant. Anyway, the tyrant wakes up one morning to find there's this person out there who is going around telling the populace the tyrant is a tyrant and encouraging them to say so out loud to each other. So the tyrant has the person followed, then attacked, then beaten up and stripped of all their money. Then he has the person arrested, put in prison, and occasionally tortured and starved and kept alone in the cold. But the person doesn't seem broken by any of it. The person still seems light as anything, and when anybody catches a glimpse of the person, like a guard or another prisoner, amazingly, the person is warm, witty, even funny, while still pointing out, in all their warmth and lightness and funniness, that the tyrant is a tyrant. So the tyrant has the person killed. He tells everyone in the country that the person who was his opponent has died of natural causes, though everybody knows the person has been killed. He forbids people to see the body or mourn the dead opponent publicly, and when the person's funeral takes place, he forbids people to go to the funeral. Then after the funeral, he has the body dug up secretly, and secretly has it burnt. Secretly, he keeps the ash that used to be the person who opposed him in a sealed container, and he keeps the container in a safe, inside a larger safe, in a vault, in another vault, in a cellar purpose-built deep in the ground in one of his big houses. One night, when he's in that big house, the tyrant can't sleep because he keeps hearing this little trembling noise, like if you could hear the sand fall inside an egg timer, or like mortar crumbling just a little, very tiny deposits of stone coming loose every few minutes inside one of the walls of his bedroom. Then the tyrant starts to hear this noise all around the house too. So he goes to stay at another one of his big houses. He has a lot of big houses. But wherever he is, whichever house he stays in, whichever of their rooms he's in, He can still hear the noise. So he goes to spend a week on his giant yacht. His giant yacht is even more luxurious than his houses and as big as a floating street. He lies down on the bed in the master bedroom and closes his eyes, but there it is, even miles out at sea, the sound of stone slowly and steadily turning to powder. Wherever he is, he hears something crumbling. It's all he can hear, it's all he can think about. He wakes up again one night and he sits upright in his bed. He knows it's the ash of the opponent. It's the ash in that container that is making everything tremble. So the tyrant goes back to his big house and has the cellar opened and the vaults opened and the safes opened. He takes the container and he comes up out of the vaults into the rest of the house, into one of his luxurious bathrooms. He locks the door. He unseals and unscrews the lid of the container. He empties all that's in it into his gold toilet. He stands there in his bathroom, making as sure as he can that he's got it all out of there. He even puts a finger under a tap to wet it and runs it round the insides of the container. He holds the finger well away from him, one-handedly drops his trousers, urinates on the ash in there, then he flushes the toilet, then he flushes again. He washes and brushes his hands and his nails very hard till his hands are raw, wrist to nail tips. He goes out to the little dock at the back of his house, fills the container that used to hold the ash with stones from his beach, and throws it as far as he can into the sea. That's done it. That's done with. That's better. He goes back inside, back to bed. An hour later, he wakes up in a sweat. Is there maybe still some residue of the ash there under his fingernails? He goes through to a different beautiful bathroom and scrubs himself all over with a brush. Then he goes back to bed. The next morning, the first thing he does is he sends several divers out in scuba suits to find that container in the water. He tells them if they don't find it, he'll send them and their partners and parents to the arks and their children to the circuses. He instructs the scientists in charge of his space program to prepare something imminently to send a piece of debris as far from the planet as they can. It takes a few families sent off to a few centers, but in the end, one of the scuba divers comes to the surface with it. The scientists strap it, stones and all, inside a rocket and send the rocket into outer space. But now, the tyrant is worrying that when he was shaking the rubble of the person out of the container into the toilet bowl, he ingested some of the ash. That would mean some of the person who was his opponent is now inside him. He goes out for a walk with his dogs and his bodyguards. He worries that the ash might be in the air he's breathing. A maid pours him a glass of water at lunchtime. He worries about the ash in the water system. Now he doesn't want to eat. He can't eat anything. He's scared to drink. He finds it hard to breathe. He closes his eyes to the sky. His opponent is the sky. His opponent isn't just inside the walls of whatever room he's in. His opponent is the walls. His opponent is lapping at the side of his boat, at the side of his dock. His opponent is the water. His opponent is the air. His opponent isn't just this world. His opponent is the universe. But does that mean he'll now try to destroy it all? The water, the air, the universe? Maybe he'll try. Why not? He's mad. He's a tyrant. He thinks he's all powerful. But look at what real power is. The person he turned into a mound of nothing but rubble, nothing but smoke and ash, is the opposite of destroyed. His opponent is everywhere. His opponent is everything. Thank you. We've got some great performances lined up for the rest of this session, so enjoy the next 2 hours and stream in for as much as you can.
Hi everyone, I'm coming from Ngunnawal country today. I'd like to first thank Hasib for organising this and helping to organise this incredible showing of poets representing solidarity from this region, and also Hazal and everybody organising this. I'm going to read a poem by the Aboriginal poet Ujiri Nunakal, and I get some of this material, explanatory material, from a blog by Susanna Fullerton. In November 1974, Ujuru Nunukal was flying from London to Australia. The BOAC plane had stopped at Dubai airport when suddenly it was stormed by hijackers. Over the course of the next 3 days, one passenger was killed and another wounded. The plane flew to Tripoli and then to Tunis, where those on board were finally released. And this poem Ujuru Nunukal wrote on a napkin, and the poem is called Yusef Hijacker. Yusef, my son, what do you do here with your dreamy eyes that tell of moonlight and sun and the warm touch of a girl's embrace? The love you feel for children pours from your heart, and it's easy to see since you wear it on your sleeve. The soft lines around your mouth tell of endearments you dare not speak. Your tired eyes have seen blood and tears, fear and contempt. I see you in the moonlight, relaxing, contented in a girl's embrace. But reality clouds my vision, for there you stand, erect, alert, caressing, a repeating rifle in your desert-strong, sunburned hands. The final poem I'm going to read is a poem that I wrote for the former ambassador to Palestine, from Palestine to Australia, His Excellency Izzat Abdul Hadi. I had the pleasure of spending some time with him and talking about many things, including conducting an interview with him. And I wrote this while he was going back to Palestine, returning to his homeland. Down to the ocean you are falling. You are falling down to the ocean, onto a pebbled shore. The winds follow you, and you follow those winds, which you too have chosen. Rocking on the swell, one more night. Floating on the deep, stay against the stream. Wake upon the ground, into your mother's bosom, the risen civilization. I'm going to pass the baton now on to the next reader. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, my name is Eva Birch. I'm streaming in from Woiwurrung country in Melbourne. I'll be reading two of my own poems. Warm all week. Thanks for telling me how to say hi and welcome in Bunjalung on my birthday. Jingiwala. I kept it warm in my mouth all week. It was the only thing. It was the only thing that made sense while everyone was dying and everyone else was wanting to die. Did you see my queen on the kayak stopping the boat? Did you see? What did you see? Did you hear our queen speak of love? Of the love of the Yemeni Houthis stealing ships from the Red Sea? What should we talk about? Let's talk about Palestine. Let's talk about our bodies and our clothes, our work and our homes. Let's keep teaching. Let's keep learning how to say hello. Sleeping as Pakua. The night you slept in Butte Chaumont, a nurse in a green dress visited you, brought you an iPad, Doritos, and a Mars bar. The night you slept in Butte Chaumont, the park was made into a hospital with clean beds for everyone. The park became a hospital, and the hospital became a park. The nurses were arriving in green dresses, state mandated like grass, like the nuns in Thailand, covered in lavender. That night, the nurses were proudly using their voices. Squat the lot, Calais, they said. Squat the lot, Calais. And everyone from outside the periphery came inside, and we left to go home to Australia. When we got back to Australia, we got permanent part-time jobs. The neural pathways that finally allowed us to surrender to being uninteresting were as big as a river. Bigger than the arteries in your arm where the heroin went in. Bigger than the arteries in my uterus where the plastic particles went in. We were trying to find somewhere to hide in Royal Park. The hospital was becoming a university, and the university was becoming a hospital, sharing an aim of turning units of money into units of artillery. I was having a stroke, remembering when you camped overnight in King's Domain and ate possum cooked on the fire on your birthday. I had my own way of contributing, making a chocolate cake to take to your parents on their massive property. The night you slept in Butte Chaumont, a nurse in a green dress visited you. You were getting hard. Things had just started getting harder for you. I'm writing to tell you that it seems like everything just keeps getting harder and harder and harder. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Magini, and I'm in St. Kilda, which is Boonwurrung country. I'm just going to read a bit of this book, Let's Shake on It. Acupoint, wooden body, front, also attached with balloon, attached to, code is called by the liberation of to cut. The KE postal coercion sash, river to a the, scorpion, the 10 that time, a total of deer, marmoset, they should be sand for rescue, since trap is small and should be. The by, from the beginning of the public, one, the land, and the social knock that must arise from it back possess, one. Let the marmoset hair pretend to be a Taoist disaster and shake it once. He thinks that if NA level is ruled, compares he the solution in meters, take his place. 10 are the simplest, the most worthy 3. This also lost is. So it also same finds, receives to the extent and with, reached his sensitive at own people. Therefore, flesh combined, microphone, the dagger, workers are scattered, and competitions, the 53, and the work formed the with. There was to time not. When the struggle begins at the same time as its existence, from life, therefore, people who are separated are work hard, difference one, situation one, step. Such as 4 pairs of stand, cut and stick, 4 of the even special part, rubo, right place follower. The 2, 1 is pew, 110, k, 11 plus 11, 111, house. Rest of time, rest of the time. Assume he, so Taz, attached, sour, they. He know everything. He does do with what to proposed. E10, to benefit how from. Dear affiliated class, inexorable is not nations economic, the struggle of the superior to carry out. He made a tenant. Guys, come to rectify the new one, make the wood. Zero everything, quick confusion, some things and ding. In the flooded class extinguished, only stinging mushrooms every day exist. Indeed, one's material boiled teach. Appendix 4 of the 4 in the destroyer, 5, 3, 15, guarantee the 2, 1 tendons because 1 of this with as one would. Destroy into no bath to tip. 113 embedded. There is one production, one child. 0 by the accompany. 2, 2, no, 0 by 0. Since the music box is now and the big has limit, Justin said. Are people no longer clothed with that? Therefore, you 9 as people, private property soon destroyed. The it, dear, is vitality once destroyed. Take the golden seedlings and smash them into powder. The immortals forget. Now dagger age, too old, the 5. Quietly the unguarded beggar hit. Smashed and the end child's milk judgment of the 1. Set land edition, he et al., the British stew, with the disappearance of the stew, became hung, shaken in the 11, steep and it of the ermine, level body mane, about the round pock look. Thank you.
I'm speaking from Ngunnawal and Wiradjuri country. It's an honor to send solidarity to the Palestinian people. I'm going to read poems written by Mahmoud Darwish, and I'm not the first to read poems by him, and I won't be the last at this reading, I'm sure. Darwish was the author of the 1988 Palestinian Declaration of Independence, a member of Raqqa, the Israeli Communist Party, and for a brief period, a member of the PLO Executive Committee, as well as an incredible poet. I'll read a poem, Cuban Anthems, relevant for today because it's about international solidarity, translated by Hadil Jamal. Cuban Anthems. I touched neither the sugar cane nor the green land. I did not ride a fisherman's boat in the Caribbean. I did not splash a drop of water. I did not stay at a hotel for tourists and strangers. I did not get drunk in Havana on the sweat of the poor. I did not dip my pen in the wound of the wretched and miserable. I did not read Cuban poetry, but I have of Cuba things and more. For the words of revolution are light, read in all languages, and the eyes of the revolution are a sun that reigns in all weddings. And the anthem of the revolution is a melody known by all bells. And the flag in Cuba is held by the revolutionary in the Ores, and the roots of revolution, no matter how many branches they grow, they sprout from the same barricade, and the blue, red, and green flame sparks from the same anger. So keep warm and kindle another fire, you people who feel cold. Now I'll read Poetic Regulations. This poem is from Why Have You Left the Horse Alone, 1995, translated by Amir El-Zayn and edited by Munir Akash and Carolyn Forshey, also by Darwish. Poetic Regulations. The stars had only one task. They taught me how to read. They taught me I had a language in heaven and another language on earth. Who am I? Who am I? I don't want to answer yet. May a star fall into itself, and may a forest of chestnut trees rise in the night towards the Milky Way with me, and may it say, remain here. The poem is above and can teach me whatever it wishes. It can teach me to open a window and to manage my household in between legends. It can wed me to itself for a while. My father is below, carrying 1,000-year olive tree that is neither from the east nor the west. Let him rest from the conquerors for a while and be tender with me and gather iris and lily for me. The poem leaves me and heads for a port whose sailors love wine and never return twice to the same woman. They have neither regrets nor longing for anything. I haven't died of love yet, but a mother sees in her son's eyes the fear carnation harbour for the vase. She cries to ward off something before it happens. She cries for me to return alive from destiny's road and live here. The poem is neither here nor there, and with a girl's breast it can illuminate the nights. With the glow of an apple, it fills 2 bodies with light, and with a gardenia's breath it can revive a homeland. The poem is in my hands and can run stories through her hands. But ever since I embraced the poem, I squandered my soul and then asked, who am I? Who am I? Thanks.
Nā mihi tuatahi kia tangata whenua o te tara o te ika a Māui. E hia ana au ki te mihi I ngā tangata o Gaza me te mate o te tini o a rātou tangata Palestine. Mai te awa ki te moana, whakatau mai ki runga ki te kaupapa I tēnei rā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. When you want to understand, just look at the plants. We use our hands and we turn over the soil and the worms wriggle and we plant the seeds even though permanence is not guaranteed. We know that roots can move deeply down into the earth's inner limbs. We know that tears are seeds and so are words and so are dreams. We know that if you truly belong to the land, then you don't dredge the volcanic mountains to build roads, and you don't dig up the wetlands, and you don't disturb the mangroves, and you don't value progress over continuity, and you don't drop so many bombs that it's the equivalent to dropping 2 atomic bombs into the soil that was once abundant with life. We love our land because it's a part of us, with the rocks in our throat and in our hands hurling the tanks back. We gently ask Papa Tuanuku if we may take from her. And as we speak to the rocks, we grind into paint that we write our names with and tell our stories to and paint our bodies with. We know that our names exist in an ever-growing circle that encompasses everything and will exist forever. We will protect and care for each rock and each blade of grass, and the rocks that are red like our blood will bleed onto the earth from between our thighs and grow life even in the worst of situations. We know how this began with papal bulls, legitimizing death and land theft, and that this is the whakapapa of Europe, and that this was invented through privatization and the enclosure of space where people could share, but sharing stops short of endless growth, especially if some can climb while others will fall. We know only of Europe that sought to homogenize differences everywhere, to become one but not many. When you want to understand, just look at the plants. Seeds taken, seeds stolen, traded and taken and sowed in land stolen, traded and taken. We know the ravages of empire are evident on every leaf and in every drop of water across the oceans, skies and land. We have lit a small fire that will become bigger and wake up the sleeping taniwha beneath the mountains that we belong to. We know that we must walk a path against the house of money and the powerful. And those who dredge our water and dig into our ocean and cut the arteries of our lands, only to put cows on them and steal our water and bottle it and send it across seas, and steal the food of our uncles and aunties who live in our homesteads, keeping the ahika burning, the fires of occupation will burn. And today we too say enough is enough, and that we are the inheritors of the true builders of our nation, and that the land of milk and honey always was and always will be our land from the river to the sea, because none of us are free unless all of us are free. Kia ora.
My name is Richard von Sturmer, and I stand with the people of Gaza. I'm reading 3 poems from a collection of poetry, slender volumes. The first one, All My Bodies. As a wolf, I entered a cave. As a deer, I ran through the forest. As a hawk, I flew over the fields. As a shark, I swam in the ocean. As an ant, I carried a leaf. As a porcupine, I shook my quills. As a lizard, I lay in the sunlight. As a cat, I cleaned my whiskers. As a gorilla, I parted the long grass. As a boy, I rolled down a hillside. One body going around and around and around, with fur, fins, scales, arms, legs, and feathers. The next one is the cypress. Small bees are swarming around the cypress tree by the back steps. Looking into a dark gap in the foliage, I watch the bees coming and going through a hole in the trunk. They've made their hive inside the tree and are gathering pollen from the flowers in our garden. Golden bees, green cypress, and a god or a goddess, Apollo or Artemis in the background. I place my hands palm to palm and bow to the bees. The top of the cypress tree sways overhead. And the last one is the heron. Early evening, the sun setting behind Hillsborough, and a heron in the same place as yesterday, patrolling an expanse of grass by the lagoon, picking out worms from the rain-damp earth. Nearby, motorbike traffic streams past in both directions, each vehicle with their lights on, forming glittering chains. In an hour, it will be dark. The heron will return to its tree. A head will be placed on a pillow. Nothing to think about. The end of another day.
Kia ora, ko Nirvana tōku ingoa. My name is Nirvana. I'll be reading a poem by Fahmida Riaz. Fahmida Riaz was a poet, writer, and activist in Pakistan. Her writing was anti-imperialist and feminist, and she founded the magazine called Awaz in Karachi in the 70s. I'll be reading a poem called Falastini by Riaz, and following the Urdu writing of it, I'll also be reading Purna Swami's English translation of the writing. So here it goes. फ़लस्तीनी फ़लस्तीनियों की खाना जंगी से मुतासिर होकर शिद्दत गम ने फ़लस्तीनी को दीवाना किया परा परा करके अपने नंग का वो सीधा बोल अपने नाखून करके पैवस्त एक गुल्लू अपना पंजा उसने अपने ही लहू में भर लिया अपनी लाशें अपने कातिल अपनी घोर अपने कफन अपना दामन हाथ अपने अपना काफ अपना दहान हाँ यही है आलम दीवानापन वो यातिम ए अर्ज था रंदा ए दरगाह ए आलम बेसहारा बेखता, साजिशों की रात में शब खून का मारा हुआ, निर्घे ए अदा में बेजिगरे से सरगर्म एस्तीस, हल्का ए अहबाब में तन्हा रहा, दुश्मनी और दोस्ती के वार सब सहता रहा, उसके जख्मी कसाए सर से लहू बहता रहा. Now I'll be reading the English translation of it by Purna Swami, Palestinian, upon being moved by the Palestinian resistance. The ferocity of grief drove the Palestinian mad, tearing at the battered chest of his honor, piercing his nails through his throat. He filled his palm with his own blood, with his corpses, his assassins, his graves, his shrouds, his foot, his hands, his palm, his own mouth. Yes, this is the order of madness. He was an orphaned land, expelled from the door of this world, helpless, blameless, ambushed, in the dark night of conspiracy, besieged by enemies, battling fearlessly. He was alone among friends. He faced the blows of animosity, affection too. Blood gushed and gushed from his wounded head. Who knows what his heart said to the heart of the world? At last his head split in two halves, his goblet shattered to pieces. Ah, but there is a weight on the calm of every night, on the barbs and curses, sent from those safe houses in the age of revolution. The sound of someone's head dripping. The ferocity of grief drove the Palestinian mad. Thank you very much for listening.
Tena koto katoa. My name is Balmohan Shingade. For freedom of expression and solidarity with Palestine, I'd like to share with you, from Titirangi in Aotearoa, New Zealand, a poem I heard sung at the site of a protest in New Delhi, India, by the Hindustani singer Shubha Mudgal, a poem in Urdu by Habib Jalib from Pakistan, called Dastur, meaning system or structure. दीप जिसका महल्ला तही में जले, छंद लोगों की खुशियों को लेकर चले, वो जो साए में हर मसलहत के पले, ऐसे दस्तूर को सुबह बेनूर को, ऐसे दस्तूर को सुबह बेनूर को मैं नहीं मानता, मैं नहीं जानता, मैं नहीं मानता, मैं नहीं जानता. The light which shines only in palaces, the light which shines only in palaces and burns up the joy of the people in the shadows, that derives its strength from others as weakness, that kind of system, like dawn without light, I refuse to acknowledge, I refuse to accept. दीप जिसका महल्ला तही में जले, छंद लोगों की खुशियों को लेकर चले, वो जो साए में हर मसलहत के पले, ऐसे दस्तूर को सुबह बेनूर को ऐसे दस्तूर को सुबह बेनूर को मैं नहीं मानता मैं नहीं जानता मैं नहीं मानता मैं नहीं जानता
Yeridumarang Indiga, Jazio Nadi, Radriana Baladu, Wangu Nirmangwarana, Nandangu. I am recording today from unceded Wangu land. I am recording from Australia, a place that has known violence, dispossession, and displacement. I'm calling as an Indigenous person from the Wiradjuri Nation, inland of where I now call home, and assert with all the air in my lungs my solidarity with Palestine, my siblings, fighting for First Nations rights, fighting the struggle against imperialism and unimaginable violence. I'm going to read 2 poems today. The first one is by my dear friend Sarah M. Saleh from her incredible incandescent collection, Flirtation of Girls. This poem is called The Year That Changed Everything. 1948 is crooked, is chasm of the century, is promised land, milk and honey find fruit in its foraging, a frenzy of dust storms, sift through its sands, view its shimmering silken through your windscreen. 1948 is the Mediterranean and its charred sky, is the queerest city on this planet, is music full blast, dizzying fun park ride, is ancient, don't you want to be free in this future utopia? Parade down the streets, swaddle in your brightest colors, in your brightest rainbows. 1948 is stockpile of prickly pears and the poisonous eucalypts plated across the vistas. And we, invasive species, a sting of wind passing in their flourishing, an exit wound stitched up expertly. No outcry for that. No outcry still. The land will come for you. I think it already has. Didn't they mention there are bounties and there is bounty, and we have already paid dearly. You stayed to be citizens, to be bronzed, baby. Didn't they tell you this is your God-given right, your inheritance? I should know. There is never a good time to lose a country. I'm grateful for Sarah's writing. I'm grateful for my friendship with incredible Palestinians and all people from diasporas fighting against violence, imperialism, colonialism. I learned so much. The next and final poem I'm going to read is from my own collection, Mark the Dawn. I don't think I said my name's Jazz Money. And I'm going to read a poem called Our Abundance as Though It Were Honey. Don't tell me of the matriarchs by comparing them to kings. I want to hear that love song with the gravel from your belly, about the worlds our women shaped from the molten rock, washed in the sweet water that collects between them thighs. Did you see the way they raised homes from the wind, the way they carried our abundance as though it were honey? There are ways that this love makes and unmakes me daily.
blessings that are the tender gift of responsibility. A community carrying ancient, all this knowing, that to hold is to be held, and so witness how it is carried, this love burning in the chest since the first fires made us. Thank you all, Mandanguru, in solidarity with you all today. The days are long and hard, and my heart breaks. Free Palestine, free Gaza, land back. We do this with our hands held together. Thank you.
Joining this global solidarity reading for Palestine. I'm joining from unceded Wongal land in the inner west of Sydney. Always was and always will be Aboriginal land here. I want to acknowledge the anti-colonial resistance from here to Gaza and elsewhere around the world in the face of this genocide that continues to unfold. I want to express my solidarity, say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I'm going to read a couple of excerpts from a long poem called Year of the Ox. It's a poem about crisis and the things that allow us to continue to struggle. Here goes. It's not about the thing, but the this and that of it. It's not about the codex, but the pot of dal, earthy, inviting, endless. It's not about the word, but the grammar of incompletion. It's not about the house, but the copied key. It's not about the note, but the vibration, the blur of union. It's not about the pattern, but the wonk about warp and weft. It's not about the object, but the sweepings, coal, fur, timber, silk, sugar, pins, needles, tobacco, calico, coffee, indigo, cochineal, tea. It's not about the hold, but the release. It's not about the number, but the infinite divisibility. It's not about the mother, but the maternal field. It's not about the terror, but how we run from it. The situation is the curve of the line or the space between each beat, beset by the rhythm, all we can do is yield. There's the given and there's something else, like a stadium singing Purple Rain in Syracuse on March 30, 1985, which sounds like whistles and bells and voices folding in on each other. Meager accompaniments take the shape of an indelicate crease, this glut of tiny lines like the feeling of and, or the sensation of rolling unfamiliar words across a wet threshold, like the unwieldy phrase Donna Avec, which we say is an invocation and a promise to give it all up. Like Arthur Russell singing Hard as It Can Be, It's Never Too Hard, which hits like an alarm in the margins or a common wind blowing from port to port, a whisper that turns us on, promising a world turned upside down and inside out. If you listen, you'll hear the tune of a needle searching for its groove, or a mistranslation that insists the many-headed hydra could never be killed, not by Hercules or Aeolus, nor by the substance of value and its granular division. The sensation of loss, of being lost, means the mood is endlessly October, or it's the 1st of January 1804. The clouds move faster than they can be captured in pigment and oil, on canvas stretched so tight it almost tears. This is the beginning of utopia. Its material is time, we say as we cleave our gaze backward and forward. Now the clink of glasses keys us to a party where there's moonshine, figs and berries, nuts, soft trenches between the contoured lines of corduroy pants, fence posts that fuel a fire, wet grass underfoot. Our vibrational field hits and we're always in the subjunctive mood now. The thing about tactics is nobody owns them. Somebody read, make a way out of no way, but inverted the term so occupation meant occupation, just like it did in the old days, which never went away. I dreamed of a poem titled Ordinary Violence, about an after-party on a freeway on-ramp, but woke to find the poem Big White Rig Fills All Holes had been published instead. The poem was a viral sensation, largely due to its rhyming couplets, which made it easy to memorize. What can be said of tactics can't be said of techniques. Our prosthesis is the murmur of many ages carried on a marvelous cloud, a murmuration of starlings, constant only as constant motion, or it's the feeling of before and after contained in a glissando. O wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Nobody can tame all these changes of direction. The domestication of contingency is the remit of a four-dimensional police officer whose gaze extends from subterranean strata to sky. But techniques are inexhaustible as clouds stretched by the wild wind, preserver and destroyer. All that is left is to gather in its breeze. Suppose the poem had to pick sides. Suppose it gave up on metaphor, looked back from all that waste. Suppose the poem never had a plan, could never have a plan, could only exist between two shores, here and there, terror and infinity. Or suppose the poem began before the table ever turned. The frequencies jostle, one ear the sound of love, the other everything but. And for the heart, ungrammatical. Thanks.
My name's Ender Bashkan, and I'm reading to you here on Gadigal land in Sydney, Australia. I'm from Melbourne, Naarm, so-called Australia. I'm going to read a poem called Airport. This is a poem that I've written. My grandparents or uncles and aunties and cousins are returning home from returning home. The rest of the family early morning pilgrims to the airport, waiting for the silver doors to slide open. Arrivals board spasming, delayed, landed. We all live close to the airport. International Arrivals Hall now. It's 6:15 a.m. in the 1990s, the 2000s. Perhaps all these memories have become one poem. My mum's parents have returned home. They say Australia is home now. They say this might be their last time back. They like their home here, their backyard here. My dede has arrived with new teeth. I am bamboozled. He's a handsome man. He has a new suit too and a tan. My nana has a new beret and gold. She's beautiful. My cousins and I have been waiting, playing with trolleys. We will get to school late this morning. We might get hash browns from Macca's. An indenture is a legal contract that reflects an agreement between two parties, usually labour servitude. They say you only belong to a country when you bury a loved one in it. We kiss our grandparents quickly, one on each cheek. We try unzipping their luggage for gifts. Who got what? I get a rip-off Galatasaray top, though my team is Fenerbahce, and also a silver chain. We don't make the pilgrimage anymore, but I offer pickups and drop-offs all the time. It's good to see a friendly face on the other end. Back then, the aura of travellers, some gold dust that rubbed off onto you. Probably more for me. I'd never been to Turkey, but I was Turkish. Our backyard was under a flight path. Look up and imagine. My cousin forgot how to speak English after 6 months there. My cousins with grandparents there. I had great-grandparents there I never met. My parents didn't take me back. My parents couldn't look back. My mum said too painful. My dad said you gotta move on. When home alone, mum listened to Turkish music. Australia told us, no, don't go back. Work, a debt. Australia, a spell. Australia using us up. Using up the best of us. My mum with a pocket Quran in her bag. We were always close to the airport. Zeki Dede worked at Istanbul Airport. Ali Dede worked at Ankara Airport. That's how we got here. Zeki Dede worked at Essendon Airport. My dad worked at Tullamarine Airport. I did my work experience at the airport. Mum took me to Roger David and we bought 2 shirts and a tie and pants. We'd buy KFC and drive out to the airport to watch the planes land with Dad or take off. An airport is a black hole that sucks in all around it. They say direct flights will soon start from Melbourne to Istanbul, Istanbul to Melbourne. Just go to sleep and you're there, you're home. In Istanbul, they live near the airport. My dede's dad was buried on its edge. One day they say, we're expanding the airport, so come dig up your kin. So my dede went and dug up his dad, exhumed his remains, and put him in a new cemetery. Almost 60 years later, my dede dies. He's buried at Faulkner Cemetery under a flight path. He dies while I'm living in Istanbul. I go to the cemetery and find his mum and dad and sit with them. Merhaba, I say aloud. Ben senin büyük torununum. Oğlun Zeki benim dedemdir, çok uzaklarda. Topraklara verildi, başımız sağ olsun, Allah rahmet eylesin.
Hello, my name is Manisha Anjali. I am here on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation here in Naarm in Melbourne. And I stand in solidarity with the people of occupied Palestine. Like the other readers today, I call for an end to the genocide and an end to the occupation. A huge thank you to Hasib Hurani for inviting me to read here today. This year I have been devouring the poems of Etel Adnan, particularly her books The Arab Apocalypse and Sea and Fog. Today I will read a couple of small excerpts from Shifting the Silence. Our words don't suit prophecies anymore. That power is left to other species, to oak trees, for example, to the tides, which through their restlessness carry a phosphorescence we're not equipped to hear. The universe makes a sound, is a sound. In the core of this sound, there's a silence that creates that sound, which is not its opposite, but its inseparable soul. And this silence can also be heard. My favorite time is in time's other side, its other identity, the kind that collapses and sometimes reappears and sometimes doesn't, the one that looks like marshmallows, pomegranates, and stranger things before returning to its kind of abstraction. I used to be fond of time as it was a matter that helped us feel intelligent. Today, I see eternity everywhere. Thank you.
Kia ora whānau. My name is Anne-Marie Tufew and I'm recording this on unceded Wongal land. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land. The poem I'm reading comes from a collection titled Rivka, and it's by Muhammad El Kurd. The poem is titled Portrait of My Nose. Arrogant with height, one nose away from clouds. I have my grandmother's, and in the knot, tangled, a homesickness for people generous with nose. My grandmother's is beautiful. Mine is one nose away from beauty, one away from Anglo-Saxon. I have my grandmother's, and my grandmother had pride, favoured functionality. She was never a nose away from anything but Jasmine's. Free Palestine.
Hi, my name's Nam Lee, and I'm honoured to be part of this reading and to be reading in solidarity with Palestine. I'm going to be reading a couple of poems by Samil Al-Qasim, translated by Nazir Aruri and Edmund Gassib. I walk, straight as a ramrod, head high, I walk, an olive branch and a dove in my palm, and on my shoulders my coffin, and I walk. My heart a red moon, my heart a garden, my lips a rainy sky, at times love, and I walk, straight as a ramrod, head high, an olive branch and a dove in my palm, and on my shoulder my coffin. And the second poem is called In the 20th Century. For centuries, I did not hate. But now I am forced to raise my untiring spear in the face of the dragon, to draw a sword of fire in the face of Baal, to become Elijah in the 20th century. For centuries, I did not apostate, but now I strike at the gods in my heart, the gods that sold my people in the 20th century. For centuries, I did not turn visitors away from my door. Then one morning I opened my eyes to find my food stolen, my wife strangled, and my child's back a field of wounds. I recognized my treacherous guests. I planted mines and daggers at my door, and I swore by the traces of the knife that none of these guests shall enter my house in the 20th century. For centuries, I was only a poet in the bands of the Sufis. But now, I am an erupting volcano in the 20th century. Thank you.
1. On September 11, 2024, 1,500-ish of us disrupt the Land Forces Expo, though it is forced into a protest against the cops' response to the protest, which draws a direct line between our state and Israel. It is an intense failure, since repulsion is a form of recognition. We have to believe our gestures carry something in some form, that the gestures themselves carry. Later, my son Rui and I go to the exhibition. We're only in there for 2 minutes tops. Rui is wriggling around in my arms like crazy, protesting. So I'm not connecting to it, but maybe connected to it. He picks up a star fruit. I take it off him quickly before he can break it. This is already over. I write, this text and the others I've written recently are attempts to overcode Rui's life against its extinction. Failure is all we have. It is a cherished field of communication. 2. I get that it's enough for it just to sustain a mode of circulation, right? But what else are these friendships capable of if they're worth anything? What will happen when we are engaged? I mean, what is happening now that we are? We needed a poetics closer to organizing tactics, and this implied truth-telling at a minimum. Everyone, including myself, seemed to be in proximity to an aesthetic of anti-fascism. As decent in Greensboro, across from the weapons factory where some poets and I conduct a ritual in August 2025, it's not about outcomes or even intentions, but creating capacity for receptivity. And we were more receptive to each other. We became collectively vulnerable and sincere for once. Poetry sometimes feels like it wants to be a secret supply facility, somewhere bushy but not too distant, like Warrandyte or Blackwood. Obviously, you need to be vetted to go there so you don't compromise the whole operation or our comrades fighting for our lives, and not just ours. We went there and it was sexy. The sense of urgency, task-orientedness, extended family. We didn't linger, but it was good to see you and some others. 3. We're breaking into a rare book collection in the New Mexico University Library. The vault is suspended high up in the air. The famous writer B, via Fubby, who of course charmed him, gave us a tip-off about the location of the Palestinian sci-fi novel we're searching for. This is the only extant copy known to be in existence. It is the second in a trilogy, of which we have already heisted the first. We climb up library ropes, which start simple enough but get trickier, finally catapulting into the vertiginous globular holding room. We find it quickly. Its cover is as blue and green and perfect as the earth. 200 or so pages. The owner of the books immediately appears at the entrance, wry, obviously capable of violence. I stick my hand in my hoodie pocket, where it is making a shape. The dream symbolizing that, because I can symbolize them, their children are not safe. 4. The war is over. Where are our pro-Palestinian gestures now? What are they doing? Did they seep into the groundwater? Did they vape into the air, into the club? Did they get absorbed into our children's faces, into our dreams for them? Were they a product of shame, and is it productive to mention this? Does our speech lose an inflection, or did it never have one? The war is over, but are our gestures over? Is the weapons factory in the process of becoming roadkill, as Melinda sought to enact in our ritual? The crystal containing my son's love, and my tears for my son, what did it do in the land buried with all those names? Side note, define tears for my son. And where are those names now? Did they actually cut the throats of any executives? Which of our gestures, whose of our gestures never landed? And what are they now doing?
Hi everyone. My name is Autumn Royal and I'm speaking from the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation and express my deepest respects to elders past and present. This always was, always will be Aboriginal land. I'm honoured to contribute to this global solidarity reading and to express my support of and solidarity with the Palestinian resistance against ongoing occupation and genocide. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Sarah Ahmed is calling to say, in naming or describing an atmosphere, whether to ourselves or others, we also give it form. Old friend, touching the stone feels as if time is hours and hours. The sunrise, sunset, the gold and purple humming of new moons as bodies open, like swinging doors or become ditches when dug. The stone is strong, whole enough to disturb metaphors. Old friend, the drought we live in makes us destitute. As the hosts rise with bright, bright warmth, the high seek the lowly, while the great seek the small. The first sight of the stone is as vivid as dew on leaf. The shapes, the colours, this stone, the stone, all stones will outlast man-made hours and hours. Atal Adnan is calling to say, as earth doesn't expand, power does and may get out of hand. O question the absolute, and then as days repeat, address it again. A tender ritual without handclasps, demanding vindications to follow. The honesty of a fragmented thing. Revising contracts, as in turns for time and chance to efface inheritances. Drag the turn along. Nor Hindi is calling to say, fuck your lecture on craft, my people are dying. And measurements do not amount for impulses and solid interpretations to cradle life between the neck and stomach. What does it mean to be in a body? Is context enough? Since my resignation, the senses are breaking through into being what is or what may appear to be, into an ear and into the eye and into us. Wrestle with the swallow and try to hold it down. Consider all things beautiful, the daisies and the clouds. I was late, my old friend murmured, curving against the ages of broken shells, and listening as all the pearls responded. Our time has just begun. Cecilia Vicuña is calling to say, a poem only becomes poetry when its structure is made not of words but forces. I'm out of my depth. The more I say I write poetry, the less I express it. And so in a container of salted water, I saturate my pages and turn to my old friend, Hana Pere Aoke, who writes, I want for us to be free from the lies about ourselves which we manufacture daily for ourselves and for others to please ourselves and others, and to shatter the mirrors that we hold up and reflect back as multiples. But how do we destroy these limitations without opening ourselves beyond repair, because we need to negotiate confrontation with the mythologizing we do of ourselves rather than simply identification or simply incarnate myth. And perhaps we try on all its ill-fitting skin, but it's the consciousness of knowledge that is the only way myth permeates across time. And I'll find you in a cave. Mahmoud Darwish is calling to say, via the translation from Ibrahim Mahawi, deviate with all your might, deviate from the rule. Thank you.
Why should I pay for my leader's crimes when you never paid for the house you stole? Injustice won't support your goal. When you took my land by force and without my permission, did you think I'd like my oppression? Does killing me make you more safe? Does starving me give you more food? Does my suffering put you in a good mood? Why must I drink filthy water? Was its cleanliness a threat to you? Just like those babies in NICU. When you made more enemies by forcing loved ones to meet their maker, did you really think you'd be safer? Why are we not human enough for you? Do we not smile when we are kissed? And when you strangle us, do we not resist?
Yama, I'm Alison Whitaker. I'm a Gomeroi poet coming to you from Gadigal land. It's an honour to be able to offer these poems in solidarity with the Palestinian mob as part of a long tradition of Aboriginal Palestinian solidarity. Thank you. Many girls, white linen. No mist, no mystery, no hanging rock, only Many girls, white linen, men with guns and harsher things, white women amongst gums, white linen, starcher things. Later plaques will mark this war. Nails peeling back, floor scrubbing back, black chores, white lux, hangnails, hanging more than nails while no palm growing paler. Later, plaques will mark this sick linens, rotten cotton jeans. Later plaques will track the try to bleed lineage dry. Its banks now flood, and a new ancestor ordeal plights this, our blood. If evil is banal, how more boring is suffering evil two bloodlines from it? How more raw, rousing, horrifying is the plaque that marks something else rolling on from this place? A roll of white linen, dropped on slight incline, amongst gums collecting grit, where black girls hang nails, hang out, picking their hangnails. Footwork. The stride that took our bodies here can take you further still. Bind your limbs, sluggish, fearful. Stumble hill, come higher ground. Resilience is no buzzword. Strength will weave you to the suffer rope. There is no buffer, and no toughening. We wear raw. We stay alive. Long we amble on and to and from. Calamities come us to meet. Since arcs, wetlands, hawk coughing dust, sand clings and grows, and it grows your feet. But should it ever wash from you, some bank or spring or beach, and should maddening heat one day bring salt water come brush your reach, you know the stride that took you here will bear you well into the breach. Comparative. Their fervours, dreams giving you fevers, their fevers giving you fewer. Their fervours, learning, moving. Their dreams giving us fevers, their fevers giving us fewer. Their fervours, learning. They dream, they learn, they forgive me. Green stick one. Dawnin', darlin', I the dawnin', although your branches and bones shake, apart with effort, and ankles yawn in them rusty traps, your hinges ache. Though from your toes you're dipped in dread, from your split ends with hopeless wonder, and from within you're lined with sand. You are inevitable, ahead of unpredictability, thunder hard and rolling above the land. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucy Van. I'm a writer from Melbourne, Australia. The poem that I want to read today is by Gayath Almadoun, a Palestinian poet who was born in Damascus, a citizen of Sweden and currently lives in Berlin. The poem is called Massacre. Massacre is a dead metaphor that is eating my friends, eating them without salt. They were poets and have become reporters with borders. They were already tired, and now they're even more tired. They cross the bridge at daybreak fleet of foot and die with no phone coverage. I see them through night vision goggles and follow the heat of their bodies in the darkness. There they are, fleeing from it even as they run towards it, surrendering to this huge massacre. Massacre is their true mother, while genocide is no more than a classical poem written by intellectual, pensioned-off generals. Genocide isn't appropriate for my friends, as it's an organised collective action, and organised collective actions remind them of the left that let them down. Massacre wakes up early, bathes my friends in cold water and blood, washes their underclothes and makes them bread and tea, then teaches them a little about the hunt. Massacre is more compassionate to my friends than the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Massacre opened the door to them when other doors were closed and called them by their names when news reports were looking for numbers. Massacre is the only one to grant them asylum, regardless of their backgrounds. Their economic circumstances don't bother Massacre, nor does Massacre care whether they are intellectuals or poets. Massacre looks at things from a neutral angle. Massacre has the same dead features as them, the same names as their widowed wives, passes through them, through the countryside and the suburbs, and appears suddenly like them in breaking news. Massacre resembles my friends, but always arrives before them in faraway villages and children's schools. Massacre is a dead metaphor that comes out of the television and eats my friends without a single pinch of salt. And that was a translation from the Arabic by Catherine Cobham. Thank you for listening. Thank you to all of the organisers of this. Thank you to all of the other poets. And thank you for everyone coming online.
I'm joining from the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I'm going to read 2 poems. The first is called The New Jerusalem. The night before the wedding in 1932 was never mentioned by direct descendants. It is likely they had no knowledge, for who would betray each fresh hell that ushered their entrance? The incidents not consecutive, this the second, despite linearity in reconstruction from fragments. It might have been worse than the I don't love you, how could she, studious and 19, after they were married? Had he abandoned her to a boat, suspending his own gone childhood for the ticket of passage 2 Americans once wired to the Thomas Cook agent beside the Jaffa Gate, or for Switzerland, where adoption meant something quite else to an heiress he drove to bathe at the edge of Jaffa's known universe. Strange feminist stunt. Her nieces learnt decades later how on that long night she removed her bra with ceremonial care on perceiving this strap best equipped to replicate the act in which a body might be hanged by the neck until dead, common sight though it was on the old city walls. But this recollection, after the scholarship she never accepted was reassigned by the admissions at AUB, after she arrived to Melbourne without the length of her sister's memories to remind her of how it happened. The puzzle in photographs saved, those serial conflagrations. Not one depicts that first day. How her granddaughter recalls the way she leaned inwards to listen, her smile deferred, the afterglow of what, after 70 years, she chose not to know. That's in this beautiful collection, Heaven Looks Like Us, that I believe was launched, or at least had a launch event on Nakba earlier this year. The second poem I'm going to read is in a Australian literary journal, which has recently been revived, and the first issue was edited by Roanna Gonsalves and Ren Wild. The poem is called We Are Become. From her hospital bed, my aunt remembers communion at our local parish. The Muslims cared for it, she says, in the Christian quarter, gone days of their orthodoxy at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Mum said, don't spit, she laughs, the taste of communion wine catching in the memory of her throat, there in incense, and here the word. In the times of the Abbasid, Al-Hallaj declares Ana al-Haq. This was when words mattered. He may have been decapitated or otherwise hanged. Where the cremains were scattered, pilgrims came, until this too was washed away, a torrential ecstasy, the Sufi's divination. Much later, a journalist will say that imprisonment, exile, or decapitation is how you can tell the words matter. At an award ceremony, resistance is quietly attired, saying, this book is both a book about protests and one that acts as a protest, swathed in no visible symbols, but language is about him. Articles become an armory of liberation. June Jordan stands behind. I am become a Palestinian, after Sabra, after Shatila, balanced on a Y-shaped frame. Repaired by a team internationally assembled in 2015, the BBC described it as neglected. But the French technician muttered, everything is dead, examining 230 strings, 88 hammers, the body of the instrument. The canopy of Nauris Theatre exploded by Israel's bombs, a La Scala of apocalypse beneath a gaping sky where sunset does not come. The pianoforte inventory presumed an upright, instead a miracle. Hura on my t-shirt, as in Hura Hura Palestine, as in from the Yarra to Port Phillip Bay, as in from Birrarung to Nurm, later flooded by sea, as in Bahar, as in Hura from censorship, as in we remember. One day there will be nothing left to describe the feeling of what they did, only that we loved each child we never met and read their names until an intifada became a thawra and everywhere becoming.
Kia ora tātou, tāgaho. My name is Chris Teese and I'm a poet based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Thank you so much to the organisers of this global poetry reading for inviting me to take part. I've got two poems for you today. This first one is called Ake, 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 which means forever and ever in Te Reo Māori. Ake, Ake, Ake. Fill the house with ancestors. Let them in to see danger's new forms, how it swaps its masks and fails to recognise itself in hallway mirrors, each shift introducing a new rot to infect the bones of our past. Ask the ancestors to join our voices in the streets, to brace our songs with a steady pulse. We march into the headwind that shrieks from the cracks in their broken promises. On this land and under these clouds, in this life and until the end of time, fill the house with the meaning of forever. And this second poem is a response to the art of the UK artist Lubaina Himid. This is called Audience and Performer. You enter a room where a conversation has been unfolding for centuries. Disclosures and anecdotes settle between stitches, between erasure, Here, we are lettered by what is only sayable when certain lines converge. It's impossible not to see how past and present hold power and gesture towards an allegory or an inconvenient truth. Even the remnants, recognition stripped to pieces and outlines, bear the impulse of once upon a and in the beginning. Sit in jigsaws like how a poet rolls words in their mouth until familiarity attaches itself to every edge and corner. Rebirth is wrought in love or fear. A fire has left its unkind regards. A landscape has been carved. You look and listen as both audience and performer. Return to versions of yourself repeatedly until one of you speaks, illuminated. Every sentence should end in a welcome, a blank space wide enough for imagination to turn the soil and send Waiata into the infinite sky. Thank you very much.
What did I say? Can you write it for me again? Kia ora. Hope you can all hear me. We are Aldrifag Translations. So we are Aldrifag Translations. We are a translation collective based in Pōneke, Wellington, Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm Betty Davis. This is Anisha Shankar and Sumaya Daoud. We have been translating political contemporary writing from Arabic into English since the start of the year, which we publish every fortnight online on our Substack. And we are today going to read from our very first book, which we published just yesterday on the International Day of Solidarity with Palestinian People. So tune in and I hope you like it.
I'll start by reading the Crossing and Destructive Experience for Abdul Jawad Omar from the original text. في اللحظات الأولى لعبور المقاومة الفلسطينية المفاجئ في 7 تشرين الأول أكتوبر 2023 خطر لي مقولة طرحها المفكر الفرنسي جاك لاكن الذي يقول فيها إن المجنون ليس مجرد متسول يعتقد أنه ملك بل هو أيضا ملك يعتقد أنه ملك. بمعنى آخر إن الجنون يشمل أولئك في مواقع السلطة الذين يوهمون أنفسهم بأن هذا الموقع أبدي غير متغير ودائم وأنه قائم على بعد يتجاوز العالم المادي والمباشر إلى عوالم الميتافيزيقية أي أنني ملك لأنني حقا ملك لأن شيئا ما أو قوة ما تضعني في هذا الموقع وتضمنه لي. ما أراد لكن الإشارة إليه هو أن الملك إذا أراد الحفاظ على موقعه فإن عليه أن يتحلى بجرعة لا يستهان بها من إدراك أن خلف العباءة الرمزية لحكمة ثمة إنسان هش يدمى وأنه يمكن في أي لحظة نزع هذا الرداء عنه. ويمكن القول إن الفلسفة السياسية الغربية قائمة على هذا النسق من التفكير. فأعظم الأفعال السياسية التي يمكن للأمير أو الدولة ممارستها هو بناء خريطة من التهديدات والاحتمالات الكارثية للدولة ثم القضاء عليها أو منعها من التطور لتصبح حدثا كارثيا. أي أن الفعل السياسي الأهم هو الفعل الذي يمنع نضوج أي تهديد ويحطمه. من هنا يمكننا أن نبدأ فحص أثر عبور المقاومة الفلسطينية في 7 تشرين الأول أكتوبر 2023 في الذات الصهيونية كذات في بنيتها النفسية حولت الهشاشة اليهودية في أوروبا إلى سلاح أيديولوجي موجه ضد الفلسطيني في محاولة لنزع شرعية القتال والمقاتل وكبنية أمنية معسكرة ومتفرغة لبناء تقنيات التحكم والسيطرة والاستخبارات والرقابة والدفاع والهجوم حتى أن ورقة نشرت في موقع جيش الاحتلال وتتناول قدرات الاستخبارات العسكرية الإسرائيلية قبل حدوث العبور كان عنوانها من أجل الاحتفال بمهرجان حصاد الخريف لقد اخترنا 7 وحدات تعرف كل شيء عن العدو. علينا في هذا السياق أن نقف قليلا لتعليل هذا التناقض الظاهر بين معرفة كل شيء عن العدو وخطاب صهيوني آخر أقرب إلى جنون الارتياب أو البارانويا. بالأحرى كيف يمكننا من جهة أن نفهم الحديث الصهيوني الدائم عن هشاشة الدولة ومجتمعها أو ما يسمى في الأدبيات الرائجة قلق الوجود الصهيوني وأن نفهم من جهة أخرى الشعور الذي يعبر عنه أيضا على شكل مقالات وأدبيات ومؤتمرات بشأن معرفة كل شيء عن العدو أو قدرات الجيش والاستخبارات. كيف نوفق بين القوة الإسرائيلية التي تتحدث عن الهشاشة بشكل علني والقوة الإسرائيلية التي تعظم من قدراتها وتبالغ في وصفها والترويج لها؟ هذان الشكلان من القوة أو هاتان النظرتان لا تختلفان إلا في الظاهر. فجنون الارتياب والخوف من الفناء أصبح ضمن خطاب الدولة ومجتمعها حديثا أو افتراضيا أو حديثا يحال إلى مستوى متخيل يساهم في بناء سردية التضحية والحاجة إليها، في خلق تقنيات المواجهة، في إعلاء ضرورة الانتقام الاستباقي من الجسد الفلسطيني ووجوده وحضوره وفاعليته، لكنه في الوقت نفسه يحيل إلى راحة ما، الراحة التي توفرها قدرة الاعتراف علنا بالهشاشة. ثمة راحة ما في البوح بالضعف والهشاشة، أي أن البوح نفسه يجعل من تلك الذات محصنة، فهي حقا توهم نفسها أنها تعي ما يدور حولها، وقادرة على التعامل مع المخاطر الجمة التي تواجهها، وأنها قادرة على أن تسيطر على التهديدات الحقيقية التي تلوح في الأفق. وهذا النمط من البوح قائم على ثنائية ذكرى الهشاشة اليهودية في أوروبا، وحاضر السرقة المستمرة لفلسطين، بمعنى أن قلق الوجود ليس قائما فقط مثلما يعلل كثير من الأدبيات على التاريخ اليهودي، وخصوصا تاريخ معاداة السامية فحسب، بل إنه قائم أيضا على خوف مبطن من اللاوعي الصهيوني العام من أن يحاسب المستعمر على سرقته، ذلك بأنه يجد في الوجود الفلسطيني تحديا ليس على المستويين السياسي والعسكري فحسب، بل أيضا بكون الفلسطيني يمثل تذكيرا دائما له بأنه سرق واغتصب وقتل وشرد، وبمعنى أن اختفاء الفلسطيني في اللاوعي الصهيوني هو ضرورة. لهذا بالتحديد يصر الصهيوني على انتزاع اعتراف من الفلسطيني والعربي بأحقيته في أرض فلسطين من خلال توظيف آليات القوة، لأنه في ذلك الاعتراف ربما يجد بعضا من الراحة بأن أصحاب الأرض لم يعودوا يطالبون بها. يكتب ليو كوفار في مقالة وجدها ملائمة لأغراض النقاش هنا أن الشخصية البارانوية تمثل هوسا كبيرا بما يطلق عليه فسيولوجيا القوة بين الأشخاص، أي أنها شخصية تبحث دائما عن طرق وآليات للسيطرة على العالم الاجتماعي المحيط بها، وعن آليات تنفيذية للتأثير والسيطرة على الآخرين. ولذا يمكن القول أن المؤسسة الاستخباراتية والعسكرية هي أكثر من يحمل هذا الهوس، بمعنى أن وظيفتها الأساسية ترتبط بشكل أساسي ببناء معجم التهديدات ووضع الحلول لها. لكن ما يؤكد عليه كوفار وما يرتبط إلى حد ما بالذات الصهيونية هو أن كثيرا من تلك التهديدات ليست فعلا إنتاج عوامل خارجية فحسب، بل إن مصادرها تكمن في العوامل الداخلية للنفس الصهيونية. وأنا لا أريد هنا الإطالة، ولكن من المهم الإشارة إلى شقين لهذه المسألة. الأول أن العقيدة العسكرية والنسق الخطابي الصهيوني في أطواره التاريخية كلها قائمان على هذا التعلق الدائم بالعسكرة كحل اضطرابات داخلية متعددة. الثاني أن العبور الفلسطيني شكل لحظة لقاء تجاوزت الخيال نحو لقاء تروماتي صادم مع حقيقة إمكان اقتراف جميع الدفاعات بمستواها المادي والرمزي والنفسي التي تمتلكها الذات الصهيونية، أي أنها لحظة لقاء غير مسبوقة، بمعنى أنها لحظة تحقق كابوس الذات المهووسة بأشباحها. ليس من المستغرب على سبيل المثال أن نجد العديد من الدراسات الصهيونية تتحدث عن إمكان العبور الفلسطيني من غزة، كانت تستشرف شكل ونوع عملية كهذه، وأن الإجراءات الدافعية في محيط غزة افترضت إمكان الدخول من تحت الأرض أو فوقها. قد حذر باحثان من مركز بيغن سادات الدراسات الاستراتيجية على سبيل المثال، وهما الدكتور إيدو هيخت والبروفيسور إيتان شمير، من تطور ربما يؤدي إلى سيناريو مشابه لما حدث في عبور 7 تشرين الأول أكتوبر 2023 في محيط غزة قبل أكثر من 6 أعوام ونصف عام، وأشار بشكل واضح إلى تطور المقاومة في فلسطين ولبنان إلى نمط من الحرب المتوسطة الحادة، لما تمتلكه قوى المقاومة من إمكانات نارية. بمعنى آخر، ما حدث في العبور كان ضمن الخيال المتوقع وليس خارجه، ولا شك في أن ذلك يعني أنه لا يمكن وضع هذا الفشل في إطار الخيال وحده، ولا يمكن أيضا إرجاعه كليا إلى مستوى التجهيزات أو النظر إليه من منظور قدرة المقاومة على ابتكار حلول تقنية والمحافظة على السرية، أو بسبب غياب بعض وحدات الجيش من غلاف غزة. على الرغم من أهمية هذه العوامل كافة في عملية العبور، هناك أيضا تفاهم نفسي بين المقاومة ودولة الاحتلال. منحت المقاومة الذات العسكرية الصهيونية أو السيد بالمعنى الهيجلي شعورا طويل الأمد بأنه فعلا السيد، أي أن المقاومة تصرفت بالطريقة التي يرغب السيد في أن يرى فيها تصرفاتها. وهنا نرى استدخالا فلسطينيا لعدسة الرؤية الصهيونية كتكتيك أصيل بالقدرة على خلق لحظة العبور. فأنا أريك ما تود أن ترى، وأمنحك ما تود أن تمنح، حتى تقتنع بذاتك وتغرق في شعورك بالقوة. وهذا أساس النجاح الفلسطيني، مصحوبا بالقدرات والصناعة والاختبارات العسكرية. بمعنى أن المقاومة خلقت عند السيد فشلا في التفسير والتأويل ضمن فهم عميق للذات الصهيونية. كسر الجدار الحديدي واستحضار شبح النكبة. تشكلت الهيمنة الصهيونية من خلال رؤية بارانويا للعالم، مقترنة بعقيدة عسكرية تدور حول مفهوم الجدار الحديدي، مثلما صاغه أحد الآباء المؤسسين للصهيونية. فمراكز التفكير والصحف والمجلات العسكرية تكشف عن هوس مرضي بالتهديدات المتصورة، النمو السكاني والديموغرافي الفلسطيني، تمدد مساحات البناء الفلسطينية، المقاومة الفلسطينية بجميع أشكالها، إمكان تطور البرنامج النووي الإيراني، المقاومة اللبنانية وتحولاتها العسكرية، التهديد العراقي، حتى قدرات الجيوش العربية. ودولة الاحتلال في ظل هذا الهوس تبدو في حالة يقظة دائمة، تتفحص العالم بحثا عن أي تهديد ممكن، أكان فوريا أم بعيدا أم افتراضيا أم حقيقيا. ومع ذلك وبشكل متناقض، أدت هذه اليقظة المستمرة والرغبة في تحويل المجهول إلى معروف، والشعور بأن كل شيء تحت السيطرة من خلال الإعلام من شأن العدسة البارانوية، كرؤية تصورية للواقع جنبا إلى جنب مع تقنيات المراقبة المتقدمة والاستخبارات والقدرات السيبرانية والذكاء الاصطناعي، وكل من الاستراتيجيات العسكرية الهجومية والدفاعية، إلى جعل دولة الاحتلال توهم نفسها بعدم قابلية جدارها الحديدي للتآكل. لقد كان هذا الاعتقاد فخا أعده الاحتلال لنفسه. في 7 تشرين الأول أكتوبر 2023 تم تحدي أمن دولة الاحتلال المتصور، إذ أقنعت إسرائيل نفسها بأمنها وأمانها، على الرغم من التعبير العلني والممنهج عن التهديدات والاعتراف بمواقع الهشاشة. وقد خلق هذا النقاش العام بشأن الضعف شعورا كاذبا باللاقهرية، تعزز بصورة تصاعدية من خلال الجهود الأخيرة للتطبيع الرسمي العربي. وهكذا دمرت أحداث العبور هذا الوهم بعدم القهرية. وهناك فرق صارخ بين اعتبار التهديد أو الضعف كإمكان مجرد، وبين مواجهته في الواقع كحقيقة مؤلمة. قد تحول الضعف فجأة من خطر محتمل إلى واقع حقيقي، أو تجربة تدميرية أو إلى تجربة تدميرية، بحيث لا يمكن إعادة خياطة القوى مرة أخرى إلا من خلال السعي نحو خلق تجربة تدميرية في المجتمع الفلسطيني. مع أنه يمكن القول إن المجتمع الفلسطيني يعيش أساسا في أفق سياسي كارثي، كان الأمر كما لو أن الملك الذي كان يعتقد أنه الملك أدرك فجأة إمكان فنائه، وبعبارة أخرى اكتشف أنه في النهاية إنسان. Thank you.
This is an essay that's part of the translated collection by Musa al-Sada. It's called Palestine, an Algerian Moment. and it's dedicated to the Algerian martyr Samir Hamdawi, who was killed by the French police on the 9th of May 2024 after having been arrested while demonstrating for Palestine. On the 1st of November 1954, a Monday evening, 1,200 Algerian fighters launched simultaneous attacks across various conflict zones throughout Algeria. The fighters were relatively underarmed, possessing between them approximately 400 firearms. Yet the number of resistance operations reached 30, which resulted in the deaths of 30 European settlers and injuries to 24, alongside material losses amounting to millions of French francs. A day earlier, on October 31st, the call for revolution had been announced. With the printing and distribution of what came to be known as the November 1st Declaration, after midnight, operations were to begin after nightfall. This date was chosen for political and military reasons, coinciding with the Christian holiday of La Toussaint and the weekend when French enemy officers were on leave. 70 years later, with the same number of resistance fighters, on the morning of October 7th, and coinciding with the Jewish holiday of Sukkot over that weekend, a similar event unfolded in Palestine, but one that bore its own historical stamp. Military operations coincided with the broadcast of the statement, Flood of Al-Aqsa, delivered by leader Mohammed Deif. In his book, The Algerian Revolution, in its first year, Dr. Muhammad al-Arabi al-Zubairi argues that the significance of the years following the November Declaration was not merely that the revolution was armed. The Algerian people had never laid down their arms since the first French soldier stepped on their land. Instead, the importance lay, according to al-Zubairi, in the number of positive outcomes achieved in a very short time in world historical terms. By his estimations, Algeria was under colonial rule for 132 years, while the Liberation War after the November 1st Declaration lasted 7 years, amounting to only about 6% of the total duration of the French occupation. In other words, events changed in a revolutionary and accelerated manner, as if history had been transformed by a centrifuge. 8 months after the Al-Aqsa flood statement, any observer can conclude that the Palestinian struggle has made advances marked by shifts in narrative and by both material and ideological losses for the enemy, something not seen in 76 years. However, this is certainly not enough, and importantly, these results would not have been possible without significant sacrifices. In the struggle over terminology, it is inappropriate, both intellectually and emotionally, to speak of losses as some intellectuals of Arab regimes might suggest. This approach fabricates an account of profit and loss as if we are engaged in business rather than a social and historical movement. What we offer are sacrifices, that is to say, that which is incommensurable in material terms. This is one of the greatest lessons that the people of Gaza teach humanity. The family of a martyr or a wounded person pulled from the rubble does not speak like a wealthy Arab in the Gulf who calculates the financial losses of homes and possessions. The evidence is abundant. They speak directly of steadfastness to protect a collective and societal gain, which is also the logic of the resistance cradle in Lebanon and Yemen. And their narrative revolves around the resistance, Al-Aqsa, Palestine, and liberation. These matters are not measured by calculating profit and loss, but fall within an entirely different ethical and intellectual framework. We can also infer that the psychological impact of revolutionary sacrifice on an individual is different from that of abstract material loss. This is something that the modern European mentality fails to grasp, which imposes its psychological calculations of loss in lives and property onto us through the framework of psychology itself. While one cannot deny the accumulated psychological impact on generations of children in Gaza due to the crimes of Zionism, it is crucial to recognize that we are faced with a project that modern psychology does not fully comprehend. The concepts of steadfastness, sacrifice, and commitment to a cause that transcends the individual generate a psychological charge that cannot be compared to the impact from environmental or humanitarian disasters. This is the conclusion reached by Frantz Fanon in the 5th anniversary of the November 1st Declaration in his book, A Dying Colonialism. According to Fanon, despite all the French colonial violence against the Algerians, their suffering led only to the emergence of a spiritual community, which constitutes the most solid bastion of the Algerian Revolution, rather than to the loss and disintegration of the people and society. It is in this sense that we must understand the revolutionary leader Imad Mughniyeh's assertion that the spirit is fundamental. This is also in keeping with Dr. Saif Dana's observation that in this social and historical movement, those who prevail are those who can endure harm and remain steadfast, that is, those who can sacrifice, while the calculations of profit and loss belong to the logic of the enemy front. A point of difference today is the acceleration of time, attributed to the speed of communication and transportation in our current era. For example, compare how long it took for operations to commence after the initial statements. What took 2 days in Algeria has been accomplished in mere hours in Palestine. Similarly, the narrative shift that took years in Algeria has been achieved in months with the Al-Aqsa flood. It is not just symbolic comparisons that suggest that Palestine is experiencing its own Algerian moment today. Rather, the Algerian moment for Palestine arises in comparing the material foundations that led to the revolution, its victory, and the liberation of Algeria, as well as the fact that the two settler colonial models, Zionist and French, bear striking similarities that are seldom discussed. Like all settler projects, the community of settlers and colonizers is divided into several categories, which fall under the political division of a colonial right and left. In the history of French colonialism, this division has manifested in the more pragmatic political bloc in Paris and the more radical bloc of settlers in occupied Algeria, known as French Algeria, who are exemplified by the Pied Noir movement of settlers born in occupied Algeria. This structure is reflected with more complexity in the Zionist model. For simplicity, the political bloc of settlers in the West Bank and the religious right, represented by movements like Hilltop Youth, parallel the settlers in Algeria. Meanwhile, Tel Aviv and its liberal elite correspond to the relative rationality of the Parisian leadership and reach as far as the Zionist political bloc in the United States. The crucial point here is that this division of right and left does not fundamentally make the two sides different. They do not differ so much as they dissimulate. In Algeria, both the Parisian bloc and the settlers agreed on the notion that the Mediterranean Sea cuts through France just as the Seine River cuts through Paris, implying that Algerian land is an inseparable part of French territory. They also converge in their denial of the historical existence of the Algerian people, which is a fundamental point justifying the origins of the settler project, regardless of their differences under its umbrella. This was brilliantly illustrated by the Italian director Guillo Pontecorvo in the film The Battle of Algiers, where a scene captures leftist journalists questioning Colonel Philippe, who violently suppressed the revolution through a concerted policy of torturing resistance fighters to death. When, in turn, Colonel Philippe confronted the journalists, who were shedding crocodile tears over the torture of Arab leaders, and asked if they would accept relinquishing French Algeria and leaving it, all of them, left and right, liberals and socialists, fell silent. The Zionist question is no different. Take the case of the West Bank, its occupation, and the overall maintenance of the occupation. These issues absolutely negate any substantive differences within the colonial camp, but they are also some of the most prominent causes of internal conflict and disagreement. Exploiting the division between settlers was one of the keys to the Algerian victory, and this is precisely what the leadership of the Palestinian resistance is masterfully employing today. When do I read them? Yeah, another paragraph. Yeah. So. In the 1930s, a sharp conflict arose between the colonizers in Paris and the settlers in Algeria. While the British were in the process of eliminating Sheikh Is ad-Din al-Qassam and suppressing the Great Revolt in Palestine, Algerian protests reached their peak, albeit revolving around moderate demands for equal political rights with the settlers. This led to the so-called Bloem-Violet project, spearheaded by the leftist Popular Front government, which proposed granting voting rights to a select elite of around 20,000 Algerians. In other words, the project sought to create a privileged elite among the Algerian people that would cooperate with the colonizer. However, the settlers in Algeria thwarted this project, rejecting any form of equality with Algerians.
Dr. Al-Zubaydi describes this failure as a stroke of luck for the Algerians, noting that the left's plan was a diabolical scheme aimed at depriving the Algerian people of their political rights and preventing the national movement from evolving. The thwarting of this project exposed both the leftist government's inability to control the situation and its rhetoric as hollow. Consequently, the idea of complete separation from France became a central focus for the Algerian national movement, evolving into a broad popular option that resonated all the way to Paris. In response, Charles de Gaulle rushed to deliver a speech in Constantine in December 1943, announcing an increase in the representation of Muslims in local councils and granting citizenship to 40,000 Algerians, in an attempt to quell anger and implement an assimilation strategy, seeking to assimilate Algeria through its own youth. In reality, de Gaulle was essentially telling the Algerians to accept this strategy and the grant of citizenship to 40,000 individuals, or face the fate of 40,000 dead Algerians. This is exactly what happened. It was too late for de Gaulle's project, as the Algerian national movement, despite its internal differences, had become an unstoppable force, only halted by the May 1945 massacres, during which the French committed genocide by killing 45,000 Algerians in just 1 week. The massacre was a turning point for the different Algerian factions. As is the case with all colonial projects, Algerians were politically divided into two camps, one that was committed to armed struggle and revolutionary violence, and another that pursued a pacifist agenda and sought integration with France. The latter were led by the indecisive Ferhat Abbas and the so-called Abbasists, who quickly branded the revolution in its first year as terrorism. Meanwhile, the majority of collaborators with the occupier joined Misali Hajj and the so-called Movement for the Victory of Freedoms, which parallels the model of Yasser Arafat, Oslo, and Mahmoud Abbas today. These collaborating factions opened the gates for a renewed attempt by de Gaulle to reorganize the political landscape of French Algeria. This time by integrating this elite and granting it privileges in local councils, where the votes of 9 Algerians equaled the vote of 1 French settler. This historical background forms a common thread between Algeria and Palestine, paving the way for 2 eruptions, the declarations of November 1954 and Al-Aqsa flood of 2023. Every crisis faced by the Palestinian Authority and the Oslo Accords had parallels with the movement for the victory of freedoms and the Messalis project. On another front, the conflict over the shape of French Algeria between settlers and colonizers in Paris reached an unprecedented level, much like the ongoing struggle over the shape of the Zionist state today between the right and the left. The significance of Palestine's Algerian moment is not limited to the conditions of the liberation war itself, but extends to the post-war conditions on a regional and global scale. France's defeat at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu in Vietnam in May 1954, and the wider crisis in French Indochina, had revealed the vulnerability of colonial armies, proving that their defeat was possible. Prior to this, the July 23 revolution in Egypt, led by Gamal Abdel Nasser, had provided significant support to the Algerian national movement in terms of financing, media coverage, and military aid. This support included weapon supplies to Algeria via Tunisia and Morocco, which created a crisis for France and prompted the establishment in 1957 of what was known as the Maurice Line, a series of walls and barbed wire along the Tunisian and Moroccan borders to prevent the flow of fighters and weapons. The years of the Algerian Revolution were marked by a combination of great sacrifices, significant military achievements, and major gains. The military actions plunged the French into a state of madness, resulting in unprecedented campaigns of arrests and torture that pushed the Algerians into an overdetermined phase of resilience, effectively ending any room for colonial settlements and maneuvers. This turmoil also led to a crisis among the French army, the French government, the settlers' authority, and other political parties as infighting erupted in the wake of repeated failures. Simultaneously, there was a growing wave of international recognition for the legitimacy of the independent Algerian government. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Alton Melvar M. Depanas. I'm an essayist, poet, and translator from the southern Philippines. I'm going to read from Palestinian poet Najwa Juma's poetry collection, A Song of Eternity, On the Hill of Slaughter, Poems from a Genocide, forthcoming from Folkways Press in Texas, United States. The poem that I'm going to read is titled Deal. Deal. Selling is a quiet war, sparring in the shadows. You offer me a fleeting nap. I give you columns of grief. Scattered photos of the living, the dead, child's limbs or severed head. Ruins, screams, and endless fight. Will you sell me a nap or merely hush the night?
Ito ang unang araw ng aking pagkatok sa pintuan ng kastilyo. Hayaan mong mag-anyo akong pusa. Nagyayaya sa akin ang nakakamanghang hardin sa labas. Ngunit mas nais kong maglibot muna rito sa loob. Maaaring pusa akong nagtatag ng kanyang teritoryo. Tahimik kong susuyurin ang bawat iskina. Aamuyin ko ang mga kanto. Kikilatisin ang mga silid na maaari kong pasukin. Hindi ako manggagambala. Tila nakamasid sa akin ang nakapalibot na likhang sining. Pinagmamasdan ko sila. Ang kanilang pananahan. Alam kong tulad ko rin silang naghahanap ng hihimlayan sa bawat sulok ng kastilyo. Nababasa at nasisilayan ko roon ang kanilang presensya sa mga haligid pader. Uusbong ang kanilang mga dahon. Mag-uugat sila sa kailaliman na di kailanman mabubuwal. Dahil naipunla ang binhi ng kanilang mga sumpa. Sasabihin kong katumbas ng katahimikan ang pangingibang bayan na nag-aanyong pangungulila. Kaya sino mang migrante ay maaaring ito rin ang pagkahulugan. O sabihin nating tulad na lamang sa Unbearable Lightness of Being ni Milan Kundera. Ayon pa sa kanya na ang isang nilalang na lumayo sa kanyang tahanan o pinagmulan ay palatandaan ng kalungkutan. Napaka-abstrakto ng damdamin, tulad ng pagsusulat, tulad ng sining. Nakatunghay ako sa labas mula sa munting durungawan. Sa loob nitong puting silid, nababasa ko ang sandaang kwento ng pag-iisa. At tulad ng maraming gabing nanggagambala ang mga bangungot at pangitain, maaga ako nagising o sadyang hindi ako nahimbing. 6:00 nang ako'y bumangon at natunghayan ang umagang tila melankolya ni Lars von Trier. Ilang minutong lumipas, nagdilim ang panginurin. Umalisbis ang ulan. Itinuloy ko pa rin ang paglalakad sa Königstraße hanggang sa marating ang kubo sa gitna ng kakahuyan. Sumilong ako saglit. Pinakinggan ang ihip ng hangin, kaluskus ng mga dahon, at ang tikatik ng ulan. Naririnig ko isa-isa, pati ang aking mga alaala. Sa aking muling paglalakad, lumiko ako pakanan sa sangandaan. 100 metrong layo ay may natagpuan akong nakaukit na imahen sa nakausling puno. Nakayukot sapo ang mukha. Sa malapad na hugis dahon nakaluhod ang isang diwata. Sandali akong huminto. Pinagmasdan ang likhang sining sa gitna ng kagubatan. Sino kayang manlilikhang nagpasyang dito ihulmat iwan sa kasukalan ang kanyang sining? Maraming katanungang dumalaw sa aking isipan. At sino nga ba akong naghahanap ng kanlungan at nagpapakasakaling sa kastilyo ko masusumpungan ang kapayapaan? Ano nga ba ang silbi ng aking pagsusulat, mga salaysay at patutuo? Sapat nga ba ang aking pinangahawakang katotohanan? Maaaring kinikimkim ko ang kalungkutan, pagkamingaw, ang patuloy na niyayakap ang pagiging diaspora tungo sa kawalan. Hinayaan kong maligaw ang aking sarili sa kakahuyan. Sinubukan kong hindi baybayin ang daan. Tinahak ko ang kaloob-looban ng gubat. Sa loob ng 2 oras naramdaman kong nagsalik mata ang aking presensya. Nagpalutang-lutang, nagpatangay sa ihip ng hangin. Sa dako pa roon, nakipagkwentuhan ako sa mga diwata. Sa kabilang ibayo, nilalamon ng halimaw ang isang lupain. Nangalaglag ang apoy mula sa himpapawid. Naririnig ko ang samut-saring hiyaw ng takot at kamatayan. Sinapo ko ang aking mukha at dugo ang aking iniluha.
Hello everyone, I'm Noemi Grace Tabor Farjani. I am a Filipino and I'm currently based in Tripoli, Libya. I will be reading 2 poems. One from Birdhouses Made of Bullet Holes, Poems on Return, which is my 3rd poetry collection. A Toast to Arriving. And the second poem, War Road Inhabited by Void, from my 2nd poetry collection, Inspecting Wasteland. War Road Inhabited by Void. Fear migrates to survival from lodgings of uncertainty. I watch fragments of smoke, embers, a fire here or there, lighting a silent escape, met with threats in empty streets. The only sound of shelling are from distant, unknown direction. My sense of control pulsating in surrender, wrapping a future in my arms, curled beneath the dashboard. 3 little ones in the back seat, their amusements fire into a trajectory of survival. Fireworks, Mom! Get down, I say. No, I scream. Am I wrong to leave and look for safety through a passage of peril? Or other loves remain in fortresses of family, submitted to their night, while they call our movement death? We elope with our hopes towards anywhere, or wherever but here, passing through a day made dusk by bombs. A Toast to Arriving. Here's to all the baggage we've trundled along this move to return. We're still half aliens, but we arrive unscathed by bureaucracy, as the oath to make them pay dissolves like ink on wet paper. Like how our names, phone numbers, email, and country name turn into shadows, smudges on plastic luggage tags. But at least we got them all, each for the 6 of us. 4 beaten old hand-me-downs from family back home, and 2 new ones, the cheapest we could find. I swear to not use marker on these tags again. You swear to never go back to my country. Here's to everything we've packed to take with us. Gifts from home, seedlings, and the hope to grow them here. Gifts for home, the boys' guitars and gadgets, and sentimentality in clothes we cannot wear in this season. Here's to arriving after the 20-hour journey that sent you out like an infidel, to being welcomed like a hero. The cheap transits in search of refuge and finding settlement on dirty airport floors is a memory dissolved by tight, warm embraces and happy tears.
Hi, I'm Ivy. On behalf of Poetry Lab Shanghai, I'd like to thank those who are going to read in the next hour and those of you who are watching this. We are very honored to be part of this movement. Thank you all. 大家好，我是 Ivy， 现在代表实验室向接下来即将朗读的参与者以及正在观看直播的观众表示衷心的感谢。我们很荣幸能加入这一全球性的运动，再次感谢。The author, Mohammed Musa, and the rain never returned to the ardent soul, and tomorrow has never been in my hands to seize, and yesterday, slipping through my fingers, never found its way to return. It's July, and not my best month to mourn. How to tell the sky that when I miss you, it always feels like rain. Tell it to the sky. The author, Mohammed Musa. Tell it to the sky. I was so thirsty, begging for its tears. I was so hungry and never found even a stale piece of bread or even a crumb from a dead sun. Tell it. I love life. I never hated the sky, but I hate its long arms.
Ivy, David's not present. I'm going to bring up Ususakura. Oh, David just got in the room. Here's David.
Hi, I heard you were looking for me.
Hi, David. Yeah, you're good to go. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm live right now.
Yep.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name's David Gorin, and I'm grateful to be here with all of you. I'm going to offer a poem in defense of Palestinian life. It's called, and And it's kind of a prayer for people whose hearts are closed to open them. It's called A Moon's Moon. Snow is supposed to be in the cold. Ash is supposed to be in the past. Snow is supposed to be on earth. Ash, scattering in the wind. Ash is supposed to be the snow of fire, enemy of winter's flowers. And winter is supposed to take place on the earth between the fall and spring. It is not supposed to take place on the moon. But when it is winter on the moon, when you are writing a poem in it, taking care to sweep it free of ash and snow, to cut down any spruces that spring up in the way, disposing also of wind and junipers and summer sounds, you will now and then look up and see a cloudy planet floating in the sky. It's about the size of your fist at arm's length. Dusty continents cartwheel into view. Then oceans serenely take their place. There must be people taking a subway. There must be mornings and situations. A girl walking her bicycle across the street. A graduate student in prayer on the floor of a hospital chapel. A track team running to the vanishing point and back. A basketball game the whole neighborhood turns out to cheer. Poetry readings attended by more than 60 people. It sounds exciting. You picture yourself in a helmet of glass and a silver suit with copper buckles, strapping into the seat of a cockpit aimed at the little world. With a few keystrokes, up you go, lifted by a bright white stream of snow and ash. Of course, this does not actually happen. You are, after all, still seated at your desk on the surface of the moon in winter, which shows no signs of abating. And weeks pass by like windows on a moving train.
Zia Cheng, you're welcome to turn your video on now. You're also muted. Your microphone is still off. Unfortunately, your audio is still not working. So let's move on to the next presenter and then try to re-enter the room and try that again in a moment. So Usu
Is it good?
Sakura. Oh yeah, you're good. You're good now. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. So I'm reading my own poetry for the children in Gaza. The beast in his or her or its heart. His or her or its war will one day come to the end. But here it is like a beast that after invasion takes residence in the heart. Men and women cannot erase or forget it through the labor of rebuilding or the act of giving birth again. His or her or its young husband is already dead, and the child can only hold a broken hand. His or her or its ad station has become a trap for playing games with death. If they prey fearlessly among their own, desperate death has already buried itself as a shadow upon memories of the past. How is peace promised? He or she or it is buried with as much dignity as possible. Yet this moment, to him or her or it is like a year with nothing left to talk about in 10,000 years of silence. Will war ever truly come to the end? His or her or its shepherd, father, his or her or its grandfather, fishing by the sea. He or she or it dies merely for trying to find a little food for their families and themselves. A death by dry leaves, by dust, by flowers that could never turn into fruit. They die of hunger, of wringing years of blood that would not erase to flow, of bodies gone numb. His or her or its mouth can no longer eat. A famine breaks their stomach. His or her or its body can no longer move. Only rockets and shells push their leg forward. The beast sleeps upon the baby's blanket covered with poppy petals, enjoying endless morning, enjoying the innocent blessing from afar, the senseless and inexplicable curses, enjoying the preachers of death itself, the numberness shared between the slaughters and the slain, enjoying the kind of tears shed only for despair, the very opposite of love and conscience. Yeah, that's it. Just one poem. Um, yeah, I'm very happy to be here, um, giving the voice together to Palestine, and I think we'll have the same dream for peace and the love, and I think it is very good to get united with the global poems, and that's very good for the poetry meaning. And thank you for listening.
Right, so it's my turn now.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And let me share my screen. So first, hi, I'm Usu Sakura, and when I saw the news of the war, I have so many feelings, and I'm very grateful and honored to have such an opportunity to share my voice here. And yeah, because I'm always thinking like, is there anything I can do? And I realize it's very hard and difficult to find an opportunity. But here, I feel kind of relief because like literature at this point and in YouTube, in the internet, we can share our feelings. So I didn't realize that in today's show, like everyone are using English to transform. I know it may be, it can help more people to understand our voice, but I didn't realize it before. So I choose Chinese poetry, which I really love, and I think is very necessary in such unsafe time. So, and I post the English translation by a Douban, and it is posted on Douban and translated by a guy named Nake Xingkong. So thanks for his translation, and I continue with the Chinese version. So let's get started. 如歌的行板，雅贤，温柔之必要，肯定之必要。 一点点酒和木樨花之必要，正正经经看一名女子走过之必要。君非海明威，此一骑马认识之必要。欧战、雨、加农炮、天气与红十字会之必要。散步之必要，遛狗之必要，薄荷茶之必要。每晚7点钟自证券交易所彼端，草一般飘起来的谣言之必要。旋转玻璃门之必要，盘尼西林之必要，暗杀之必要，晚报之必要。穿法兰绒长裤之必要，马票之必要，姑母继承遗产之必要。阳台、海、微笑之必要，懒洋洋之必要。而既被目为一条河，总得继续流下去。世界老这样，总这样。观音在远远的山上，罂粟在罂粟的田里。And please allow me to read the last part of the English version. And it's my favorite part. While now that being eyed as a river you have got to flow on, the world is always and frequently like this. The Avalokitesa is afar on the mountain, the poppies sway in the poppies field. So sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this word, but like basically it's similar like God. So when I read this, I feel like like in our daily lives there are no, maybe you cannot feel so many magic or the God to save you, and we are just normal people located in such chaos time, and like living with the soil and the poppies. But in this poetry, we can feel like we are called for a love, called for a life that is necessary, and it's what we this poetry just show a calling of a profound life in a chaos time. Yeah, and that's all. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I love to share my voice here. This is a heavy season. In our world, on one side stand those who enjoy the dividends of prosperity. On the other, those who endure the abyss of humanitarian suffering. The divide is stark, like parallel lines that can never come close. And yet, we cannot turn away from this brutal reality. The faint cries of blood and the distant echoes of blood resonate across the world. A voice will, eventually, become an echo. When we speak today, it is no longer just we who are speaking. We speak on behalf of those who cannot speak, those silenced, forgotten, or gone. Let our voices awaken the buried pain of this physical world. Let us bring the children in the darkness back into the dawn. And now, with a heavy heart, I will continue in Chinese and create a poem in the moment. The improvisation is intentional. It is a way to interact fully with reality, to let my senses feel, to let the world speak through me. 接下来，我将用我的母语汉语创造一首即兴诗歌，作为这个沉重时间里面的一个纪念和慰念。只要人还在呼唤人，黑暗就不能宣布胜利。你的名字乃是饥饿之名字，你的国度是一个充满了旋转之河的应许。奥德赛将满载一艘侏罗回到久违的安康之在，赤奥文化以及丰腴的信仰将再度降临在你我之身，如往出美学的影子，神经触手的轻微运动将抚你额。当我以血呼唤血，以血似血的勇气 左手握住的便不是丰收的镰刀，而是染红的刺枪。当医院垮塌，当世界以假乱真，巧锤不着，孰察其波正？我
和平歌，陈家平。拂晓，光是刺向床头的悲声。我像一只受惊的雁，但不肯起飞，专注于不透光的物体在暗区盘旋。蜂群的沙沙声告诉我有什么消息。事实上，所有日子都充满了魅力，尽管时间显露出现实残酷的一面，时光仍在人生留下了美好的痕迹。我迷恋旋转的木马，虽不能行走，但也不会浪费食物。沉默，无不言。我只怕比病菌还小，乃个人主义者。我更怕自己被他人所拷贝与复制。窗外，日月星辰在重新绘制世界。请不要向我索取开启门窗的钥匙，没有话语可以打量我无形的梦想。我是什么？不是什么？我开始无心。
No, that's okay.
光芒四射的太阳充满了悲哀，它的痛苦由来已久，被万物分解，并以碎片的方式反弹着锋利的光。不要引入草丛，必须躲过闪电。我在营养不良的情况下昏昏沉沉，我的双眼全是炫目的疲惫，土地的干旱并非就是我身体的慵懒。暮晚回夜，始终为你的天真惊叹。有谁知道自由是一块白色的布幕，永远在黑暗之中上演不安的灵魂。色彩中的和音乐中的向日葵，都把天空当成了一面红色镜子。黑色种子如何成长为绿色植物？在不会回头的人群里，我满身的秘密行走白色苍茫的天际线。我的洞穴与影子为伍，不需要任何台海，不需要烽火台上的烟火，不需要电话电报，长长的延长线。
投影的仪器像大厦涂抹了漆黑的阴影。他们说，光明杀死了梦。悬浮空中的玻璃碎了清脆，听不到，也见不到。他们说，无尽的坠落就是飞行。 那锋利的刀子裁剪华服、装饰范式，也是政治。他们说要锋利，要把枪管塞进敌人的嘴里，一切的修辞都落地。可是您可知道，战争就是人杀死人，没有其他。
为了表达对和平的祈祷，对巴勒斯坦人民的支持，为大家朗诵几首巴勒斯坦诗人托哈的诗。我们爱我们所拥有之物，我们爱我们所拥有之物，无论它多么稀少，因为如果我们不爱，一切都会消失。如果我们不爱，我们自己就不再存在，因为不爱就意味着我们一无所有。现在我们拥有的是我们仍在持续建造的东西，那是我们还无法看见的东西，因为我们自己就是它的一部分。不久后的某天，这栋高大建筑会独自耸立，而我们会成为保护它的树丛，让它免受狂风侵袭。我们会为室内玩耍的孩子和荡秋千的孩子提供树荫。我们值得更好的死，我们值得更好的死。我们的身躯被损毁、扭曲，被子弹和炮弹碎片装饰。我们的名字在广播和电视上被人念错，我们的照片贴在一栋栋大楼的墙壁上，褪色变白。我们墓碑上的铭文消失了，被鸟与爬行动物的粪便掩盖。没人给我们墓前的小树浇水，刺眼的太阳已经完全覆盖了我们渐渐腐烂的身体。在加沙的海岸，我告诉自己，椰枣树从不会弯腰，它的果子也不会腐烂。我想象着天空中只有群鸟和蓬松的大团云朵。我独自走在沙滩上，永不害怕被寒冷寂静的海浪侵蚀。假如你发现我睡着了，那我一定是要么梦见了玫瑰和鸽子，要么只是盯着我头顶的虚空。我会穿上我的玫瑰粉色西装走向港口，即使我知道根本没有船会来。我期盼的是你能拍动不知疲倦的翅膀向我飞来。我会搜集贝壳和卵石，在沙滩上为我们建造一座房子，等你到来。你不知道，在你来之前，我已经建过多少房子，也许到那天，我已经重建了整个加沙。
All the windows in this house are broken. All the salty stories I carry within me suffocate me. Why, I still remember the sea. You fighting for me? All the forgotten songs in the serene summer were once a dream of a bereaved kid, sleeping forever in the eternal sky where once you and I climbed. I miss humanity, and a morning smells like a peeled orange, not blood. Feeling one another and singing again for a better tomorrow, empty of pain.
Hi, I'm Yang Lue. I'd like to share two poems of Yehuda Amichai. The first one, Ruhama. Here in this wadi, we lived during the war. Many years have passed since then, many victories and many defeats. I have gathered many consolations in my life and squandered them, many sorrows that I spilled in vain. I've said many things, like the waves of the sea at Ashkelon in the west. They always keep saying the same thing. But as long as I live, my soul remembers, and my body slowly ripens in the fires of its life story. The evening sky lowers like a bugle all over us, and our lips move like the lips of men in prayer, before there was a God in the world. Here we will lie by day, and at night we will go to battle. The smell of the sand is as it was, and the smell of the eucalyptus leaves, and the smell of the wind. And I do now what any memory dog does. I howl quietly, and pierce a boundary of remembrance around me, so no one else can enter. Next one. So I went down to the Asian harbor. So I went down to the Asian harbor. Human actions bring the sea closer to the shore, but other actions push it back. How should the sea know what it is they want? Which pier holds tight, like love, and which pier lets go? In the shadow, water lies a lawman column, but this isn't its final resting place. Even if they carry it off and put it in a museum with a little plaque telling what it is, even that will be its final resting place. It will go unfolding through floors and structure and other ages. But now, a wind in the tamarisks fans a last red glow on the faces of those who sit here, like the embers of a lying campfire. After this, night and whiteness. The salt is everything, and I eat salt till it eats me too. And whatever was given to me is taken away and given again. And what was thirsty has drunk its fill, and what drunk its fill has long since rested in death.
My name is Matt Schroeder. I'm a poet and educator from Richmond, Virginia, and I'll read 3 poems today. This first poem is called Quarantine by Van Boland. In the worst hour of the worst season of the worst year of a whole people, a man set out from the workhouse with his wife. He was walking. They were both walking north. She was sick with famine fever and could not keep up. He lifted her and put her on his back. He walked like that, west and north, until at nightfall under freezing stars they arrived. In the morning they were both found dead, of cold, of hunger, of the toxins of a whole history. But her feet were held against his breastbone. The last heat of his flesh was his last gift to her. Let no love poem ever come to this threshold. There is no place here for the inexact praise of the easy graces and sensuality of the body. There is only time for this merciless inventory. Their death together in the winter of 1847, also what they suffered, how they lived, and what there is between a man and a woman, and in which darkness it can best be proved. And this second poem is a famous Szymborska poem, The End and the Beginning, and is translated by Joanna Terzacek. The End and the Beginning. After every war, someone has to clean up. Things won't straighten themselves up, after all. Someone has to push the rubble to the side of the road so the corpse-filled wagons can pass. Someone has to get mired in scum and ashes, sofa springs, splintered glass, and bloody rags. Someone has to drag in a girder to prop up a wall. Someone has to glaze a window, rehang a door. Photogenic it's not, and takes years. All the cameras have left for another war. We'll need the bridges back and new railway stations. Sleeves will go ragged from rolling them up. Someone, broom in hand, still recalls the way it was. Someone else listens and nods with unsevered head. But already there are those nearby starting to mill about who will find it dull. From out of the bushes, sometimes someone still unearths rusted-out arguments and carries them to the garbage pile. Those who knew what was going on here must make way for those who know little, and less than little, and finally as little as nothing. In the grass that has overgrown causes and effects, someone must be stretched out, blade of grass in his mouth, gazing at the clouds. And this final poem is by Taha Muhammad Ali and is translated by Peter Cole. It's called Meeting at an Airport. You asked me once, on our way back from the mid-morning trip to the spring, what do you hate, and who do you love? And I answered, from behind the eyelashes of my surprise, my blood rushing like the shadow cast by a cloud of starlings, I hate departure. I love the spring and the path to the spring, and I worship the middle hours of morning. And you laughed. And the almond trees blossomed, and the thicket grew loud with nightingales. A question now 4 decades old, I salute that question's answer, and an answer as old as your departure. I salute that answer's question. And today, it's preposterous. Here we are at a friendly airport by the slimmest of chances, and we meet. Ah, Lord, we meet. And here you are asking, again, it's absolutely preposterous. I recognized you, but you didn't recognize me. Is it you? But you wouldn't believe it. And suddenly you burst out and asked, if you're really you, what do you hate and who do you love? And I answered, my blood fleeing the hall, rushing in me like the shadow cast by a cloud of starlings. I hate departure, and I love the spring and the path to the spring, and I worship the middle hours of morning. And you wept, and flowers bowed their heads, and doves in the silk of their sorrow stumbled. Thank you.
Hello from London, and hello to all those listening live or in the future. Solidarity with the Palestinians, solidarity with Palestine. I'd also like to say that for me, it was a great mistake many, many years ago for the West to have allowed Israel to have come into being. It's caused too much problems, and it was not their land. I'm going to read 4 short poems, 2 short, 2 very short. The first one is called Remember Today. Your moments of silence cannot be heard. Your red poppies drip. Your efforts are stillborn. Your memories fail to lead you elsewhere, so you keep it to once a year. The next poem I'd like to read stems from 2003. During the Iraq War, I was living in California, and there was a cinema that was being torn down, and it's called Not Iraq. Destruction is fun. A few of us stopped today to watch it happening. The walls splintering and collapsing, glass flying, waves of dust, the past thinning out. The cinema was being torn down. They'd build a new one, and the memories inside, the awe, the mixed revelations, all those silent stares, who knows? Who cares? I looked around at the empty air and suddenly felt larger, but weak, more alone. Later, a pile of mangled rubble was all that remained. There was no one in there. The next poem is called Greetings, and it's from, I believe, 2008, when Israel was bombing Lebanon, and there was photos in the media of Israeli families putting their names and messages on missiles that were on the way to their destruction. It's called Greetings. A young girl puts her name on the missile to say hello. This is from me. Soldiers usually do this. Her handwriting is very beautiful. She holds the pen very carefully, like a knife. Other words say, with love. Mother looks on. She's relieved, happy to have turned fear into delight. This is magic being prepared. What fun this is. Let's take a picture. Let's remember this moment for years to come. There they go, the smiles. As the missile flies in no one's sky, does the air feel her touch? There they go, here they come. As the missile slices someone open, do they read her lovely name? Do they feel the fun going in? My hello is your goodbye. My smile is your cry. I've got a better name than you. Lastly, a very short poem written recently. It's called Again. The humans said, never again means from anyone to anyone. The Force said, it's complicated. The humans said, no, it's not. The Force said, you are me now then. Take care, solidarity.
Hello 到我了吗？好 ，Hello everyone, I'm 李曼曼, 20 years old, and my honors are that hate. I come from Nanyang, Henan, China. It's a great honor to be here. I would like to present two of my original poems in Chinese. Our honey and forever, and the children of Anem Carnaria and the Great Orland. The spirit of the resistance of the state of Palestine, much like the essence of portrait in the world, will never fade, do we until forever. 大家好，我是李曼曼，21岁，代词是他，代词是在嘿，我来自中国河南南阳，很荣幸的我来到这里，我想要在这里为大家用中文朗诵我的2首原创诗歌，分别是《海恩鸢尾花》直到永远，以及《欧银莲与绿橄榄的孩子们》。巴勒斯坦国的抗争精神，正如诗歌与这世界的存在一样，永不消逝，直到永远。海恩鸢尾花，直到永远。不怕风雨的牧民，羊群为他歌唱，赫尔克族族民谣，献给巴勒斯坦国，献给亚伦乌什内尔，献给在加沙地带遭受痛苦袭击的人民。愿你们的灵魂能够在烈火与海洋中重获新生。巴勒斯坦国自由万岁！千真万确，我看到了它，就在今天。我看到了一朵淡紫色的鸢尾花，它矗立在一座孤岛上，面朝向，铭刻着远望天空的废墟。花，紫色的鸢尾花，正在随着海岸线的消失而消失。是的，在孤岛上，我看到了它，海恩鸢尾花。欧银莲与绿橄榄的孩子们，献给欧银莲与绿橄榄的孩子们。愿归真的巴勒斯坦国儿童们天堂无忧，诞生者终将为你们指引前方的道路。孩子们蹲在地上，就只有欧银莲陪着。林间的橄榄树已经消失不见了。欧银莲便带着孩子去寻找月亮上的金砖卡。木头鸟们纷纷从里面飞出来。2024年 6月1日。好了。
My name's Martha Sprackland. This is a poem that I wrote for the children of Gaza, that I wrote taking as inspiration a 13th century Catalan planctus or lament, often a Marian lament, so the lament of a mother. It's called Plani de la Verge. The weeping comes first, again and again. We see our one and only son destroyed, mislaid, fed into the wide chute of war. Such work went into making him, such slow forward progress. It is my lovely lot to feed this mouth that is heaven's gift. From this moment on, it is weeping we are made for. Day follows night, follows day, and still he lives. Unsought sight, our pooled lament. It is for another woman's son I do it now, candled by rolling news. O golden boy gone. A sun drifts as smoke over the city. What day of bitter sorrow this.
Hello everyone, my name is Lin Chuyu and I'm a poet from China. Actually, this is my second time participating in this event. So firstly, I want to say thank you for organizing this event. I know it could be really hard for keep it running for years. And today I would like to read 2 poems. The first one is written by Ilya Kamenetsky. It's called In a Time of Peace. Inhabitant of Earth for 40-something years, I once found myself in a peaceful country. I watched neighbors open their phones to watch a cop demanding a man's driver's license. When the man reaches for his wallet, the cop shoots into the car window, shoots. It is a peaceful country. We pocket our phones and go to the dentist to pick up kids from school to buy shampoo and basil. Ours is a country in which a boy shot by police lies on the pavement for hours. We see in his open mouth the nakedness of the whole nation. We watch others watch. The body of a boy lies on the pavement exactly like the body of a boy. It is a peaceful country, and it clips our citizens' bodies effortlessly, the way the president's wife trimmed her toenails. All of us still have to do the hard work of dentist appointments, of remembering to make a summer salad, basil, tomatoes. It is a joy, tomatoes. Add a little salt. This is a time of peace. I did not hear gunshots, but watched birds splash over the backyards of the suburbs. How bright is the sky as the avenue spins on its axis. How bright is the sky. Forgive me. How bright. And I would like to read another poem. It's in Chinese. It's actually written by a Hong Kong poet. Her name is Xi. She just passed away a few years ago. And as we know, Hong Kong is going through its own difficult time. So I would like to read this poem to deliver some comfort to those who lost their homes and family members, both in Palestine and Hong Kong. So now I'm gonna read it. 土瓜湾，下课时恰巧碰上一位乘搭飞机专程来赶到书院来听某中山先生讲课的先生，一同步出校园后，在土瓜湾天官道上替他截取的士赶时间赴机场回台北。他匆匆对土瓜湾横扫一眼，说道：“你怎么能够住在这样的地方，而且住了这么久？”我的确在土瓜湾一住了将近40年。书院对面的中学是我的母校，书院旁边的小学是我教书的地方。以前这里是种瓜种菜的农田，远些是港湾。同样的问题大概不会问这里的印裔，以及越来越多的新移民。我也曾是新移民，我们恰恰经过一条横街叫靠背垄道。抬起头来，我可以看见附近一幢没有电梯的旧楼， 4楼上有一个窗口打开了一条缝隙，那是某先生狭窄幽暗的小书房。他老人家常年伏案，眯起眼睛书写，常年思索安顿生命的问题。无论住在哪里，总是漂泊。但某先生毕竟在土瓜湾上种了许多许多年，土瓜湾就有了值得居住的理由。Thank you all.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you. That was me recorded earlier. This is me live. Thank you to all the organizers, Ghazal and Munir, and everyone behind the scenes. I'm going to read one poem by the Israeli Aaron Shabtai. It's called I Accuse. The sniper who shot Muhammad, the child, beneath his father's arm wasn't acting alone. Someone else in uniform, a junior cog in the wheel who was briefed at a higher level, positioned him there on the roof, a public servant, a cantor for the days of awe, and someone else manufactured the ammunition, and another had it distributed like bars of chocolate. The tree doesn't go green when a single leaf unfurls. Many wrinkled brows leaned over the plans. History has known foreheads like these, technicians of slaughter, bastards in the eyes, in whose eyes morality is a pain in the ass. But even cucumbers need dirt and a little dung. The worm isn't born of air. A million words are required to reconstruct the manner in which public discourse itself is corrupted and turned into refuse. That which within the body politic was created to preserve the heart of justice. But now there isn't time for any of that. When right in front of the cameras, without any shame, grown men in uniforms are shooting into a helpless crowd. From the back of their necks and behind, they look like guys at the air gun range, by the screen at an amusement park, trying to win their girlfriends a doll or a box of candy. Atop a hill at the distance dictated by the administrator's handbook, the prime minister looks on with his company of advisors. They gaze down into the vale of tears toward the horde which is scrambling like jackals and rabbits, grandchildren and great-grandchildren of refugees who were stripped of their homes and fields, wells and towns, and with an iron hand were driven into enclaves and ghettos. Each one of these authorities sees to his part in the plan. One's in charge of liquidation, another of the daily harassment. This one's field is public relations, that one's collaboration. This one deals with expulsion and fencing, that one with the destruction of homes. Because when it comes down to it, we're only speaking of a population of a certain size, which needs to be pounded and ground, then shipped off as human powder. The outrage itself has to be packaged like any piece of merchandise with all the cliches of corporate politics. They'll give it a name, then a format can be arranged for staged negotiations with breakthroughs and concessions and moments of press-covered heightened tension, complete with PR blitz full of talk. For this purpose, we have the spokesman, the journalist and author as well, the TV announcer and the professor, a long lineup of men of letters, all blowing into the process's trumpets. For the sniper who fired at the child is only a single stinking instrument within an enormous orchestra, which is conducted by the man who knows more than anyone else that long-term solutions can be found for any and every problem when it's no longer breathing. The moment that man smiles, the skin over skulls become transparent. When, hoarsely, he pronounces the word peace, mothers wake up trembling. He knows that words are only the skin of potatoes with which the stupid are to be stuffed. And now, at long last, he'll roll up his sleeves and get down to the work at which he excels and bring about a bloodbath. Thank you, and please spread these amazing poems we've heard for 18 hours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ye. Before I read, I would like to thank everybody for taking part in this, whether you're reading or listening. In peace we rise. I'm going to read something from a peace diary. 24th of June 2025. What is ceasefire? Fight. What is peace? Body. What is negotiation? Bomb. What is diplomacy? Body. What is stability? Endless fight. What is security? No body. What is a statement? Words. What is a statement? Empty words. What is a statement? A bag of lies. Define loss. People. Define victory. Losers. What species are they? Monsters. 15th of September 2025. Eating happens when the wind winds through a desperate crowd as a mass of violence. 28th of September 2025. We have looked hard at each other till we lost sight of ourselves. The last standing hospitals besieged. Clouds bickering, getting relentlessly bombed at. You freeze for a deer's rarity. No more supplies, but not a heron's patience. No more international aid. Water so clear you can see its ribs. They're completely out of service. A string of random laughs tear the silence apart. People are in despair, screaming. Deer, fleeing for help. So many people driven into displacement. A school of fish marching past. Heron undisturbed. To nowhere, and the wounded exhausts your patience. Nowhere to go but the wounded. We're all witnessing. Invaders are everywhere. Trees along the canal shivering. Everywhere. In so much sorrow. Everywhere. Sorrow. Where are we? Sorrow. 29th of September 2025. The war. The war that builds us. War slaps us. The war that separates us. War denies. The war that connects us. War sprawls. The war that listens. War listens. The war that breaks us. War creaks. The war that spills blood. War shrieks. The the wall where history is written, or looks on, the wall that haunts us, or pales, the wall that collects tears, or declares victory, the wall branded as security, or plunges into silence, the wall where love prevails, or inhales, the wall that bars knowledge, war cringes, the wall that threatens to bring peace, war laughs, the wall inside ourselves, war stops laughing, the war after the war, war after war after war after war, masquerading as peace. 18th of September 2025. What is security? Security. Does the ceiling have the answer? Answer. If God can be imagined, would you be willing to live like a human? Human? Listen. Listen very carefully to the stillness that stirs you. Or would you rather stay unmoved no matter what? Oh, would you? Would you? The world starts in a whirlwind of sounds. Sounds incapable of explaining themselves. In the incapability blurs everything. Everything. Breathing is the only way out. Where's the destination if all you do is circling for an easy prey? There is not even an echo in the terrific chamber of hollow, for the density of emptiness is too overwhelming. But let the story fumble the narrative for a bit longer. Let it be a church without a ceiling. 9th of July 2025. Will there be peace? I don't know. Will there be a deal? You know what? Why don't you ask him? Will the people be forced into displacement? Just ask him, would you? Will you recognize the state? He'll answer that question too. What's next for the religion? For the region? He can answer that question better than me. An air of hypocrisy dashes across the room. Naked as ever. 23rd of September 2025. A plan that has that access and that break is the one that shows feeling. Watching a documentary where atrocities had to be pointed out, like an emperor's nakedness in robbery, where peace had to be fought for, as wars were prolonged for the bottomless greed of the rich, where democracy had become but a veil for self-interests. Or was it always like that? Courage is such a beautiful manifestation of humanity. The courage to stand, the courage to speak up, the courage to resist. It discolors all evilness. The light that's there all along has to be discovered and upheld as a torch on our way to find our lost selves. There is so much more thinking to be done. The road ahead stretches into the dark folds of night's gown. No sign of protesting. Yet peace is everywhere. Thank you.
Hello. We are poets from Sri Lanka and its diaspora, both Sinhala and Tamil, coming together as a people who have suffered and are still suffering from militarization, colonialism, and oppression. We stand with the people of Palestine in recognition of their suffering. We join the call for truth and justice to be allowed a voice, recognizing that peace can only be achieved when it walks hand in hand with love and honor. Thank you, Ghazal, and this wonderful community of poets for inviting us. I will now hand over to Khazro Ponudure, who will read in Tamil.
Hello, everyone. My name is Castro Ponudure. I'm going to read one poem called A Voice from Palestine by M.A. Nuhuman. It was originally written in Tamil, and I'm going to read the original one. Before reading that, I will give a brief introduction about the poem. It was written in 2023 when Israeli Defense Minister said that they are fighting with human animals, and Prime Minister Netanyahu said in his address to the nation that Israel is fighting with the enemies of civilization. This war is between forces of civilization and the forces of barbarism. This poem is in response to their utterances. நீ சொல்கிறாய் நாங்கள் மனித விலங்குகளுடன் போரிடுகிறோம் என்று அவர்களை அப்படித்தான் நடத்த வேண்டும் என்று சொல்கிறாய். நீ அப்படித்தான் சொல்வாய். உன் மூளை மரத்து விட்டது. உன் இதயம் காய்ந்து விட்டது. விலங்குகளை அவமதியாதே. விலங்குகள் மனிதரின் தோழர்கள். விலங்குகள் இல்லாத உலகில் நீயும் நானும் வாழ முடியாது. விலங்குகளை அவமதியாதே. விலங்குகள் ஆக்கிரமிப்பதில்லை. விலங்குகள் குண்டு வீசி மனிதரை கொல்வதில்லை. விலங்குகள் ஒரு தேசத்தை அபகரிப்பதில்லை. விலங்குகள் மனிதரை தங்கள் வீடுகளை விட்டு துரத்துவதில்லை. கிராமங்களை நிர்மூலமாக்குவதில்லை. விலங்குகள் மனிதரை அகதிகளாக்குவதில்லை. விலங்குகளை அவமதியாதே. நீ யாரென்று யோசித்து பார். நீ எங்கிருந்து வந்தாய், எப்படி இங்கு வந்தாய் என்பதை எண்ணிப்பார். எப்படி எங்கள் மண்ணில் காலூன்றினாய், எப்படி எங்களை துரத்தினாய், எப்படி எங்கள் கிராமங்களை அழித்தாய், எப்படி எங்களை கொன்று குவித்தாய், எப்படி எங்களை அகதிகளாக்கினாய், எப்படி எங்களை சிறையில் அடைத்தாய் என்பதை எண்ணிப்பார். உனக்கு எல்லாம் மறந்து விட்டது. உன் மனச்சாட்சி மடிந்து விட்டது. உன் இதயம் காய்ந்து விட்டது. உன் மூளை மரத்து விட்டது. நீ எங்களை பயங்கரவாதி என்கிறாய். மனித விலங்குகள் என்கிறாய். விலங்குகளை அவமதியாதே. எங்கள் அமைதியை குலைத்தவன் நீ இல்லையா? எங்கள் தேன்கூட்டை கலைத்தவன் நீ இல்லையா? எங்கள் ஒலிவ மரங்களை அழித்தவன் நீ இல்லையா? எங்களை துப்பாக்கி தூக்க வைத்தவன் நீ இல்லையா? எங்கள் குழந்தைகளை கல்பொறுக்க வைத்தவன் நீ இல்லையா? இப்போது நீ எங்களை பயங்கரவாதி என்கிறாய். மனித விலங்குகள் என்கிறாய். விலங்குகளை அவமதியாதே. நீ சொல்கிறாய் நாங்கள் நாகரிகத்தின் எதிரிகளுடன் போரிடுகிறோம் என்று. இது நாகரிக சக்திகளுக்கும் காட்டுமிராண்டிகளுக்கும் இடையிலான போர் என்று சொல்கிறாய். இந்த நூற்றாண்டின் பெரிய நகைச்சுவை இல்லையா இது? நான் சொல்ல வேண்டியதை நீர் சொல்கிறாயா? சாத்தான் வேதம் ஓதுகிறதா? ஹிட்லருக்குப் பிறகு அவன் பாதையில் செல்லும் மனித நாகரிகத்தின் மோசமான எதிரி நீ இல்லையா? உலகின் பெரிய பயங்கரவாதிகள் உன்னை ஆதரிக்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் உன் கண்களைத் திறந்து பார். நீதி உணர்ச்சி கொண்ட மக்கள் உலகெங்கும் உனக்கெதிராக கிளர்ந்தெழுகிறார்கள். நீதி உணர்ச்சி மிக்க உன் சொந்த மக்களே உனக்கெதிராக கிளர்ந்தெழுகிறார்கள். உங்கள் முடிவு நெருங்கிவிட்டது. அநியாயக்காரர்கள் நிலைத்திருப்பதில்லை. வரலாறு அவர்களை காரி உமிழ்கிறது. அந்த வரிசையில் நீ வந்து நிற்கிறாய். உன் முடிவு நெருங்கிவிட்டது. உன் மனச்சாட்சி மடிந்துவிட்டது. உன் இதயம் காய்ந்துவிட்டது. உன் மூளை மரத்து விட்டது. உன் சித்தம் கலங்கிவிட்டது. உனக்கு எல்லாம் மறந்துவிட்டது. நீ எங்களை மனித விலங்குகள் என்கிறாய். காட்டு மிராண்டிகள் என்கிறாய். நாகரிகத்தின் எதிரி என்கிறாய். எங்களை முற்றாக அழித்துவிட ஆசைப்படுகிறாய். எங்களை அழித்துவிட்டு நிம்மதியாய் தூங்கலாம் எனக் கனவு காண்கிறாய். அது நடக்காது. உலகில் ஒரு துளி நீதி இருக்கும் வரை அது நடக்காது. பிறரின் அமைதியை குலைத்தவனுக்கு ஏது அமைதி? பிறரின் சுதந்திரத்தை பறித்தவனுக்கு ஏது சுதந்திரம்? இன்னும் 1000 குண்டுகளை வீசி நீ எங்களை அழிக்கலாம். இந்த இடிபாடுகளிலிருந்து, அந்த சாம்பலிலிருந்து மீண்டும் மீண்டும் நாங்கள் உயிர்த்தெழுவோம். உன் கனவுகளை கலைப்போம். உன் ஆயுதங்களை செங்கடலில் வீசிவிட்டு ஒரு ஒலிவம் கிளையை கையில் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு என்னை நோக்கி வா. 75 வருடகால உன் பாவங்களை நான் மன்னித்து விடுகிறேன். உன்னை அரவணைத்துக் கொள்கிறேன். என் மண்ணில் வாழ உனக்கும் இடம் தருகிறேன். நாம் நம் வீடுகளில் நிம்மதியாக தூங்கி எழலாம். அதற்கு நீ தயாரா? உன் இதயத்தில் ஈரம் கசியட்டும். உன் உணர்வு துளிர்க்கட்டும். உன் சித்தம் தெளியட்டும். அதற்கு நீ தயாரா? உன் ஆயுதங்களை கடலில் வீசிவிட்டு ஒரு ஒலிவம் கிளையுடன் வர நீ தயாரா? அதுவரை கலைக்கப்பட்ட தேனீக்கள் உன்னை துரத்திக் கொண்டே இருக்கும். உன் காதில் இரைந்து கொண்டே இருக்கும். எங்களை முற்றாக அழித்து விடலாம் என்று மட்டும் கனவு காணாதே. அது நடக்காது. உலகில் ஒரு துளி நீதி இருக்கும் வரை அது நடக்காது. அதுவரை கலைக்கப்பட்ட தேனீக்கள் உன்னை துரத்திக் கொண்டே இருக்கும். உன் காதில் இரைந்து கொண்டே இருக்கும். எங்களை முற்றாக அழித்து விடலாம் என்று மட்டும் கனவு காணாதே. அது நடக்காது. உலகில் ஒரு துளி நீதி இருக்கும் வரை அது நடக்காது. This poem was written by M.A. Nuhuman. Nuhuman is a poet, literary critic, and translator who has published more than 30 books. He retired as a professor of Tamil at the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. And his poem, Murder, Butharin Padukolai in Tamil language original, is a highly acclaimed protest of the 1981 burning of the Jaffna Public Library. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amod Parakamage, and I'm reading a couple of poems. The first one is by me, called Midnight Marching for Palestine in Lubbock, Texas, October 2023. Lanterns say holy beings get down from trees at midnight and roam looking for souls to save. Something got into our heads during that early Halloween party. Maybe the weed synchronized with mindless drinking and hours of nonsense. Somebody's exes break up, the new assistant crop, my curried cashews, digging up the soil to determine the cause for my peace lily's demise. Then flashed the random memory of a road trip, motorcycles, Che Guevara, Bob Marley, and reggae, and how nobody gives a fuck about reggae in West Texas. Jahan was about to ping an Uber home. Maybe he did. Why was Samir making out with my doorknob? I didn't even know we were playing truth or dare. Still no takers into our wild cheers of make out, who mixed ceasefire now. Maybe Amir, maybe his teenage girlfriend who wasn't even supposed to be drinking. In no time, Kavin was banging the door demanding a ceasefire. Tanisha lit up a scented Walmart candle to make it a vigil. Few had the presence of mind to grab their shoes, but the moon nodded as we marched through the streets. A stray dog joined. A midnight skater stopped by and asked if we are all right. I gave him a I froze and pictured my brain splatter on the sidewalk like graffiti. He screamed and screamed, but the others drowned out his voice and marched on without noticing. When the dark cavities of our eyes finally seemed to lock, he lowered the gun and nodded in their direction. Heck, don't see why the great state of Texas can't form our country, he said. And the next poem is called Yet Another Incident in July by Basil Fernando. Yet Another Incident in July 1983. Burying the dead, being an art well developed in our times, our psychoanalysts have helped us much to keep balanced minds, whatever that may mean. There's no reason really for this matter to remain so vivid, as if some rare occurrence. I assure you, I'm not sentimental, never having had a breakdown, as they say. I'm as shy of my emotions as you are, and I attend to my daily tasks in a very matter-of-fact way, being prudent too. When a government says forget, I act accordingly. My ability to forget has never been doubted, never having had any adverse comments on that score either. Yet I remember the way they stopped that car, the mob. There were 4 in that car, a girl, a boy, between 4 and 5 it seemed, and their parents, I guessed, the man and the woman. It was in the same way they stopped other cars. I did not notice any marked difference. A few questions in game mood, not to make a mistake, I suppose. Then they proceeded to action, by then routine, pouring petrol and all that stuff. Then someone noticed something odd, as it were, opened the 2 left side doors, took away the 2 children, crying and resisting as they were moved away from their parents. Children's emotions have sometimes to be ignored for their own good, the guy must have thought. Someone practical was quick, lighting a match efficiently. An instant fire followed, adding one more to many around. Around the fire they chattered of some new adventure. A few scattered. What the 2 inside felt or thought was no matter. Peace-loving people were hurrying towards homes as in a procession. Then suddenly, the man inside, breaking open the door, was out, his shirt already on fire and hair too. Then bending, took his 2 children, not even looking around as if executing a calculated decision. He resolutely entered the car. Once inside, he closed the door himself. I heard the noise distinctly. Still, the ruined car is there by the roadside with other such things. Maybe the municipality will remove it one of these days to the capital's garbage pit. The cleanliness of the capital receives authority's top priority. And the final poem I'm going to read is by Laktas Wickramasinghe called Don't Talk to Me About Matisse. It's an angry poem. Don't talk to me about Matisse. Don't talk to me about Matisse. Don't talk to me about Gauguin or even the earless painter Van Gogh and the woman reclining on a blood spread, the Aboriginal shot dead by the great white hunter Matisse. With a gun with 2 nostrils, the Aboriginal crucified by Gauguin, the syphilis spreader, the yellowed obesity. Don't talk to me about Matisse, the European style of 1900s, the tradition of the studio where the nude woman reclines forever on a sheet of blood. Talk to me instead of the culture generally, for the murderers were sustained by the beauty robbed of savages. To our remote villages the painters came, and our whitewashed mud huts were splattered with gunfire. Thank you.
I'm going to read an extract from M.A. Newman's poem, A Voice from Palestine, in translation. The poem that Castro read just before, a little earlier. Newman is a Muslim poet writing in Tamil, and he's one of the first, may even be the first, to translate Palestinian poetry into Tamil in the 1970s. These translations became very popular. So it's very apt that we listen to his poem today. A Voice from Palestine is written in November 2023. Israel's defense minister says, we are fighting with human animals. The Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, says, The war is between forces of civilization and the forces of barbarism. This poem is a response. This is a war against animals, you say, and we give them the treatment they deserve. Beasts. It is no surprise, though, your beastly words. Your brain's dead, your heart has gone cold. Respect the ways of animals. They are the friends of this world's humans. We will perish if there were no animals among us. Do not demean them with indignities. They do not dominate. They do not bomb life out of people. They do not covet nations. They do not forcibly remove them from their homes. They do not raise entire villages into oblivion. They do not turn ordinary men, women, children into refugees. Do not insult them with your words. Think again who you are, who you may be, from which place and to which land you have come. Reflect. How did you set foot on this land of ours and how you took it and chased us out? How you demolished our villages and piled dead bodies in a heap together and caged us in prison cells? Reflect. Where is your conscience? Where is the warmth of your heart? Why has your mind gone dry and numb? Why are we terrorists? To you, we are human beings. Show respect to those in the animal world. Do not insult them with your words. Are you not the one who disturbed the peace of this land, the one who destroyed the honeybee's home, the one who fell down our olive trees, the one who hung us on the tip of the rifle point, the one who turned our children into wielders of rocks? To you now, we are terrorists. We are fighting the force of barbarism, you say. This is a clash of the forces of civilization and savagery, you say. We listen to this century's biggest joke, I say. Like Satan reciting the Vedam, you have taken the words from my mouth. Are you not the villain fighting human worth? Marching on the path carved by that villain of the human race, Hitler? Are you not all this? I'm jumping to the end now. Discard in the wide seas your weapons of destruction. Come forth with forethought, with the olive branch in your hand. Until then, the bees in their wrath at the destruction of the home will pursue you endlessly. They will hover around you, buzzing in your ears the chant of freedom, disturbing your dream of annihilation of our indefatigable spirit. Wake up. The world is waking up until the last drop of just thought is alive on this earth. We will not be destroyed. Our spirit will not be vanquished. The next two poems are about the last phase of the war in Sri Lanka between the liberation tigers of Tamil and the Sri Lankan state, which took place off the shores of the lagoon Nandikadal in the northeast of Sri Lanka. The first extract is an extract of Numan's poem, the one I read, whose poem I read earlier. An extract, Nandikadal by M.A. Numan, an extract. From the south, fire-breathing missiles. From the north, too, they come to explode just where we are. The sword-wielding lion on one side, the open-jawed tiger ready to pounce on the other. In the middle, men, women, and children flee for their lives. They flee with their lives. The aim of the gun, with singularity, seeks out those who escape. The aim of the gun responds with a welcome to those who surrender. Where do I run to? Oh my God, to which place, time and place? Wherever I turn, I see the pointed guns directed at me. Wherever I turn, the blood-stained hands of the assassin, the blood-stained hands of the assassin. Next is a poem by me, Easter 2009, which is also about the last phase of the war and is dedicated to the people of Palestine and to all people resisting oppressive regimes. Easter 2009. As I lie still in an unquiet rest, the bright, brusque midday sun descending into a dull glow, the fluted tones of "It's a small world after all," drifting through the yellowed pane, breaks into my reverie to conclude on a dying note, the cheery tune. And I refuse once more to write of war-torn limbs, bodies scattered far apart, scarred fetuses, and the white flag burning in the whitest sun, held aloft by a fleeing refugee in the desert sand. I can write only of my own otherness and the survival of the song, drafting words of fleeting fancy on the canvas of my thought. I refuse to sing any requiem for me and my own. Thank you.
I'm going to be reading from the anthology Bring Me Gold, 50 Poems for Palestine, published by Dahlia Books last year. 2025 in the UK. The first poem is by the poet Lisa Suhair Majaj, who is a Palestinian-American poet now living in Cyprus. Gauze. When you learn that gauze comes from Gaza, you will begin to understand how light passing through the translucent fabric illumines the delicate porous openings between threads that interweave to allow molecules of air and light to flow from one place to another without blockade or border. And you will learn how gauze allows us to see, though dimly, through the haze of grief, shrouding what is soft and vulnerable, like the length of fabric a child steals from her mother to drape across a table for a hideaway, peering out without understanding what is happening, too young to know yet that there is no hiding in Gaza. And through this haze, you may be able to glimpse the ones still alive this morning, before the bombs found them, murmuring about hunger and the absence of bread. The softness within them reverberating like an echo past their now crushed bodies. And as you turn away in anguish or despair, or shame perhaps, you will remember that gauze is also used to cover wounds, layering gently over the bleeding place, of which Gaza has so many, we cannot stop counting. And perhaps you too will begin to see through the haze of denial and scream, stop. The next poem is the one that I've written. The Sunbird Song. On thorbs and tablecloths, Tatrice patterns have paused mid-stitch. There is no one counting threads in villages across Palestine. The olive trees are weighed down by unpicked fruit. Jaffa oranges ripen, explode, moulder in orchards. The zatar overruns hilltops. Its winter-sweet scent cannot mask the smell of sulphur. O leaders of men, the sunbird's song lies stricken in its chest. Why do you clamp shut its beak mid-lament? Why do your heels press on its throat mid-breath? And I'll finish with another poem by me, which I wrote about the war in Sri Lanka, but is so relevant to so many of the conflicts going across the world at the moment, including Palestine. Things happen. When they pepper neighborhoods with imported mortars and expansive tank fire. When they go from house to house, lining up girls, women, and men in revenge or on a whim. When they shut down substations and impose curfews and travel embargoes so that market sellers face ruin. When people go unfed, unwashed, and scavenge for scraps. When they shoot blindfolded men in the back and take souvenirs of mutilated lives and hopes. When they rape girls and grandmothers and celebrate the hecatomb of their success. Things happen. and the world moves on. Thank you. I'll pass over to Rashika Wick now.
Thank you. I'm going to be reading a poem by Hayya Muhammad from The Age of Olive Trees, which was out with Outspoken Press in the UK just this year. And Hayya is a contemporary Palestinian poet. How do you find the way to my homeland? I carry a backpack through life, moving from place to escape. Somehow I remain attached to my land. When I return to the tent at night, I pass a lady cooking on a clay oven. The irresistible food fills the air. I say to her, "What a wonderful smell." She replies, "Please come, my daughter." She doesn't know me. I don't know her. I know that this food isn't even enough for her family. This is inevitable in war. She invites me in, calls me her daughter. I realize this is my homeland's true path. When there's only one loaf of bread left for 2 days, no one touches it, despite everyone starving, until my mother divides it among us. Then I know I'm on the right path. Whatever dish she prepares, she sends to her neighbours. They do the same, so no one sleeps hungry. When you go to offer condolences for their martyred children, you find yourself being comforted instead by their immense patience, faith, strength. Walking through streets, you see people sweeping, organising remnants of their homes, others living in a remaining room, their destroyed house, a man sitting on his balcony chair in the rubble having breakfast. When you go to buy something, the seller tells you, "Pay what you can. If you can't pay, don't." Then you realise who the true owners of the land are. The next poem I'm going to read is also by Hayya Muhammad from the same collection, and it's called Daughter of the Sea. I climb to the rooftop where my earth meets the sea, with my journal in hand, a cup of guava leaves after my mother swore this morning she wouldn't care for me if I fell ill. She saw my clothes soaked, my teeth chattering like branches in a storm. I burned with a stubborn desire, a fierce urge to break free from fear into something more stubborn than me. I found myself before the raging sea, before dawn the cold was devouring, whispering, "If you're going to defy, don't do it half-heartedly. Don't walk in, jump." In an instant, I realized I was in the Arctic. My body trembled but wouldn't surrender. I wished I hadn't defied anyone. I wished I'd killed that fire in me, but I kept swimming, told my body, the victim of my defiance, it's okay. I swam deeper. A voice behind me broke my thoughts. "Get out, you'll drown. The sea is unforgiving." I answered back, "Who said we can't drown on land?" I kept swimming while the world sat on the shore and watched. The next poem that I'm going to read is from a collaborative collection called The Nightmare Sequence by Omar Sakra and Safdar Ahmed, published by the 87 Press, and all proceeds from the book go to Mutual Aid for Palestine. It's a graphic poetry novel format, and this is the first poem that I'm going to read, and it's called Reflection in the Genocide. My son alights on his prize, a mirrored box, and is transfigured. He can see himself and wants nothing more than to release what's within. He shakes his arm, producing a rhythmic clatter. He can't get in. He can't let go. He careens around the living, his whole body bent to the task, distracted by the music made in the struggle. I've seen this process play out with a flower, a book, a banana, the moon, the wind. He's always clutching something. My hands are full of loss. I can't get in. I can't let go. The final poem is from the same collection, and it's called Demonstrations in the Genocide, and that's the illustration to go with it. Show, don't tell, the images say, after a lifetime ignoring our voices. Perform for us, Charlie. Here is a public square full of 10,000 shoes, kid-sized, all your favourite brands, Nike, Reebok, Adidas, lesser knowns and knockoffs too. Look at these ghosts. Look at this silence. It has a shape and more than 10,000 names. I understand the impulse. It echoes history and literature, but Hemingway's 6 words are no longer universal. Nobody cares for an Arab's shoes, nor the bodies they belong to. Look at them all piling up to heaven, and still the killing hasn't stopped. Silence is the wrong shape for this, don't you know? Absence, synonyms, Arab already. Silence is the wrong shape. I have only one child, and every hour he shatters my eardrums. Thank you to all the organisers, to Ghazal at Pamina, and everyone involved in this beautiful act of solidarity and resistance. Thank you.
You can go ahead and start. Yep, please go ahead and start.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for gathering here today in the spirit of justice, integrity, and shared humanity. I'm Sonakshi Srivastav, hosting the India segment in collaboration with Usawa Literary Review. At Usawa Literary Review, our very name, Usawa, meaning equality in Swahili, calls us to confront the unevenness of our world, to amplify voices that have been marginalized, and to challenge the hierarchies and hegemonies that shape our lived realities. Our work is rooted in feminist thought and in the liberation of all underrepresented communities, and it is in that same spirit that we speak today in solidarity with the people of Palestine. We are joined in today's reading by Smita, Aditya, Arushi, Jeet, Devi, Atrey, Kartikeya, Biswamit, Soumya, Annie, Priya, Pallavi, Mamta, and Mani. Thank you, Smita. We can have you, please.
Smita, you're muted right now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Smita Sahai. I want to start the reading with a poem by Dalia Taha, translated by Sarah El-Kamel. It's called Enter Butterfly's Garden for Mahmoud Darwish. I picked up the butterfly's burden and could not put it down. Every poem I read again, and it was that way for days. Poetry possesses this power. You can read the same poem 1,000 times and always find dew on the words. In poetry, I found language in the war where every word had lost its meaning, save for enough. In the book with a dead poet's photo on the cover, every word was where it had always been and very much alive. And they voiced what no one else could say. You could start your day without words and end it without words. You can start the day with fog and stay right there. The next poem I want to read is by a Bosnian novelist and poet, Faruk Shahic. It's called Who Came Back. It's a very long poem, so I'll be reading only sections from it. It has been translated from the Bosnian by Ina Salimovic. Who came back? Who came back from war? Who actually came back? A horse in a field?
Dandelion come parachutes. Did the horse come back from war? His mane, his eyes tell nothing. Hoofs twitch, pestered by green bottle flies. I once saw a dead man with flies nesting in his eyes, a corpse we sold to the other side for some oil and sugar. Did the man come back from war? Asks the earth, asks the grass. Which man came back from war? What is his name? How tall is he? What color are his eyes? So, no maggots. Is he right or left handed? And the horse, an army horse, did he not tumble into the ravine of his own accord? Wild horses wander the mountains above the surrounded city like refrains. Who came back from war? Who actually came back? Ask the Chernozem, ask the humus, the forest floor, the peat, the roots of a wild saffron. Where does he live, the man who came back from war, and his wife and children joyful? Did his door brighten? Does the brook by his house babble like it once babbled in childhood? Has it waited for the man to come back from war? Have the golden spoons awaited his return and the golden morsels for life to begin after war? Ask the things, decades decaying in the raised house. Did the burnt house come back from war? The scorched mirror casts a ghastly reflection. Houses without roofs, the white bark of birch saplings in living rooms, yellow leaves, purple leaves, the color of worms of an emperor's cloak. Did the cloak come back from war? If he did come back, where does he live? Is his life comfortable or bare? He was given a medal, a war pension, a prosthesis. Does he dream of revenge? Does he dream of a world bereft of wounds, bereft of scars? I'm skipping ahead. If the mass grave came back, then the wolf is sated and all the victims accounted for. Where and how does the mass grave live if it came back from war? How deep is it, or how high? How far it extends all the way to the slope where the forest begins, where boletes grow, white mushrooms, mycelium of peace. Is it a good life or merely one of survival? Come night, when the raised city sinks into sleep, does the criminal croon love songs beside the mass grave, or do they both lie low, shielding their love with an oath of silence? Maybe no one came back from war. Maybe the leaves, maybe the weeds, maybe the cobwebs, maybe the dew. Maybe it swells, shines, grows, maybe the clouds, maybe the tracks in the mud, maybe the shrapnel holes in the walls, maybe the tattooed stump, a rose and snake, and I love you to the sky and beyond, cross swords and other people's fate. Someone must have come back from the war, sleep through the violence of peace, sleep through the vulgarity of recovery. Someone stirred awake by poor recovery, bad seams. Someone knew the body was fine, more or less, but the soul rotten. And how can a single particle of light be fixed? Set the mechanics straight, no one could say the simple truth that no one ever out there came back out of the crystal pharynx, out of the dark night where the moon's teeth reflect on the bayonet. Whoever first comes back from war, let them send a postcard from that city of glass. We'll wait. You'll wait. They, the dead, will certainly lie in wait. Send us an EBAN when you get back, so we can send you real money, so you can treat yourself and enjoy as befits that foreign place. Whoever first comes back from war must forget the dead and comb the grass over the graves to hide Chitumuli. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I'm thinking about also the relations between Palestine and South Asia right now today. And I'm reminded of a poem by Faiz, which I'm going to read in the Urdu and then in English translation, which I've kind of attempted. It's called Filistini Bacche Ke Liye Lori. मत रो बच्चे, रो रो के अभी तेरी अम्मा की आंख लगी है। मत रो बच्चे, कुछ ही पहले तेरे अब्बा ने अपने गम से रुखसत ली है। मत रो बच्चे, तेरा भाई अपने ख्वाब की तितली पीछे दूर कहीं परदेस गया है। मत रो बच्चे, तेरी बाजी का डोला पराए देस गया है। मत रो बच्चे, तेरे आंगन में मुर्दा सूरज नहला के गए हैं, चंद्रमा दफना के गए हैं। मत रो बच्चे, अम्मी अब्बा बाजी भाई चांद और सूरज, तू अगर रोएगा तो ये सब और भी तुझे रुलाएंगे। तू मुस्काएगा तो शायद सारे एक दिन भेस बदल कर तुझसे खेलने लौट आएंगे। English. Don't cry, child. Your mommy has only just cried herself to sleep. Don't cry, child. Just a while ago, your father took leave of all his sorrows. Don't cry, child. Your brother has gone to another land, chasing after his butterfly dreams. Don't cry, child. Your sister has married and left for another country. Don't cry, child. In your courtyard, they bathed the dead sun and buried the moon before leaving. Don't cry, child. For if you cry, mom, dad, sister, brother, the moon and the sun, all you will have made even weepier. But maybe if you smile, they will one day all return in a different guise to play with you. This was Faiz, was born in Pakistan, and he served in World War II for the British Indian Army. And very soon after partition, he started writing a lot of poetry um, about the place where he was exiled, which was Beirut, Lebanon. And that is where Israel had attacked when he wrote this poem. The next thing I'm going to read is a very short story um, by a Hindi Urdu writer, Asghar Wajahat, which I've translated. It's about the riots in 2002 in Gujarat. And the story is called The Spirits of Shah Alam Camp. And I feel like there is a certain resonance that the story has with not only the Palestinian condition, um, but the smell and the difficulty of a riot. Spirits of Shah Alam Camp. The day passes somehow in Shah Alam Camp, but the nights are tumultuous. There is so much noise that all sounds go unheard. Screams and summons, clamor and din, wails and hollers, sighs and sobs. It is a time of such unrest. Allah save them. Spirits come to visit their children at night. Spirits caress the heads of their orphaned children, meet their empty eyes with their own, and mutter something. Hold the children to their breasts. Their heartrending screams, from when they were burnt alive, echo in the background. When the entire camp falls asleep, the children wake up. They long to see their mothers and eat with their fathers. How are you, Siraj? Asks Amma's spirit, caressing his head. How are you, Amma? The mother looks happy. She says, Siraj, I am a spirit now. No one can burn me anymore. Amma, can I be a spirit too? After midnight, a woman's anxious, maddened spirit reaches Shah Alam camp, looking for her child. Her child is neither in that world nor in the camp. Her heart sinks. The other women's spirits also start searching for her child. All of them sieve through the camp together and go to the mohalla where the houses crackle in the fire. Because they are spirits, they can enter the burning houses. They look in every nook, every corner, but the child is not found. In the end, The spirits go to the rioters. The rioters are making petrol bombs for tomorrow, cleaning guns, polishing weapons. When the mother asks them about her child, they laugh and say, "You mad woman, when groups of 10, 20 people are burned together, who keeps track of one child? He must be lying in some heap of ash." The mother says, "No, no, I have looked everywhere and didn't find him anywhere." Then another rioter asks, "Oh, is she the mother of that child we left impaled on the trishul? He must be stuck between the two worlds." Part 3. Spirits come to Shah Alam camp after midnight. The spirits bring food from heaven for their children. They also bring water, medicines, whatnot, and give everything to their children. There is no reason that the child would go hungry, roam naked, or fall sick in Shah Alam camp. As a result, the camp has gained great renown. Its fame has reached nations far, far away. When a major politician from Delhi goes to Shah Alam camp for inspection, he is elated. "This is such a fine place. All Muslim children of the country should be sent here," he says. After midnight, a child spirit comes to Shah Alam camp. The child glows like a firefly in the night. He flies here and there, runs and runs through the entire camp, leaps playfully, causes mischief. This child speaks clearly, doesn't stutter. He clings to his mother's robes, to his father's finger. Unlike the other children of the camp, this child is overjoyed. "Why are you so happy, kid?" "Don't you know why?" "Everyone knows." "Why?" "Because I am evidence." "Evidence of what?" "Evidence of bravery." "Whose bravery?" "Those who tore me from my mother's belly and split me in two. Look." Last part. Spirits come to Shah Alam camp after midnight. One day, along with the others, an old man spirit also arrives at the camp. The old man is almost naked, only a skimpy dhoti tied around his waist, chappals in his feet, and a wooden stick in his hand. Somewhere in his dhoti he has stuck a pocket watch. The spirits ask the old man, "Is some relative of yours also in the camp?" The old man says, "No and yes." The spirits think that the old man is deranged and leave him to himself. He begins to circle the camp. Someone asks the old man again, "Baba, who are you looking for?" The old man says, "People who can murder me." "Why?" "50 years ago, I was killed by a gunshot. Now I want the rioters to burn me alive." "Why do you want this, Baba?" "Only to show them that I did not die when they shot me with a gun, and I will not die even if they burn me alive." Thanks.
Rushi, please turn on your video and audio.
Hi, I'm Arushi. I'm going to read two poems, Summer in Gaza by Uzma Falak, a Kashmiri poet, and a Nazm by Sahir Ludhianvi, an Indian poet. I've selected these poems because I feel it is necessary for us in this moment as South Asian voices to affirm our commitment to the cause of Palestinian liberation. This commitment has to be unconditional. Summer in Gaza, a poem by Uzma Falak. We are left to count again massacres, dead eyes harboring a dream, burnt throats on the brink of an anthem, charred olives, faithful lips and fingers maimed. Seraj, 8, Basim, 10, Musa, 16, Muhammad Khalaf, 4, Malikiye, 1.5 years old. Shreds. Hamdan's son Ibrahim. Ghafur's daughter Ranim. Ranim means a chant. Basim means a smile. We count again our bombed homes, skies, ours, prayers, promises, flags, trinkets, morsels. Wait. We lose count again of your airstrikes, mortars, missiles, dime bombs. We count again our dreams, olives, flowers, clenched fists, our feet marching. We give birth to your destruction. Every time we make love, you count. The next is a nazm by Sahir Ludhianvi. हम अमन चाहते हैं मगर जुल्म के खिलाफ गर जंग लाजमी है तो फिर जंग ही सही जालिम को जो ना रोके वो शामिल है जुल्म में कातिल को जो ना टोके वो कातिल के साथ है हम सरबकफ उठे हैं हक फतायाब हो कह दो उसे जो लश्करे बातिल के साथ है इस ढंग पर है जोर तो ये ढंग ही सही जालिम की कोई जात नहीं मजहब नहीं कोई काम जालिम के लब पे जिक्र भी इनका गुनाह है फलती नहीं है शखे सितम इस ज़मी पर तारीख जानती है ज़माना गवाह है कुछ कोर बातनों की नज़र तंग ही सही ये ज़र की जंग नहीं ना ज़मीनों की जंग है ये जंग है बका के उसूलों के वास्ते जो खून हमने नज़र दिया है ज़मी को वो खून है गुलाब के फूलों के वास्ते फूटेगी सुबह अमन लहू रंग ही सही थैंक यू
Hello, my name is Jeet Thayil. I'm going to read 3 poems from a book called The City Under the City, a collaboration with John Kinsella, and these are poems from my part of the book. It's an honor to be here with so many poets, reading in solidarity with the people of Palestine and Gaza in particular. This is called New Age Blood Sport. They know how to kill. They're gifted at this. They can kill at a distance, up close, from the sky, from the sea, when you expect it, when you don't. When you're with your shrunken family, when you're alone or praying, or asleep, when you're playing, or sick, when you're tending to the dead. They are skilled at killing. Their machinery is new and complex. They've invested years of labor, more money than you'll ever see. When not working, they like to dance. At festivals all over the world. They get high in the mountains, swim in the ocean, brown in the sun. They open cafes in distant places where locals aren't allowed to enter. The menus are in their language. The food is healthy, clean, and cheap. They eat with friends, watch the boats, nap after lunch, buy quilts for the winter, watch movies with the sound on mute so as not to disturb the baby. Drink apple, beetroot, carrot juice first thing in the morning. Get on a Zoom call and laugh, and sleep the sleep of innocence. The next poem is called Black Christmas. It's Christmas. Flares light the night sky above the camps. No one dares sing. Beautiful tears in your eyes, you turn on your side. How do we turn? How sleep? How eat? How drink wine? How do we pray, give thanks? Christmas tears drench the dirt on the one road. How do we write? And the last poem I'm going to read is called We Sing Our Song of Praise. Eyes full of sleep and smoke, we run into the street and praise the sky, where fire falls in columns. Praise the hands too far to touch. Praise the gaps in the head. Standing in line 8 hours for water, we praise the water. In the hospital become dust, we praise the dust. We are dust. In the operation theater, when the power fails, we praise your power. In makeshift homes, makeshift gardens, we praise the dead. Each second of video we praise. Behind cars, in doorways, with our hands to our face we praise. With mud in our mouths, we offer the fruit of our lips. We praise and go on praising. The slow ancient trees on fire we praise. Our missing friends, rockets flying like endearments. The last words of the last city extinguished like light in her eyes. We don't stop praising. Louder we praise, burning, forgotten by you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Devi. I am a writer, editor, and educator from Bengaluru. I'm going to be reading a poem by Tariq Lutun, who is a Palestinian American poet and community organizer. It's called We Already Know This. There is more to us than what was taken from us. A place to call home. Land of olive trees and their branches. Palestine. There. I've said it. I want to be sure that everyone knows from where my parents hail. Everyone needs a place to call home. Genocide, everyone, I would hope, knows that it did not start and did not end with the Holocaust. I haven't forgotten that everyone needs a place on this planet, and I prefer to live where I can leave the doors unlocked, or live without the doors, or hell. I don't even care for walls, but I do care for the blues, water, the sadness that comes when it is not within sight. I don't know if there is a child anywhere on this earth that wasn't, at least once, held by their mother. Again, water, where my mother held me until I was given to land. Oh, firm land, how my father holds me. Folks keep calling for blood to dress you in it. I don't think any of them know, truly, how much of it the body can take, how much of it the body can lose. Thank you. Before I go, I just wanted to share a few fundraising initiatives. One is called Community Care Funds. It's by fellow writers and friends. They collect donations for different individuals and families in Gaza each week. So if you search for Shrish, you will be able to find that initiative. There's also Crafts for Funds, where artists are working using commissions to customize commissions to raise funds for individuals and families in Gaza. And obviously, of course, there's Operation Olive Branch. They have a huge directory of families who are in need of material support. So anyone who is able to, I encourage you to consider contributing and supporting. Thank you to all. Thank you to everyone, the organizers, everyone, the readers, and everyone working towards Palestinian liberation in our lifetime. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kay. I'm reading from Bangalore. Um I'm going to be reading from Dr. Refat Alarir's poem, O Live Tree, O apostrophe live. Oh, beat me more, hit me with your sticks, step on my leaves, smother my twigs under your boots, like how you always do. The beating I bear, the humiliation, I do not care, but take me not, steal me not, even if I burn. Here I belong, and to them I shall return. If you hear my talk, you may feel my pain, but you belong not here. You do not even know how to touch me, how to gently squeeze me, how to hug me, how to wipe off the dust when I am ripe and when I am not, when I need water and when I do not, and how to pick me like how they always do. Your smell and heavy boots, and the metal on your backs, and your metal bars. For God's sakes, who on earth olives picks with metal bars for sticks? But I ramble again, because you won't understand. And if you understood me, you would not, in the first place, be here. You come and go. I see you once or twice a year, with either flames or sticks, and I weep for the rest of the year. But one day my twigs shall grow, the oil shall flow, my people shall glow, and you will go. This is a poem from Rafat's book, If I Must Die, which was also which was a poem that went viral some time before he was murdered by an Israeli airstrike, along with his brother, sister, and their children on December 6, 2023. Next, I'll be reading um, from a song by Mashru Leila, a Lebanese queer rock band. One second, sorry. The song is called Cavalry, and the music video is a short film which shows IOF soldiers storming a Palestinian home and a young girl who reacts with defiance and anger. Just a minute. Just pulling it up, sorry. So I'll be reading from the English version of the song. One second. Best stop brandishing that sword of yours, lest you fall right off your throne. If I fail, if I die, I'll come back every time, till I've seen you through. Oh, every head you cut turns into 3. Oh, I burst into armies of me. You and your cavalry, you got nothing on me. Best you trust and believe, you got nothing on me. Push me off a cliff and watch me fly. Then I strike a pose in the sky. You can try, but you're losing. Say goodbye. Face the music. You can't keep us down. Oh, drop by drop, the river melts away. Oh, every pillar standing in her way. You and your cavalry, you got nothing on me. Best you trust and believe, you got nothing on me. Told you not to try me, you got nothing on me. You and your cavalry, you got nothing on me. Thank you.
Annie, can you please turn your video on and audio on?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me? I am going to read this poem. I wrote it a few years ago, actually, many years ago, maybe 6, 7 years ago. It's part of a 5-part series called 5 Newspaper Reports Rewritten for Greater Clarity. The focus of these poems really was that the media shapes our narrative, our way of thinking, and how these headlines are framed will kind of decide how we think about things. And there was this headline in the newspaper: 2 Palestinians shot dead after attacking Israelis. And my poem is a response to that headline and the things that are not said and not even implied in the text of the articles. 2 Palestinians shot dead after attacking Israelis. 2 people armed with knives were killed after they separately rushed towards different groups of Israelis armed with guns. 2 people set out from home, or whatever remained of that feeling called home. It is unclear if they kissed anyone goodbye, but preliminary imaginings indicate they held that thought a while. It is unclear if their homes had been bombed, or if any children died in the shelling. It is unclear whether they rebuilt or relocated, or if they had, whether they were bombed a second time. It is clear they had access to kitchen knives. It is clear they rushed towards wielders of guns. It is clear the guns would be used. The color of their skin is clear. Their olive trees, their pets, their throaty mother tongue, their last words were not so clear. And one more short poem. This is part of a series I was writing about New York, and I met on my first just very short visit to New York. I met this cafe that was on the street, and there was a guy who kept giving me a discount, and I asked why. And so the poem is kind of written in his voice, almost exactly as he talked. And the man was Palestinian, so this poem. It's okay, he says. You don't need to pay the rest. It's only a dime, and a dime is 10 cents, and I am from Palestine. So, but why? You are one of ours. I knew right away. How did I know? Just from the way you walked up and down, looking for God knows what. Touching but not taking, then buying this one thing piled with meat and your hair and your smile. One of ours, sure, I knew right away. That's the poem from me.
Pallavi, if you can turn your video and audio on, and Mamta, you as well. It won't interrupt anything. Pallavi, you're live, so you can go ahead and start.
Hi, I'm Pallavi. I'm logging in from Chennai. I'm going to read a poem that I've written for this event, in fact. I think of 2 lands that know the sound of sudden breaking, yet still manage to gather their mornings with a kind of practiced calm. In Palestine, a child leans toward a window after a long night. In India, another child listens to a distant siren slide through the streets. Both wait for the moment when ordinary noise returns and the day begins to feel possible again. Comfort often arrives without ceremony, a cup of tea carried across the courtyard. a thin cotton cloth placed on a fevered head, the murmur of family in another room as they argue over nothing important, small signs that life, for all its fractures, keeps trying to hold its shape. I think of the olive tree and the neem tree, standing in their own seasons, both stubborn in their growth, both offering shade to anyone who draws near. Even in harsh light, they keep a steady patience that people borrow when they cannot find their own. Grief moves through these places like summer heat. It presses in and stays longer than invited, yet the body learns how to breathe around it. Some nights are heavy, but dawn still gathers the sky, slow and deliberate, as if teaching us to look up again. If hope needs a bed to rest, it might choose the pause before sunrise when the world softens for a moment. There, between the two horizons, I place a quiet wish for a Palestine held by simple peace and the kind of comfort that comes from people standing together despite all that tries to scatter them. I'm going to follow with a poem by Najwan Darvish. Um, it's titled I Write the Land, and it's published in World Literature Today. I want to write the land. I want the words to be the land itself. But I'm just a statue the Romans carved and the Arabs forgot. Colonizers stole my severed hand and stuck it in a museum. No matter, I still want to write it. The land. My words are everywhere, and silence is my story. I'll end with another poem by him. It's titled Barely Breathing. Sorrow pours from the rooms while I, like a ghost, enter your abandoned homes, holding my end in my hand, sleeping and waking with my ruin. It's dispiriting to become acquainted with my own desolation, to keep step with it to this extent. They weigh on me, these abandoned houses, this desertion that fills your homes. I enter their hollowed hearts and can barely breathe. Neither Arabs nor Persians nor Byzantines can feel me now. Didn't I ever have a history? And how did I lose them along the way? Poems that were the world unfurling in a moment. And how were you lost, all of you? You took my share of loss and left abandonment behind. A planet with no ribs, you left it for me, you left it to burden me. If I said I was leaving, there would be no one here but abandonment with its hoarse voice that's swallowing my own. Thank you very much.
Good morning. We're gathering this morning in solidarity with Palestine. My name is Kutsia, and I'm here to represent Pakistan in the global reading hosted by Pamina Press and its defiant editor, Ghazal. The writers you'll hear this morning from Pakistan and its diaspora come from a nation that has stood with Palestine for over 7 decades. We understand displacement. We know the weight of borders. So we lend our voices to amplify their existence, the Palestinian resilience and humanity, because their stories must be heard, their existence must be honoured. Let our readings be a bridge between nations, between struggles, between hope and action. Hannah O'Mara is a visual artist and poet from London whose work draws deeply from her Baluch heritage and its Indigenous storytelling traditions. A graduate of Central St. Martin's, her debut pamphlet, God Huma, The breathing of the earth is dedicated to Mehergar, one of the world's oldest Neolithic civilizations in Balochistan, Pakistan. Her interdisciplinary work reclaims and gives voice to ancestral knowledge and lineage. Naima Rashid is an author, poet, and translator working between Urdu, Punjabi, French, and English. Her work has been longlisted for the National Poetry Competition and Best Small Fictions. She has published critically acclaimed translations of Ali Akbar Natik and Parveen Shakar, and her most recent poetry collection is Sum of Worlds. She conducts writing and translation workshops and is currently working on fiction and new translations. Jamal Mahmood is a writer and filmmaker based in London. His work has been featured at the Institute of Contemporary Art, Magma, BBC4, Poetry London, and Popular. He's been shortlisted for the Outspoken Prize for Poetry in Film and won the National Poetry Rivals. His latest book, The Leaf of the Neem Tree, was released in 2021. Jamal is currently a staff writer at Mufta magazine. Malia Heather is a London-based bilingual poet, translator, and creative producer. Salman Haider is a poet, playwright, and satirist from Pakistan, currently living in exile in Canada. He holds a PhD in psychology and has been a postdoctoral fellow and artist in residence at the University of Toronto. He wrote satirical commentaries for Dawn Urdu and plays for Theatre Wale that was staged in Pakistan and the USA. His first poetry book was published in 2021, and he is a member of Writers in Exile Canada. Muniba Mahmood is a writer, poet, and performer whose work explores identity, spirituality, and social justice. Through Rawani, she has spent 5 years collaborating with artists and cultural organizations, resulting in publications, events, a podcast, and a collaborative poetic play. Her practice centers on making the arts more accessible, authentic, and representative. Hiba Amar, who writes as Hiba Heba, is a Pushcart-nominated Pakistani poet pursuing an MA in English and American literature in the UK as a Commonwealth Shared Scholar. Her debut collection, Birth of a Mural, was named one of the best-loved books of 2023 by the News Sunday. Her work has appeared in Pamina Press, Poetry Wales, and Fragmented Voices, among others. Before we hear from the poets, I want to begin with 2 poems that speak to this moment, to what it costs to witness atrocity, and to the question of what we do with that knowledge. The disasters numb within us, caught in the chest, rolling in the brain like pebbles. The feeling resembles lumps of raw dough weighing down a child's stomach on baking day. Rilke said it. My heart, could I say of it, it overflows with bitterness, but no, as though its contents were simply balled into formless lumps, thus do I carry it about. The same war continues. We have breathed the grits of it in all our lives. Our lungs are pocked with it, the mucous membrane of our dreams coated with it, the imagination filmed over with the grey filth of it. The knowledge that humankind, delicate man, whose flesh responds to a caress, whose eyes are flowers that perceive the stars, whose music excels the music of birds, whose laughter matches the laughter of dogs, whose understanding manifests designs fairer than the spider's most intricate web, still turns, without surprise, with mere regret, to the scheduled breaking open of breasts, whose milk runs out over the entrails of still alive babies, transformation of witnessing eyes to pulp fragments, implosion of skinned penises in carcass gullies. We are the humans, men who can make, whose language imagines mercy, loving kindness. We have believed one another, mirrored forms of a God we felt as good, who do these acts, who convince ourselves it's necessary. These acts are done to our own flesh. Burned human flesh is smelling in Vietnam. in Palestine, in Sudan, in Kashmir, in Congo, as I write, as I speak. Yes, this is a knowledge that jostles for space in our bodies, along with all we go on knowing of joy, of love. Our nerve filaments twitch with its presence day and night. Nothing we say has not the husky phlegm of it in the saying. Nothing we do has the quickness, the sureness, the deep intelligence living at peace would have. That's Denise Levertov, Life at War, written during the Vietnam War. And now a poem by Faiz Ahmed Faiz, who asks us directly, you tell us what to do. When we launched life on the river of grief, how vital were our arms, how ruby our blood. With a few strokes, it seemed, we would cross all pain, we would soon disembark. That didn't happen. In the stillness of each wave, we found invisible currents. The boatmen, too, were unskilled, their oars untested. Investigate the matter as you will, blame whomever as much as you want, but the river hasn't changed. The raft is still the same. Now you suggest what's to be done. You tell us how to come ashore. When we saw the wounds of our country appear on our skins, we believed each word of the healers. Besides, we remembered so many cures. It seemed at any moment all troubles would end, each wound heal completely. That didn't happen. Our ailments were so many, so deep within us, that all diagnoses proved false, each remedy useless. Now do whatever, follow each clue, accuse whomever as much as you will. Our bodies are still the same, our wounds still open. Now tell us what we should do. You tell us how to heal these wounds.
Thank you, Kutsia, for those beautiful readings. I'm going to start with a poem called The Solidarity of Crows on a London Platform. The crow's perch, alloy carbon steel is zinc, 6:55 a.m. on September in 2024. Commuter daylight platforms, I am a commuter, I do not speak. The crows look at depths, glass-reinforced tip heads peering into a London platform, precast concrete trenches of City Line, Turbo Class, Electrostar. The crows look at each other standing on the platform edge, look inside black ebony of the other. Electromagnetic induction, look there, someone does not fly. The crows open, they close their wings in unison. A mirror to each other. I am that other. I do not speak. My dear, my darling, Jan, I am told not to speak. Do bombs speak? Do the sound of bombs speak? A sound of Habibi. Displaced, do not speak. Upside down, do not speak. The crows on a platform edge, solid cement, gravelled silica, circumvent. The crows open and close their wings, fly to electric depths. I am told not to speak. Habibi, I am told not to speak of that depth, aggregate of crushed stone. Darling, I am told not to. Pray in words, not to say. Stay words, pray words. What is the sound of the prayless? The sound of whistling fire, the sound of sound in rubble, the sound of rubble in rubble, Habibi, the crows fly, hover over the train platform, electric depth, in each of their beaks, I am told. What is the sound of paradise? What is the sound of a sound in paradise? A minaret stands, I am told not to. The minaret stands in rubble, on legs are bodies praying on rubble.
I am told not to cast cracks in rubble. The crows hover above the electric platform depths. The crows carry in their beaks each a wing. Minutes before the train slides electric to that platform, that wing, Habibi, that wing in my throat. Not a wing, in our throats. Wings in rubble. The crows carry a wing in each beak, the body of a life, not able to speak, carry a pigeon not able to seek wings. They carry the pigeon to the opposite platform, its wings in their beaks, as is my witness, is the truth and the light of day, I am told, hear sounds of. Tears do not speak, Habibi, other occupied told not to speak. Are the powerful told not to speak? Where do the dead go to speak? And the young who are told not to speak? The crows speak as speechless speak, carrying the body of a pigeon to peace. On either side of the platform, looking at me, this is the truth. Looking at me, their beaks open and close, no sound. Wings opening, closing and standing still, with no sound, no speech. Wings opening. Habibi, we speak. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Kutsia and Hannah. The first poem I'm reading today is a translation of a poem by Praveen Shakir, originally written in the Urdu. It was called Yasir Arafat Ke Liye Ek Nazm, and this is my translation that I'm reading. A poem for Yasir Arafat. That patch of sky which we see from our windows, how beautiful it is. This window full of dominion over life, what sovereignty it holds within itself. Who will know it better than you, who did not have a roof over his head all life long, who always stopped the rain with his bare hands and never borrowed a scrap of wall for shade in the sun? In snows, you kept a single lamp aglow inside your heart. And what a heart! When it loved somebody once, never looked another way, made a promise to the soil and forsook the blessings of fire, water, and air. For the sake of a solitary dream, mortgaged a lifetime's worth of sleep. A promise made to the nation and his own life forgot. Set out in quest of his nation's land and forgot the dwelling of his heart's expanse. That noble forgetting is dearer than the treasures of all the world's memories combined. Before such homelessness, such endearing modesty, the possessions of the entire universe are worthless. The blue canopy of the sky itself is muddy. The second poem is one from my own collection, Sum of Worlds, and it talks about the responsibility of witnessing the atrocity and the risk that we all run of being desensitized or numbing ourselves simply to process the violence that we see on our screens. Life's a soap on my television screen. As I watch my city bleed on the television screen from my three-seater couch, I feel a new age, digital-like sorrow, lukewarm, enough to flatter the conscience but not to trouble the mind, enough to tug at the heartstrings but not to cause any pain. The balancing is tricky, so I keep the vista of my vision cluttered with distractions and playthings. Coke cans and ketchup, pizza and pearls, souvenirs from blindfolded travels, Eiffel Towers and plaster of Paris, Chinese vases made in Taiwan. I hop from black to white, obliterate the grey. I appropriate the knowledge according to my mood. A bit of bloodshed, a bit of jazz, some song and dance, some war and peace. One way it gets too much, too dark, for a sunshine bloke like me. The world's a stage and life's a soap on my television screen. The drama folds and unfolds, and all I do is behold, while my conscience is doped. It's a vaudeville with human puppets, a little crude at times. I can handle it pretty well, though. I just need my shot. Between murders and musicals, zapping in and out. at will. Thank you.
Thank you, Qudsiya, for that introduction, and for Hannah and Naima for the poems that you shared. I'm going to share two poems with you. The first is called A Love Letter to the Rubble. You of brick and mortar shells, house of everything fallen, heavy is the head, buried is the crown. You stripped of the unseen, letter by letter, inch by slow inch, overnight and day. You of limestone and granite, sight of patchwork before technicolor, strong bones under scorched earth, you, soil worth falling for. In love and in death you cradle a martyr, honored by the fallen, you, left to memory and coarse skin, a million rose petals veiled, we, unworthy, didn't act like kin. You, a gorgeous prism, I won't let them call you dirt. The next poem is called If the Flags Vanish, What Would I Do With You? Probably kiss your forehead for fighting for me. Shed a real tear or three, wish you peace, that's all I could manage. I can't think straight because the flags are gone. They took my life and handed me a flag, a gang sign I couldn't contort my fingers to make. If the flags vanish, what would I do with you? Probably stand foot to foot and shoulder to shoulder. Distribute sweets like I've never distributed sweets before. You get a sweet, you get a sweet, you get three. I'm feeling generous because the flags are gone. Pleasure to meet you, pleasure to greet you, enchanted, enchanté. You've ennobled me with your presence 1,000 times peace, meet salame, 1,000 times you are my family, meet ahleen. This is what it feels like when a limb meets a limb. Thank you.
शहर खाली करने का हुक्म। मैं हूं सलमान हैदर और जो नज्म मैं आज आपको सुनाने जा रहा हूं उसका उन्वान है शहर खाली करने का हुक्म। सीटियां बजाते हुए जहाजों ने दीवारों के सर से छतों की चादर छीन ली। मकान सर खुले बाजारों में निकल आने वाली हवास बाख्ता औरतों की तरह दिखाई देने लगे। मौत उनके बेटों को बिस्तरों की गोद से उचक ले गई थी। बाजारों का सन्नाटा सायरन की तरह चीखता था। शहर के कोने खुदरों में बच जाने वालों को खबर हो, जिंदगी कोहनियों के बल घिसट कर खंदकों तक जा सकती है। जमीन को हुक्म दिया जाता है बच्चों को गोद में ले ले, वरना मौत रहम खाकर उन्हें हिजरत की खुली जेल में डाल दे। सरहदें बंद कर दी गई हैं, उन पर कल के वादे का पहरा है। शहर पर आज दोपहर से वहशत की हुकूमत होगी। कल और आज के बीच आप हमेशा के इंतजार की पनाह में रहेंगे। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Hello, everyone, and Assalamu alaikum. As the world burns and as Palestine continues to suffer, the poem I'm going to share today is a reflection on divine mercy. It is an attempt and a reminder to cling on to hope and to continue to speak up, even as voices are silenced. For truth will prevail. Where is the world? A crack in silence, in the brokenness of many walls that we have built, pummeled, amidst invasions, victories, as fear rotates in a vision of sordid reality. Where crimson blood is thickly spilled across remains of life that has swept as skulls of angry fires orange, monsters swallow green, going around the bend, fallen branches, cracked, parched ravines where once flowed rivers. Not as tall as mountains, our thirst unquenched by the seas, a scrap of redemption is all we each seek. Mercy, a test. As we give, we receive. Survives a dim blot in the immense universe where fragile life yet breathes, eats microplastics, children, greed, starves the leftover oxygen of the last remaining trees. Each step a footprint in soft sand, though the next wave washes clear. Branches emit our silence words through skies to one who hears. In the darkness, a light that sight cannot perceive. In the encircling orb, a small lamp casts a ray through a crevice that splits through hearts as screams of pain cut deep across dry earth. Agony, then a quiver of knowing, a beam, the sweeping through of encompassing light. Repentance is allowed time to revert. Gleaming stars a guide, glimpsed by Musa, from Pharaoh concealed. Reason sees as the soul perceives his generous, infinite mercy. And as I end, I will quote the late Pakistani poet Habib Jalib, who wrote these words in solidarity with Palestine. E arz Palestine, मैं भी हाजिर हूँ. O land of Palestine, I too present myself. I too am here. Thank you.
Malia, you're muted at the moment.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Kutsia. Thank you, everyone. I'll start with this three-line poem, tercet. ए तमाम खुदाओं के माबूद, तेरी फूकी हुई रूह अब बारूद बन चुकी है. I'll read my next poem. It's also in Urdu. ये जहदे मुसलसल नहीं है तो क्या है? ये जहदे मुसलसल नहीं है तो क्या है? रोज आंखों को सुर्ख कर लेना, क्योंकि सुर्खों की कमी से दुनिया बहुत शर्मिंदा है इंसानों से, मुफलिसों, बेयारो मददगारों से. ये जहदे मुसलसल नहीं है तो क्या है? रोज मगरिब के पहर अपने फटे कुर्ते को शीरखारों की तरह चिमटाना, उसको कहना कि अभी और उसे चल चल कर सुर्ख करना है दिल मुस्तर को, उसको कहना कि कोई बात नहीं चाक गरिबां होना, उसको कहना कि ज़माने के लगाए हुए बेहुदा दाग कीमती ज़र हैं अगली दहाई के लिए, उसको कहना कि बटन टूट गए हैं तो क्या, ये तो मश्क है जदीद फनाराइश की. उसकी पिघली हुई अकड़न को इज़राह तकल्लुफ़ पे कलफ मत देना, उससे उठती हुई बदबू को ख़त्म मत करना, उसके उलझे हुए धागों को ना सुलझाए कोई, इसको ऐसे ही गरीबी के लबों से तन्हा चूसना है ज़िंदगी. इस इंसान के हिस्से में है लाखों का कफन, इसके पेचीदा हवादिस में करोड़ों रूहें अपना घर ढूंढती हैं, इसके सीने में धड़कते हैं कईयों के दिल, इसकी आंखों में है ख्वाबों की थकन सदियों की. ये जहदे मुसलसल नहीं है तो क्या है? ये जहदे मुसलसल नहीं है तो क्या है? Thank you.
Thank you, Maliha. I'll be reading two poems by Hibabu Nada. We share the same name. She was a Palestinian poet and educator. Her novel was an award-winning novel called Oxygen is Not for the Dead. On October 20th, 2023, she was killed in her home in the Gaza Strip by an Israeli airstrike. The two poems that I'll be reading of her are translated by Huda Fakhruddin. Not just passing. Yesterday, a star said to the little light in my heart, "We are not just transients passing. Do not die beneath this glow, some wanderers go on walking. You were first created out of love. So carry nothing but love to those who are trembling. One day, all gardens sprouted from our names, from what remained of heart's yearning. And since it came of age, this ancient language has taught us how to heal others with our longing, how to be a heavenly scent to relax their tightening lungs, a welcome sigh, a gasp of oxygen. Softly we pass over wounds like purposeful gauze, a hint of relief and aspirin. O little light in me, don't die, even if all the galaxies of the world close in. O little light in me, say, enter my heart in peace. All of you, come in. The next poem is Seven Skies for the Homeland. In our lungs is a homeland, and on our breath an exile, a homeland that rushes in our veins as our footsteps edge toward it. It grows in the groves of sorrow, a vine of strangers glances like tears hanging. It gifted us its tune and gave up all the singing. Can we deny it? Can it deny us when it is our blood and we have mastered the bleeding? In our books, hunger and bread are synonyms, light and darkness, all broken shards. I have learned to find hope in the extremes of love and rain clouds in the desert of rhymes. It's a homeland that returns to us naked but knows how to wrap us around it like robes. In our blood, it hides seas and launches ships with our heart throbs. It tucks its sidewalks in our pillows and its cities in our dreams. Will it slumber in us for eternity and continue to invent time again and again? Like those olive trees that stand as strangers, their color and taste alien. There is no room for us in this universe. Like a narrow corridor, it closes in. It's as if we were scandals, our longing a crime, and the love of a country a sin. Thank you.
My name is Arya Aber, and I will be reading my poem, The Red House in Sardinia. The classics lie to you. There is no romance to death. I wake up, brush my teeth, and find out that my friend has hung himself in a public park. More brandy, please, the living around me shout, then put their sunglasses on. He adored this island, the red house where wasps and mosquitoes drowned in the pool and we drank wine for lunch. We played chess with half our bodies in water, and he only laughed when I read Dante to him. Nature follows as she takes her course, the divine intellect and the divine art. Nature isn't like art, he said. It's like architecture, functional before it is beautiful. The dark volcanic hills could not sway him. Neither could the gecko falling asleep on his feet in the afternoon. He is ash in a small jar now, or that is what science says. Here the river has dried out, the tomato vines fouled. Every day the world inches closer to ruin, and still I am astonished that bones and flesh contain the spirit and that it can burn. The beach has turned red by volcanic sediment and crushed seashells, lifetimes of everything contaminating each other, and then emptying the jar into the clear green water. Darling, I say to the sea, a feeling of inadequacy rushing through me. Above us are Dante's inscrutable stars, mocking me for my terribly human need for connection. And below is the coast, where the waves are just waves, taking one thing and returning another. Bottle caps, warm seagrass. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Our wonderful reader who just finished up was Arya Aber, and I am Layla Zore. I am your host for the Afghanistan section. Arya Aber is a wonderful poet who is the author of the poetry collection Hard Damage, which was the winner of the Whitting Award and has now moved on to fiction as well, and has blessed us with her novel Good Girl. Now we have our next live speaker, who will be Jamil John Koche. He is a fiction writer, a short storyist, a poet, among many other things, most notable for the author of 99 Nights in Logar, which was a finalist for the PEN Hemingway Award for the debut novel and the DCS Poet Prize for South Asian Literature. His second book, which was short stories, was The Haunting of Haji Otak and Other Stories, which won the 2023 Aspen Awards Literary Prize, the 2024 Clark Fiction Prize, and was a finalist for the 2022 National Book Award in Fiction. His short stories have appeared in The New Yorker, and they've been in the O. Henry Prize anthology, the Best American Short Stories, and A Century of Fiction in The New Yorker. Please welcome me in having Jamil John join us.
Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor to be able to read with you all, and thank you so much to the organizers for putting all the effort that they have into this event. I wanted to start with a poem by M.A. Césaire. It's called Abyss. He pondered the logic of the swamp's teeth. He pondered the molten lead in the chimera's throat. He pondered a morgue of beaks in the coral dump for the dying. He pondered the boundless extension of the century-old quarrel across the beaches of time. In the time it took a soul to vanish, there went through me the passion of a piton. He pondered a mouse pitter-pattering through the palace of a royal soul. He pondered the voice of a galley slave, strangled by a song, then by the soulless halt of a herd, an isolate of sea slugs coiffed with venom helmets. Thus, all nostalgia rolls into the abyss. And then I'm just going to read a little bit from a short story I wrote recently. It's a story within a story within a story. And but I'm just going to read the first section here. It's called An Open Heart. They cut open my father's chest and splayed his ribs out beneath their halogen lamps. And inside his heart, they inserted a ticking device whose purpose we couldn't exactly discern. And then they sewed him back up like a pouch of coins and sent him out into the cold world with a bomb ticking away in his chest, his scar like a line on a map dividing a formerly peaceful tribe into warring political factions or rival criminal gangs who will cut open a man's chest and rip out his heart and eat a chunk of it to demonstrate, I think, the depth of their barbarity. But what my father notices when he sits in our living room to watch grainy cell phone footage of this performance is that the cannibal grimaces while eating the human heart, as if not totally committed to the act, even though, my father argues, if he, watching the footage, has noticed the grimace, then surely rival gang members will have noticed the weakness too, and that will condemn not only the cannibal, but his associates, former commandos trained by the Navy SEALs or the Foreign Legionnaires or Mossad, who, in a matter of months, will be hunted down and turned into the videos my father watches in our living room, despite the fact that I block the websites where he finds these videos. And because I suspect that my brother is secretly sending him new websites, I confront him about it when he returns home from the butcher shop where he works. But of course, my brother denies everything and blames the algorithm of our father's Facebook. And when I tell him that you don't see gore on Facebook, he says you don't see gore on American Facebook. But on Afghan Facebook, people post dead bodies all the time. And I say, but those Afghans are publicizing war crimes. And he says it all fucks with your head just the same. And I say, if you know it fucks with your head, then why do do you keep sending him videos? To which my brother responds, remember when... I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamil John. And now I just wanted to go ahead and give us an introduction for Alexandra John, who is going to be our next reader. Alexandra is a technologist and a writer based in Brooklyn, New York, on the land of the Munsee, Lenape, and Canarsie peoples. She's the daughter of Deborah and Tajuddin, and a sister to Hotsanda and Butlun. Thank you so much for joining us, Alexandra John. We're excited to hear what you have to say.
I'm sorry, but it doesn't look like we have Alexander John here. Let me just confer who the next
Hi, Salam. It's good to be with you all. I have really enjoyed listening to the other writers. I've learned so much, and I'm really honored to be with the readers here this morning or midday, wherever you are. I actually just wanted to show really quickly, I have a shelf above me with many of the writers here, their books on that shelf. So it's really an honor. I do want to bring into this space, I'm reading today as a half Afghan person based in the United States. And I want to bring that into the space because I think making sense of that identity has always put me in a conversation with American warfare and imperialism, which of course is relevant for us here today. I'd like to share with you an in-progress work entitled Rahmanullah. My beloved has spent the year ruminating over her womb, expelled a seed from it that had begun to bud in winter that was not destined to survive, and since has been railing against its rocky soil, distrustful and afraid. She moves too fast with herself. She forgets to see the God in her, feels like God left or at least went quite far away for a while. Truly, this year has been barren. Nothing's been produced, and she and I lay coiled together, wrapped in our potential. Outside her window in Harlem, slight snowflakes dissolve somewhere between the 5th story and the pavement. But no one says barfi anymore. No one hosts rotating supper clubs or brings by roast meat when a relation dies. No one really knows their neighbors anymore or adequately fears God or sacrifices of themselves. Still, I do see prayer everywhere. Vines scaling the edges of parking signs, the bobbling helmeted head of the child on the back seat of his father's bicycle, birds circling the still winter sky outside the courthouse hearing for Mahmoud. Prayer not always poetic, often raging, desperate, like graffiti sprawled across every AI companion ad in the train, or the script taped to the back of her door stating that her household is represented by legal counsel and to please slide the warrant through the crack if it exists so that she might read it out loud. This year, the National Day of Mourning falls on my 149th day of unemployment. I wake with a meditation on breath and join Layla as she pens an op-ed, sifting through 40 years of president's speeches. See, yesterday our cousin poured himself out, got so hungry that he made a fire and set it upon 2 young militia members. So hungry, he drove from Washington State to Washington City, shining dome upon a hill, and said khalas, maybe said nan khar azadi, said it bluntly with a bullet the way he was taught by the Americans in Kandahar with scorpion stealth and precision. The news stories say alien, over and over, say animal, say evil, but don't say occupation, not of Kandahar or Washington, where the militia has been illegally patrolling the subways and parks since August, battling encampments of the unhoused with their rifles in their fatigues. Wearily, we go to work, do our daily commute. The most civilized tip their hats to the soldiers, the bravest spit on their boots. Wearily, we go to work, quoting their presidents back to them, as if they just need to hear it better, need to hear it clearer. In her address to the day of mourning crowd, Leah tells us how grief is meant to mark time, be a retrospective of legible losses instead of this continuous lament. What happens when the grief is ongoing, when it is commingled, when yours runs into mine so it becomes hard to trace, back to the mouth, back to the source. One August, I saw the sky tear open and a man fall through it. One August, I saw masked white men rip a mother from her car at the school drop-off. One August, witnesses wrapped dead children in carpets outside El Tabayin. One August, Amal speaks to me through an old phone handset attached to a static-filled TV screen. The Borderland detention facility is not far from the checkpointed passages and just down the road from the miles-wide concrete fortress of an Amazon fulfillment warehouse. I am impotent in comparison and so very far from mercy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alex John. I wanted to go ahead and take this moment as a little bit of an intermission in between our speakers to go ahead and share some words. I wanted to say thank you all for including me and also for having this event, for Paminar Press, specifically Ghazal John, for doing what we should be doing as writers and taking a stand against oppression in every single way, shape, and form. And for us, many of us, a lot of that just looks like taking up our pens and creating an environment in which we can have these discussions. And for her to be such a facilitator of these things is just proof that we can all make a change in the way and shape that we and choose to do so. I wanted to share a piece of my own writing that had to do with kind of the ways in which I realized the United States, of course, with its history, being a perpetrator of many different types of colonialism, but also just the eye-opening process in which how insidious and how deep the process goes, and the disillusionment that comes with being an American and everything that that means to us. So this is Disillusioned. You couldn't have had strawberry jam on toast for breakfast because you're allergic to strawberries. It didn't rain this week. The puddles are from a mishap with the hose. Your mother carried you until you became a dream. Your father is a stranger to himself. The bird outside your window is a fly stuck in a spider's web. Like your suffering, the country you live in is not of your choosing. We are related. I don't have the words for how. The dog barking across the street has not been fed for hours. His owners came over for dinner yesterday. The man singing at your door is serenading God. There's a poem standing between him and the masjid across the street. After the muezzin calls him to prayer, his lover will call him to the corner. A day's ration of bread and a moment's worth of pleasure will follow their embrace. Tomorrow, we will argue whether poetry is an act of worship. You will insist otherwise, convinced your truth is reality. I will spend tomorrow in awe of the word rut, how it carries more weight in truth than it is given credit for. Have you noticed the color of nostalgia is the same as a white lie? When you told me you love this country, your face remained blank, like a canvas waiting to be painted. Thank you so much. And with that, I wanted to go ahead and include our bio for our next speaker. Dr. Rashid Salim is a scholar and author specializing in the Persian language and literature, as well as Islamic studies. He teaches and researches at the University of California, Berkeley, and he is the founder of Aleph Institute, the premier site of advanced online instruction in the Persian language. His second book, The Sun Does Not Perish, is currently under contract with Bloomsbury Publishing. So thank you so much. And let's see. Wonderful, Ahmadjan.
My name is Silai Karzai.
Should I go or should we wait?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It looks like the person you just introduced is not actually in the room. I don't have names on the videos, so I was trying to.
That's okay. We can move on to Amanjan, who is here. So whose wonderful face just flashed on the screen was Aman Mujadedi. He is a wonderful artist whose artwork has been exhibited internationally in the Linden Museum, Stuttgart, and the Imperial War Museum in London, Times Square, New York. In New York, the Images Biennale, Roskilde, the third Dhaka Art Summit, and he is a contemporary artist who focuses on themes of belonging, diaspora, and weaving the two. Amanjan, thank you so much for joining us. We'd love to hear from you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much as well. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you for having me here today. I'm going to read two very short things that actually are quite old, but that I came across as I was thinking about this today, that I think are quite relevant, and then a bit of a longer piece that I wrote specifically for today. So these two works are from a collection called Whispers in the Void, these first two short ones. I used to hear the bulbul sing. Now I can only hear the bombs fall. Do you hear them? And the second work. If you had only asked to come, we might have welcomed you. But you didn't ask for anything. You simply took our lands, our lives, our futures. I could have been your friend, but you made me something else. These were actually written in kind of connecting with Afghan prisoners within Guantanamo while I was working on a project for the Havana Biennale almost a decade ago. But I found that they had a important relevance to today's work. And this new piece is called The Goddess of Scentless Petals. Looking out across the orchard at zaitun trees once grown, once known by their first names, yet frail and unfamiliar now, unrecognizable beneath the rubble, the debris of occupation, the waste of war, signaling a life whose death is at hand, an end to what's not yet forgotten, the beginning of what's yet to be seen. But how does one leave a life behind? For that, distances must be traveled, not an across kind of distance, but the kind that runs within, where one's khost might be revealed. Yet in that place, there's also pain, a hurt hiding within the folds of that want, deep, inside crevices, where even secrets can't be found, the kind of pain that stains your center, leaving a deep indigo dust upon your dreams, dreams that can be realized only through fire. Having slept in a bed where lives once intertwined, I wake up exhausted and unsure of the ground beneath my feet. So I step carefully onto the scorched earth, slowly melting footprints, leaving behind a soggy trail, soul puddles reflecting images unfelt and feelings unseen, from a heart that is no longer clear, clouded with the unsettled silt of other people's lives. But by morning, the puddles are gone, evaporated into the karmic cycle to be recycled, replanted in fresh spirit soil and watered with a goddess's tears. A nameless goddess that lives in the corner of my life. 7 arms and the 3 heads of my past, present, future. Her facial features blurred and contorted while her arms keep busy, each moving in rhythmic ritual to the ringing of bells. Burning incense, sacrificing a lamb, offering fruit, stirring a pot of bones, choking a demon, breaking a mirror, reaching out to me. Her empty hand full of hope and fear, with nails growing in divine spirals, she gives birth to herself in 7 places, where I find each of her offspring fully grown and watching me with future-filled eyes. Waiting in the shower, crouching behind a dumpster, staring in the rearview mirror, sitting in the chaikhana, standing in the metro car one car over, drinking at the other end of the bar, mumbling to herself on the corner. But the day continues to blossom like a flower out of season, scentless petals barely opening before turning brown and falling back to the earth. Still, I lean over and place my nose close to the day's center. Nafasing deeply, I'm convinced of a sweetness within, a hint of nectar and gulab, and so I begin to remember fragments of a forgotten future that might only be lived in the naked sunlight of today. That's it. Thank you very much.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for the invitation, and it's really a privilege to be a part of this effort, and thank you to the organizers. The title of this work is On Blood and Breath. In what language will my last words wave? In what language will my last words wave? Grant me vision, I sacralize my sorrow. I silence the longing saved for tomorrow. What dialect will I die in? I read poems and prayers as I wavered through stone and sabza, a third script pressed to earth for morning. My morning voice holds no tension for you. I settle below soil, no skin to skin, skin to sin. Single me out for forgiveness, let me sink you, let me sin. A different word order is syntax. Absolve me, astaghfirullah, forgiveness for a sent text. Whispers, fearing I forget conjugations, changed country 3 times, fix your run-on sentence, tense. In love and death one should relax. The ancients held that the kidney is the storehouse of emotions. I witnessed the compound, jigar, liver, and khoon, blood. Jigar khoon conveys sorrow, to flow with grief, to give a damn. Let the levees break, leave us, break. Let my bloodied liver flow. Let this bloodied river flow. Khoon, blood, damn. I know in Arabic blood is dem. For Farsi dem is breath. Damet Rabigir, catch your breath or take your blood. Which bounty do I count first? I grieve you in a terrible number of tongues. Never enough words to grieve me. English won't understand my dem, breath or dem. Blood, no breath, more blood. Y'all over there, they're so dumb. Saffron can't be plucked except by hand. Keep your machines and machetes. Let me catch my dem. I uttered prayers in sin. Jigar, liver, khoon, blood. Jigar khoon, liver khoon, lover khoon, live here khoon, love here khoon, lover khoon. Not all blood is connection. Remember that qissa of the one who visited an ill person. The difference between ill and ill is just an apostrophe. An apostrophe indicates possession and contraction. The difference between you and me is tense. You here, me in the past. Not simple, continuous. Can't continue us. Yes, the story, qissa. Upon seeing their state, they wept by their bedside till the morn. When the sun rose, so did the sick person. But the visitor had died. The cause, jigar khuni, a battered, bloodied liver. For that battered, broken lover, the lesson is don't mourn too much. Or maybe take some breaks. Don't mourn till the early morn. I'll wait for you at night. I'll weep for me. By right, love is opening and closing of the eyes. Love is opening and closing of the eyes. Death, a reading of what I forgot. I've nearly died 9 times. The 10th, I'll pitch when we unfold below the stars. Our days are numbered. count the dam. Let there be a lesson in lisan, language. My last word may even be a sigh, an announcement of existence and exit. Language is a landscape, my a land escape. The last sentence ends with escape, free me, free me. The body is a barrier. In Farsi, the word death is written with no period, marg. In Arabic, it has two, maut, a death for me, a death for you, and end for me, period, point blank, for you. When hearing death, I was taught to say in Arabic, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Verily we are from Allah, and certainly to Khuda is our return. Oh my God, then told to twist my tongue tenderly to Farsi's terrain, zindagi, saratan, bashad. May life hover above you like a halo above the head. Hear the halos for our dead. If life hovers above my sar, don't let it wander, my good sir. Let it pierce me, please, Lutfan. Funny how each breath is a step toward death. Let me truly live in blood and breath. When you raise me, let my enemies clench their teeth and hold their breath. And I also have a short Dubaiti, which is a traditional poetic form in Persian or in Farsi, and I'll go ahead and read that now. بیا ای ناز دلبر بینمت من بیا ای ناز دلبر بینمت من تو گل باشی و گلزار چینمت من زمانه بد شده دونان بدتر تماشا کن دلم آینه ات من. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roshi John. Next, we have Hawa John. Hawa Ruhafsa Amin Arsala is a poet, a writer, an innovation strategist based on the unceded tribal lands of the Misinon people. Her transdisciplinary practice explores the mechanisms of power, cultural folklore, spirit, and the concept of benevolent technology. Hawa's writing has appeared in global magazines and special edition print projects. Her poetry can be heard in real life across Northern California. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the organizers, all the readers that have been going on for these hours and hours, and to the people of Palestine, past, present, and future. There is not much that can be said that hasn't been said already, but I appreciate that writers and poets, artists of all sorts, can bring language into form that might be a balm in this time, or might allow us to feel the feelings that are hard to access. I will read some pieces of poetry. The first one is called Age of Wreck. A billion eyes online, yet no one is watching. A trillion weeping words say hashmark in the roulette of socially entangled media. And I am silent amidst worlds by promise. I signed an NDA with my forefathers, and my posterity mothers rummaged through scripture to code break me into telling the truth again. Again, a spectacle of bodies, rushing airports, babies tossed like baggage. If the news cycle was the devil speaking directly to us, that voice would say, "Here it is again, you dirty, hungry worms. Feast on the spectacle of suffering. Donate your kidneys, pride, and spare some change till you attain moral superiority." The air is anxious, so easterly winds rise from the Altai, annoyed at the breathlessness of winded thumbs. I'm tapping at clouds until it rains. It's the only language I can speak. Here it is again, there too, and maybe at a theater of war near you. Prepare your mind to be broken by feelings of inadequacy, followed by inadequate feelings. As the life and vigor of a manic panic drains out, hot earwax on a sweltering bridge between mimetic cries for help from wounded children to inner children, from graphic design to Venmo to victory comments, rhapsody in the void of digital commons, augmented over a restless reality. The spectacle of exile is held together by Scotch tape on a screaming rubber neck. And the next piece is called Homage to Widows. Grief is carried on the backs of women for 40 days. The tired sinews, a generation of labor, and one tiny ball of a mother. She keeps everyone alive, beyond belief, boiling fennel tea, brushing nested hair, soothing and cooing and yelling the way her great-grandmother taught her. A yell that fells an acre of trees. It's just us three girls now. You are so young, but you have to be big and fast with the medicine. It's in your mind, dreams, and hands, by the way. Preparations and prayers over the bodies of herbs, seeds, and teenage pain unstick the sad from the intercostals. You are a carpet weaver before morning, tiling prayer rugs, whispering protective spells in every corner, especially the back, where sometimes, rarely, lesser demons find a crack in the wail of a woman moving rivers of loss down the meadows of her lashes. They subsume in screeches, spasms, and spiteful rage against God. We let it happen because our love of God is far greater when gathered in grief. Demons cry too, so we do our work on tasbih, mouth the 99 names of Allah on cassette tape, one ring around for the wife, 3 times around for all their relations, 100 times around for the evolution of their souls, a complete return home. Thank you so much.
Salam, my name is Sahar Muradi, and I'm really honored to be part of this reading in solidarity with Palestine and Lebanon, and to be in solidarity with so many across the planet. I'm going to share 2 poems. This is called The Ceiling of Their Hope, and there are 2 quotations at the beginning. The ceiling of their hope, quote, "No one can think or hope for what might come after a ceasefire. The ceiling of their hope at this hour is for the bombing to stop." Susan Abu Hawa, poet, novelist, and executive director of Palestine, writes, after returning from a 2-week trip to Gaza and Rafah in March 2024. The second quote, "When I was hearing the sound of rockets, I was measuring the distance, how far or near it is. The further, the better, and the nearer, the fear of hitting our home." My cousin Zainab, reflecting on the first Taliban regime, Afghanistan, 1990s. It rained here again. We drew our umbrellas like swords, small canopies to cover our precious cups, small screens to cover our restless snakes. I put my nose to the prayer rug, my father's rug, his nose and forehead, his hands that once fanned. Everything feels far away, is near. Rafa raining in the living room, Al-Shifa leaking in the kitchen, Zainab's small ears in 1997, branching on the window's edge. The water doesn't stop despite the ceiling. They are not doing anything, my hands, but touching the wet to make contact, to make remembrance, but clutching plastic, paper, a pen, opening my wallet to swallow blood. After Fajr, the pigeons coo and the heater groans. Dawn is breaking, cracking like 4 letters, shattering at their limit. The second poem is called It Goes Like This, and it's for my friend Rahmanullah. It goes like this. He sends me a video of a woman being assaulted by a cop and asks me how I'm doing. He says there's still no work and his daughters are still out of school, but how are you? He sends me a video of Gaza uncut, uncensored, and wishes me happy Ramadan, Salanau Mubarak. It's a child crying and bleeding and crying. He asks after my children. He calls me once a week when there is good reception and passes the phone around. First his wife, whom I call Khala, though she is younger than me. His 8 children, starting with the twins, Murtaza and Nabila. Then, finally, Bibi Aji, who teases me through her pains. But tell us how you are, and how is work, and your cold, and what do you need from Jalalabad? He asks me, any word about our case? What does Biden have to say? What will they do for us now that they took everything? Tell me, please, something about your day. Thank you.
I am a poet and a writer based in the United States. Thank you to Laila Zareh for organizing this segment of the 3rd Global Reading for Freedom of Expression and in solidarity with Palestine and Lebanon. And thank you to all organizers who have arranged this 24-hour reading. I will be reading 3 of my poems in dedication to the people of Gaza, of Palestine, and in Lebanon. The first poem is titled Dream Pilgrimage. Dream Pilgrimage. In a dream, I crawled out from a dark cave and drank from a golden goblet, blood trickling over its leaf-edged sides. The warm metal coated my tongue and filled my throat. The blood was mine, and as the interpreter of dreams, I could see moonlight shimmered on the surface of that sanguine sea, and foreshadowed the dark distress that befell my nation. In the distance, I saw the mountain where Muhammad received the verses. It shined a light on my forehead. I listened. I carved a window in my heart. Its light shone through me. I asked the mountain, at which site do I cleanse my heart? In which nation will I be welcome? Is my nation where jinn roam, from shrine to battlefield, dousing the light? Is my nation where humans roam, from shrine to battlefield, dousing the light? The mountain was silent, dim. The twin lighthouses in my knees had led me to the mountain in my dream. I had long forgotten to light the kerosene. My second poem is titled Notes on Measuring Time. Notes on Measuring Time. Notice how it hides in groves and groves of orange trees, one petal at a time. Tell me if it's silly to spend energy on this. Look at how it snags on smooth alloy bombs as they sail clean through blue skies, cutting jagged paths among clouds of water and ice. How am I to measure time? Children sprout faster than colonies of coral reefs. Does the ocean have notes for me? Notice how difficult it is to measure when it also hides in missiles. My third and final poem is titled When a City Falls. When a city falls, the fallen city is full. Bleary eyes, dazed goats, schools hidden in hearts. The muezzin calls sinners to their knees. His calls, like clockwork, disturb the living from the dust of a fallen city. Trembling, they name their God on their parched lips. The fallen muezzin sings to crumbling minarets, telling tales of a city alive, on fire. The charred city masks its coffers with the musk of the starving muezzin. The starving city falls to its coffers and steals bread from its banks. The bankrupt city faces cracks in the foundation of minarets that dot the sunset. Tea leaves swirl in the muezzin's cup. They say, "Don't stop singing." The fallen holy book, held together by a fraying string at its spine, cries in a river. The fraying city splurges on the duplexes of diplomats abroad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, as we are wrapping up our Afghanistan session, we are moving on to our neighboring country and our shared language country of Iran. To start off our slot with Iran, we're actually starting with a speaker who is a CUSP member. He was born in Afghanistan in Kandahar, Sayyid Reza Mohammadi, and studied in Tehran, in the University of Tehran. He is he has an MA of philosophy from the London Metropolitan University. He's published 7 collections of poems, including 2 of them which were translated in English, and he served as the president of the Afghan Writers Union from 2015 to 2021. We are then moving on and having the works of Tanos